All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our SUNY Finals matchup. We've got Farmingdale going up against UAlbany on a best-of-5 series. We're going to be kicking things off over on Icebox. You got Farmingdale starting off on the defense, Albany over there on the attack. And it's definitely looking like a fun one right now. Gonna see a couple agent selects going up. You got a Viper, you got Sova, you've got Jet, KJ, and a Neon. Neon is definitely an interesting pick to see over on Icebox. I like the rotatability, I like the roam presence that is being established by Farmingdale. On the opposite side of things, you got a KJ, you got that Sova, so not too much different from there. You also got that Jet returning, but you're seeing a Clove instead. I like the way they're operating the double smokes. And I'm definitely interested to see how it all plays out. In any case, however, should be a fun one. Farmingdale setting up majorly over on the A site. Got a little bit of presence over in mid and on B, but aside from that, not too much to really recognize here. Looks like Albany opting in for an A push as of now. Kevin kind of just holding down a site. One agent has fallen. That's Pyro, who's going to be getting a kill on the board. Stevie's going to be following up with a kill of their own.
Spike planted.
Now, heading towards this top rafters area. Post-plant situation, 3-on-4. So it's a good position for you, Albany, as I say that, though. Zeers is going to... Bip Zera, sorry, is going to be getting the kill, trying to even things out. Moss with the recon dart gets 2 big kills right there. And now it's all on Kevin in the post point. They know his position. He's got plenty of guns staring at him. And Stevie's just going to close it out. And that's going to give Albany our first pistol round. Good starting right there from the UAlbany squad. Good plays all around. Not too much to note right there. It was honestly just a really good pacing from UAlbany to get those picks and ultimately able to execute rather comfortably. Had the man count even going into the post plant. So overall, just really standard round, pretty great round. Seeing that orb locking off mid. That's a very good orb too. Almost had some early contact. Drone from the Sova does come in, spots one player out. Momo's in a good spot here, takes a couple shots off. Isn't able to translate it into much, but Nav able to follow up. Stevie utilizing a Guardian early round. Gonna kick things off for Albany's side of things. Stevie following up, Moss also getting another one. Now, it's going to have to be a rotate from Farmingdale right now. I believe their position is made aware to Albany. Actually, might not. They're actually headed towards mid right now. Recon Dart should spot something out. I believe it does. It's a full 4-man stack over on here. Alarm bot comes out, but very big kills from Bip and from Pyro. Very nice job right there. Taps the bomb. Well, it's just a lot of util, a lot of guns to work against. And Albany are going to take our next round.
Placing sentry.
So far, great openings coming out from UAlbany. They've been doing a really great job, able to get those bombs down very early on, able to get the picks as well. That sways that post plant into their favor. Farmingdale definitely need to play a little bit together. That 2-man flank, it did work for 2 kills, but aside from that, I feel like it would have been a lot stronger. They had a little more manpower, they had a little more information, but they did what they could with that. Walked away with a couple kills, got a couple guns off the board, so you hope what you can do. Now, round 3. Teams should have their respective weaponry right now. Pyro, able to find Kevin, able to find 2. Bip Zera, taking out Stevie as well, trying to get this bomb down. Swarm grenade should deny the plant. Yes, it will, forcing them back off. Bip Zera definitely hoping for some assistance from the rest of his team as they try to regroup. Not much there as Pyro's going big
Last
around the
player
round,
standing.
trying to get more. He's got
Spike
4.
planted.
He's an absolute mad lad. It's all on Momo. It's finally going to put an end to Pyro's reign of terror. A lot of guns to work against, and Moss will close it out with a much more decisive post plant right there, despite Farmingdale having guns in their hand. Definitely a tough round for Farmingdale. I have to head back towards the pistol side of things after a unfortunate rifle round. UAlbany with just really strong presence over on the B site. Pyro, absolutely massive game-changing plays. 4 on the round. Absolutely swayed the pendulum in UAlbany's favor. So now, we're going to have to see how Farmingdale play out this save round. It is looking like things are going to head over towards B, and honestly, Albany have a free site right now. There's really no contest aside from the Viper Wall, and it gets dropped immediately. Moss is going to be able to get this plant down for free, but it's Bibzera who will start getting the initial picks. Moss trading it back for 2. Very nice. Holding
Right
angles
here.
now is Pyro. He's stuck in this corner cubby area. Bibzera does find a rifle off of the initial picks, so this might even it out for Albany. Kevin, unable to get a kill. Pyro following up with a big one. Gets 2 on the round. 2 double kills for UAlbany right now. Now, once again, it's all on Momo to try to make something happen. He's able to find 1, but ultimately is found out by Stevie, and it'll be another Albany round. Really great stuff from UAlbany so far, able to put 4 in a row. Quite a showing as of yet. Able to get these bombs so quickly that these breaks from UA have definitely just been the difference makers in these rounds, forcing the rest of the Farmingdale players to try and rotate out. And even on that last round, they had a free bomb site, and that's not something you want to give as a defender, especially on Icebox, which just makes it so much more harder because of the long angles that you can hold. Speaking of long angles, Pyro with a Guardian is going to be able to find Pyro. Did I see that right? In any case, though, still making on their way to the site. 5 on 5 right now. The Clove ult was popped, but ultimately cannot find anyone to trade off. Retro able to find Pyro and the KJ. And now it's another post play in UAlbany's favor. As I said, especially on Icebox, definitely tough to work against, especially this B site. The options have been limited thanks to that new container wall that's been placed over by the kitchen area. So now, Farmingdale need to work double time, but Stevie does not want that to happen.
1 enemy remaining.
Finally, Nob able to trade it off. Tristan, though, keeping it together. And it's a 2-on-1. Kevin taps the bomb, swings on out, but is ultimately dropped by Moss. And 5 in a row now for UAlbany. It's doing an absolute spectacle. Timeout coming in from Bibzera for Farmingdale. Try and talk some things over. Definitely need to regroup as a team right now. Need to rethink some strategies and hopefully translate some kind of wins on the defense right now. You definitely don't want to be going into the half in too big of a deficit. Talking it over right now. Farmingdale, as I had said just before, they do need to rethink some kind of strategy. I don't think many of these players are really playing off of each other. You're seeing the picks come out, and then there's really no way of trading it off. Most of these gunfights haven't even had much utility put into them. It's kind of just swing or be swung right now from UAlbany, and they're definitely swinging. So Farmingdale definitely need to make something happen right now. I don't believe they have the firearms right now
Keep it cool.
to be able to
That's how you survive.
keep things up. UA, though, still have a perfect full buy. And try and make it work. So now they have their sights set on A, and it's a pretty aggressive movements coming out from Farmingdale right now. You see the Neon kind of trying to get back into enemy territory right there, but doesn't find too much, and it's just going to end up pulling back. It's a little bit of a stall from UAlbany right now. Really just stacked up over towards A. But not too much aggression being applied, as we saw in the earlier rounds. We are going to see the jet of UAlbany start to kick things off as Knob's drone was taken out, but Knob is knowledgeable that there might be a firefight headed his way. Just like that, though, UAlbany playing incredibly passive for Farmingdale, not having much weaponry to their name. Sneaking over towards mid right now. They might find the KJ turret. Good smoke from the Clove right now to kind of cover their tracks. Might head up toward kitchen. Might just go through mid. Who knows?
30 seconds
Pyro
left.
still lurking around the B site. Smoke does come down. I know. It's more just a break behind enemy lines right now as UA are looking to get in towards the back way. It's ultimately working against their favor as Pip Sarah's able to find 2 before being dropped, and Kevin getting 2 more, utilizing that Marshall. And finally, what was an interesting play from UAlbany has translated into a Farmingdale round win. Here we go. Very critical round from Farmingdale right there. Able to finally swing the pendulum into their favor. Finally get some money off. Ultra's Fury is popped. I believe it gets a quick little blow onto Bipzera over in the back.
Deploying drone.
Moss trying to get some more intel. Shock definitely goes wide right there. I don't believe he meant to put on a bounce right there, but finally the rest of UAlbany is kind of just swinging in, and all of a sudden Pyro and Kevin going huge on the round. Tristan tries to swing it back, but Knob puts it away, and now we're looking like a much more stronger Farmingdale team. 2 rounds to their name, and with that, we're going to see a UA timeout. Definitely trying to stop the momentum shift is UAlbany. Trying to utilize this time out. Get the team back into thinking hands. Trying to get everybody to play together once again. They had some pretty critical rounds. They were doing awfully well. 5 in a row, and all of a sudden, a very interesting back push play that ultimately just fell right into the hands of Farmingdale and gave them their win. And then on this last round, they kind of just pushed a Viper wall without real intel and just kind of gave it away. So now this momentum from Farmingdale should be the difference maker that they've been looking for. UAlbany trying to put a stop to it. They still got plenty of utility and guns to work around, excuse me. So they're not too shaken up, but the timeout ultimately just a slow momentum. Jet knives are going to get popped by Stevie right now. What they can find is the question. Drone looking for some intel, won't be able to find much. Most of our Armbot does get deployed. Pyro and Momo cutting very big picks right there. You're even going to see Momo utilizing that op. Long range angles over on B can be so critical, as I had mentioned a little earlier. Tristan, though, is able to find the engagement with Pyro and win it out. Retro trading it as well. Now it's even out on the 3-on-3, and Retro is going to continue the lead count with another pick. Sarah, some early contact here. That's a very nice
Down,
shot.
attacker
Goes
spawn.
big for 2.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to put 2 on the ground, and now it's all Retro. On a 1 versus 2, no bomb left, and a ticking clock working against him. Raging immediately spotted by Bipzera. Beautiful round from Farmingdale right there. 3 for Bipzera.
Turret out.
Go, go, go!
Good momentum for Farmingdale. They need to continue it on, and Pyro's looking to make it early right now. Very aggressive play. I was assuming it might have ended off the drone, but ultimately only walks away with one. Surprisingly, even walks away with one. Immediately traded over by Moss, and that's an interesting initial pick from both sides right now. I was expecting a little bit of utility to get utilized. Viper's Pit does get deployed. Try and make the post plant that much harder. If it goes down, Kevin does get a pick. Both KJs are now activated. Lockdown is destroyed for the defenders, but UAlbany still have theirs in the pocket. Will it find anything is the question? No, it will not. Moss able to possibly get the bomb down? Yes, he will.
Last player
2
standing.
on 3. 1 on 3 all of a sudden as Kevin and Momo go big. And Kevin with 3 on the round, putting it away. And finally, a post-plant win going in favor of Farmingdale. That's something they had desperately struggled on in the previous rounds. Now they finally got the retakes that they were looking for. And they're slowly but surely evening out this round count. 4-5 scoreline now. They're 1 away from tying it up.
Turret out.
UA definitely want to find some kind of footing after this Farmingdale shift in pace. They still have money. So this is the positive part for UA, but the thing is they need to collapse and win these rounds. A deficit is not what they were expecting after a 5-round sweep, and especially not a counter 5-round sweep. Because once again, Pyro taking the initiative, opening up things for the kill on the site. Immediately traded off, however.
Spike planted.
Knob shifting the momentum back in his favor. The bomb does go down once again, so the hold is definitely a little shifted now. You are seeing these Farmingdale players be a little passive despite the ticking bomb. And Pyro,
Last player
huge.
standing.
2 big kills right there. Bipzera trying to even it out, or excuse me, Momo trying to even it out. Can't find much, and finally, UAlbany have regained composure that they were looking for. Try and deny this comeback from Farmingdale.
Bot coming back. Out of charges. Bot coming back.
6-4 scoreline in favor of UAlbany. After a shaky sort of round deficit that they were facing, or not round deficit, but the momentum definitely shifted in Farmingdale's favor, and Momo, very rapid trades back and forth. The op is on the ground. That's going to be a tough one. Once again, UAlbany's ability to just hit fast break under the fight. Pyro is dropped, but he is able to come on
Spike
back,
planted.
and Pyro on the
One
side
enemy remaining.
of Farmingdale on a very nice flank right now. Gets one, gets on top of the container to try and look for more. Moss knows of Bipzera's location. Definitely needs to play passively. Two big swings right there, and Moss is not able to do it. Farmingdale will get the retake. Successful defuse from Nob and Pyro.
You failed. Now flee.
5-6 now. As we enter the last round in the half, Farmingdale are looking to make it even at odds. Try and keep the economy going and trying to keep the morale going.
Placing sentry.
Scanning ahead.
What's this?
More action heading over towards B. UAlbany stacked up to try and convert this final round into a round win, or if Farmingdale will even it out. Moss getting the bomb down, a little bit of friendly fire, but it ends up working out. Momo using the knives after the initial hit on Hunter's Fury does go big. Pyro goes even bigger with 2 picks on the round. Now we're just going to slow it down. 2 on 2. Spike is down in favor of Farmingdale right now. UAlbany is definitely going to have to go for picks right now. Vipzera dancing around with Pyro right now. Smoke wall comes up, drops immediately, and that's an unfortunate sort of play right there. And Pyro finishing it out with 4, giving UAlbany the round half advantage.
Turret out.
It's a good half for UAlbany. Not the most bad half from Farmingdale either. They still walk away with 5 rounds despite that early uphill battle that they had to work against. Are still able to walk away with a couple defensive rounds. They are in a bit of a deficit, but they might be able to make the attack work out. We'll see how they do it. Kevin sets up their utility over towards mid, and it's looking like we might just go to A. No big presence on A right now. We do have Retro, who's slightly off-site. No physical bodies in A. I'm going to say that. A little bit of confrontation happening in the back half. Somehow, Pyro's able to just get behind enemy lines once again. And it's a massive double kill from him. Stevie, too long of an angle. Momo was able to win it out. Tristan, evening at odds. The bomb is down. Has the sheriff in hand, but it's a 1-on-3. And is spotted out. Info is definitely in Farmingdale's hands. And with that, they're able to win it out. Now, getting the final kill on the round. Still trying to work back this round count. 6-7 now.
Placing sentry.
After a pretty good pistol, Farmingdale should be hopeful and optimistic about the future of these rounds. Dart does get taken out before it can do 1 pulse. However, that's all the knowledge that they need to know that they have more of a presence established on the A site. Pyro and Moss looking to make something happen, and that's exactly what'll go down. Moss behind enemy lines right now, or excuse me. No, he's just on the short spot right now.
Spike planted.
Will be able to go down. Pyro has been doing a great job of clearing things out. Going through the white smoke, does find one, is spotted over by Stevie, but it's a very influential pick. Vipzera now in a perfect spot for the post plant. KJ turret set up, Momo and Knob bowling up, and everybody's doing their part. This translates into another Farmingdale win, and all of a sudden the round count is finally evened out. Great stuff from Farmingdale so far. Able to claw it all the way back. Still have a couple of rifles. Bimzera does have a stinger in hand. Should be able to make it work. It's a very fast break from mid right now. Retro goes big along with the assistance of Tristan. Now Farmingdale definitely need to decide what they want to do here, as Knob and Pyro are going to keep up this aggression. 3 kills are answered back with 3 more. And now it's a team doubles matchup. 2-on-2. Still have the spike in hand. Knob finds a Vandal. To regroup with his teammate. Need to decide what they want to do, especially since we have the enemy Sova over in attack spawn, or defensive spawn rather. Moss play this patiently, goes big on 1, translates the second. Very nice gun discipline being displayed right there. And Moss is gonna win UA the round. Beautiful, beautiful play by Moss to keep the nerves calm despite seeing the perfect slow headshot. Turns it into 2 kills, turns it into a round win. He does an absolute marvel of a job. Momentum in Albany's favor once again. They've stopped Farmingdale's round streak as of now. Pyro tried to make it go back, but the UA Pyro is ultimately going to get that initial pick. Momo does get a pick and is hit by the shock dart right there. Still very aggressive into A right now. Pyro's still set up to try and deny any more entries. And there's plenty of smoke all around the A bomb site. Trying to make this work. Jumping over, trying to get a bit of info is Pyro. Is spotted out by Knob in that back rafters area. Now, Farmingdale just going to look for a rotate right now, as they know A is pretty solidly held down. Yeah, head back towards mid. B does look like it has a bit of a slip insecurity. Mainly one person over on B, but now it's looking like a fake.
30 seconds
They left
left.
momentarily, but now they have to head right back to A. Time is only dwindling more and more as we enter 22nd territory. Need to move in and need to move carefully. Recon dart is deployed. Doesn't see anything in it right now, but Momo will see 2. Kevin hitting the bomb down. Momo does get 1, but it's trades from both sides, and Knob able to find Tristan. It's now Retro who needs to work against the ticking bomb and 2 UA agents. Moves on towards the top of the rafters. Doesn't have a lot of intel. Has the swarm grenade and the alarm body. Finds 1. It's good work so far. Able to place down the turret to give him some more coverage right now. Soaring up the rope, going towards the side rope.
Alarm bot down.
Just to get the initial pick. Alarm bot is put down. Recon dart does get spotted out, and it's a very good post-plant play from Knob. 3 on the round. Wall bank to close it off. Farmingdale are not going anywhere, as our round count is tied up once again.
Turret out.
Eyes up.
What was looking like a UA steamrolling those first initial rounds has now been such an even out playstyle for both these sides. Farmingdale have just put so much effort into clawing back these rounds, and you're seeing it work right here even more as Nob getting the initial pick, and now with that, Pyro using the Neon ult is going to be able to clear more and more of sight. Switching in, also the Hunter's Fury trying to follow up and assist this post plant even further. Bomb will go down. Pyro against Pyro. UA will win it. Molo answering it back. Retro able to get the swarm grenade kill for the post plant. Good use of utility right there, and Pyro's going to try for this. KJ lockdown is deployed. Trades going back and forth for Nob and Retro. Kevin wins it out. Just like that, Farmingdale have the advantage once again. And their UA are going to opt in for a timeout, as now the round count have finally gone in Farmingdale's favor. 9-8 scoreline now. UAlbany definitely need to talk some things out. UA making the tough calls right now to try and figure out what needs to be done to get the momentum back in their favor. Especially, again, can't stop talking about it. The original 5 rounds that they had won were just so decisive. They had such fast breaks over on their plays. Then the post-plant holds were very critical to their victories. And all of a sudden, it took 1 round from Farmingdale, and it hasn't been the same for UA since.
I'll take everything from them.
Get out of my way!
Poison orb emitting.
Ults being deployed. Jet knives of Farmingdale don't end up working. Retro will take out Momo. Kevin swing it back. Taking out Stevie. Back to a 4-on-4. Back to a 4-on-3 now. Back to a... My goodness! Just a bunch of trades. Pyro goes big and finds Retro. And now Moss left alone. But now the bomb going down.
Spike planted.
Lots to work against. Especially with this roaming red-hot Pyro, who's just been doing so well for the Farmingdale squad. The lurk game, the entry game, has all just been perfect from him. Swaying on out towards the snowman. Playing very carefully as to not get into any unfavorable gunfights. There's also the KJ utility that has to be worked against. And honestly, Moss, it's not looking good. Swarm grenade is deployed. It's an uphill battle as he swings on in. He thinks that they've left not enough time to get that bomb and is ultimately caught out anyway. Pyro does unfortunately get caught in the blast, but it still equalizes to a Farmingdale win. Now the advantage is in Farmingdale's hands, and UAlbany looking shaky right now. 10-8 scoreline. Definitely a tough one to work against.
Don't get in my way. Poison orb emitting.
Round number 19.
Poison's
How
off.
will it go? Ooh. We will have to find out. Pyro, though, playing in the Viper's Pit, wants to play in the Viper's Pit, honestly. Looking to put some early aggression towards B. Tristan should be aware that he has company now, but it's actually just... Pyro's able to walk right past this whole Viper's Pit.
Watch out!
Tristan lets him go, needs to be careful. Playing against the shotgun, Pyro able to win it out using the movement tech. Almost finding another one onto Moss, but Bip0 puts him away. And now Pyro left in a 1v4, all too familiar situation for Albany at this point. Post plant is engaged, and with only a sheriff in hand, things are not looking great for Pyro as he's taking shots from both sides. Momo able to close it out. 11-8 scoreline for Farmingdale, and they're closing in rapidly to our map 1.
Turret out.
I have the spike.
Trading it out, headed over towards B now. It's found lots of success for them in the past.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Kevin trying to get this bomb down quickly. The swarm grenade does ring out,
Placing
but delays it just a bit.
Swarm grenade out.
Swarm grenade is put down. Now Farmingdale just opting in for a much slower take. I don't believe the drone saw anything. Pyro might have saw Retro right there. Never mind, Stevie's the one who would find Pyro. And after an op kill, knives are in hand for UAlbany. Need to work around this. Viper wall comes back up. They might be able to use it against UAlbany. Viper's pit is also deployed now. Kevin flashes the plant, try and get something done. Hunter's Fury from the side of UA. We're gonna make something happen. Momo does take out Stevie, and Pyro falls it up onto Momo. Retro swinging into the Viper's pit is able to stop the spike from going down. 4-2. Zero. Trying to get this flank, but Retro knows all too well about the flanks. And Pyro closing it out, giving it back towards UAlbany.
Turret out. Don't overthink it. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Defenses have now recompiled over towards B. Now, Farmingdale recompiled over towards A. It's looking like a fast break. Well, this util and smoke being deployed. Seeing how things get set up. A couple odd shots bringing through the smoke. It's a cluster over on A main. Try and find something. This Viper wall is going to be critical as lots of UA picks go in their favor. Kevin trying to swing out, isn't able to make it happen. Finally makes it happen, but not before getting created by Tristan. And now Bip0, a man on an island. 1v4. Recon drone looking to find him out. Pyro away.
I'll walk it off.
Very close call. 130 HP to his name. UAlbany now trying to regain what was lost in their previous rounds. 10-11. They're close to tying it back up. As we head closer and closer towards what could be the conclusion of map 1, or it could be the start of an overtime scenario. Now Farmingdale spread out. A couple players in mid, couple players towards B, players towards A. Same goes for UA currently. It's all quiet right now. They're trying to figure out their options. They aren't exactly sure how they want to play this just yet. Finally, they will regroup, and the decision has been made for A. Recon drone is deployed. What will it find? Not much just yet. You need to be weary of the back rafters position. As Tristan
Placing swarm grenade.
is definitely in a spot to try and delay things. Lots of util, lots of grenades being deployed, and Momo will find Tristan. It's a good pick that gets your controller off of the board.
No peeking. Hi, I'm
Pyro
pissed.
still engaged. The ult from the other Pyro of Farmingdale
30 seconds
comes
left.
on out, gets a couple of hits onto
Placing
Retro.
swarm grenade.
Still needs to be careful, able to make the Stinger work instead. Goes back towards that ult. Spike is able to go down towards B, despite all that early aggression in A. And just like that, UA now have a tough battle to work with. Swing it back though with Stevie, who makes it 3-2.
Nade
Pyro
danger.
puts a couple of shots down range and is able to find one. Grenade swings out, taps the bomb.
Last
Recons
player
are deployed, even the kill is deployed.
One enemy remaining.
Nob does get the kill, but Pyro comes back. Stevie following it up with another one. It's a 2-on-1. Pyro is able to close it out, and Stevie will get the defuse with plenty of time. And we're all tied up once again. Timeout now from Farmingdale. Discuss things. They slipped up quite a bit. Has let the rounds progress back towards UAlbany's favor. And they want to find answers as to why that is so. Both teams have been playing just a stellar game of Icebox currently. They've been doing very well on both their respective sides. Every player has been doing their part as of yet. Still should be pretty even buys for both these teams as well. The ultimate economy, a little bit of a deficit. You still have one ult per team just for now.
Turret out.
Farmingdale need to claw it back into their favor. Here we go. Round 23, and Stevie kicks things off very rapidly with a big op pick onto Momo. Pyro's now moving in to try and clear out A, but there's a lot of UA presence. Moss and Tristan swing on out. Moss will win it. Pyro falling it out as well. Viper's bite is deployed over towards A main, and
Last
it's going to
player
spin
standing.
the rest of Farmingdale, or what's left of Farmingdale anyway, back towards mid. 1v5 now, as it's all on Kevin, who's spotted out in main by the KJ turret. Poison orbs deployed, trying to get back to mid. Needs to be careful of the kitchen swing. And just like that, UA with a big, flawless round. And that'll put them on match point.
Placing sentry.
UA have finally clawed it back.
Get out of my way.
Farmingdale have worked so hard to put the pendulum back in their favor, but it's starting to slip, as this round is critical to the Farmingdale success on map 1. Knives have been popped. Information has been gathered ever so slightly, and both Momo and Pyro trying to make this work.
Welcome to my world.
Big concuss from Pyro.
Spike
Viptera, he's getting the bomb down, and Momo is getting the picks as well. Viper's Pit is deployed. Retro does find Pyro in the turn. So it's not the greatest thing right now.
Run.
Plenty of ults on standby for both these teams. And now, both lockdown protocols being utilized. Hunter's Fury trying to make things happen right now. I don't think the lockdown was destroyed and Retro is detained. Ultimately, a 4-on-3 right now. Momo is still making things happen. Viptera and Kevin funneling through the smoke. It's all on Moss right now, who won't be able to make it happen, and Kevin will win out the post plan. And ladies and gentlemen,
Switching sides.
we're going to overtime.
Overtime.
For any of you possibly in the stream or in the crowd over there in Albany right now, the way Valorant Overtime works is both teams are given the same amount of credits to distribute amongst themselves. Each player will get $5,000 to spend as wisely as they can. Overtime will continue until one team wins by 2 rounds. Valorant is also infinite overtime, so it will go as long as it needs to. Checking things out will be UA, who head over towards B. Drone is deployed along with the Viper wall. Investigating now. Here's Pyro with the op. Makes it go big. Is traded off by the other Pyro. Viptera is taken out by the UA Pyro. And now trades headed back and forth. It's even down in terms of man count. But the bomb is down. Kevin not able to make it happen as Retro and Knob still trading kills.
Last player
Back to a
standing.
2-on-2 and Retro's caught out by Momo. Dash comes out and they'll be able to win it out. Momo with a very solid double kill to regain control for Farmingdale.
My ult.
And that'll put them in the lead for now.
Switching sides. Match point.
I must also mention that overtime, you will keep nothing as you progress through the rounds. You do not keep ultimate points. You do not keep any rifles. You do not keep anything. The rounds reset as if it were round 1 every time. So now, UAlbany definitely in a tough position, facing what could be match point.
Standing ahead.
They need to sway it back. Looking right now defensively. Stevie with a very wonderful pick onto Momo. That could kick things off in favor of UA. The drone swings in, doesn't find much. Pyro, though, is able to find the other Pyro. Still getting hit by the Viper's bite. Does find some aggression. Gets a big pick, and Viptera finds the bomb plant. It's looking more and more grim for UA. After what was originally thought to be the retake in round count, Retro is spotted by Pyro and finished off. So that's 3 kills from the round. And all of a sudden, Stevie in a 1 versus 4 does have the op in hand, but has plenty of Farmingdale players to work against. That bomb also not a big aid in his retake. Swings on out is ripped.
Attackers
Viptera and Farmingdale with a very big retake, win it out on map 1, 14-12. Massive game we have just witnessed. Went all the way to overtime, went the full distance. And take a look at the Pyros. 26 kills for both of them, followed up by 23 from Momo. Stevie falling behind with 19. And boy, oh boy, Farmingdale played an absolute wonderful match right there to claw it back in their favor. As we set up for map 2, we are going to cut to a short break, get teams, and we'll be back with you all very shortly. Don't go away. Welcome back, everybody. We've got map 2 ready to go as we move on to Ascent. After a big Farmingdale win, going into overtime as well, they're looking to continue this initial victory. We're seeing a couple agents being flashed. UAlbany are already set to go. We have the Deadlock, the Jet. We have the Sova, the Omen, and the Cypher all in play. Farmingdale still deciding what they want to do. We are seeing a Neon being flashed, and we're seeing a Clove being flashed as well. The Jet and the Breach, pretty normal, pretty normal. But they're still deciding what exactly it is they want to do. I'm very hopeful. Farmingdale did have a very great comeback in our map number 1. UAlbany definitely put on a good fight. I just couldn't make it happen in the end. We are starting to see some agent flashes. We should be ready to go in just a second. They are going to lock in that Neon, Sova, Jet, Breach, and the Clove. Both lineups should be pretty interesting. And we'll see how it plays on out. But here we go. Map number 2. As I had mentioned, on the oh-so-popular Ascent. We're going to see some pretty big duels coming out. We're going to see the defenses from both these sides be a lot more tighter than they were in our previous map. A lot of fast breaks went for both teams. And their ability to get these post plants down has just been really monumental.
Right here.
Here we go. Starting things off, we have a couple agents headed towards A. We got a lot of defense on A. Pyro's kicking off at B, though. Pyro eliminates Pyro. We're going to see a lot of that. Moa does take out Tristan, and Retro is following up, killing their own. Nob is setting up to aid Vipzera.
Have one of these.
Gonna incur possibly some aggression pretty soon here. And UA, we're all stacked up to try and take through tree and A main. They just want to be sure. Especially with the lurks. We are seeing some action head over towards tree. But overall, just more delay the game over towards these positions. Another pick does come out in favor of UA.
30 seconds
With
left.
that,
One
they might
enemy
just head over to
remaining.
B through market. They'll get another pick thanks to Moss. And all of a sudden it's a 1-on-4. Should be able to get this bomb down with no real issue. Incursion might even happen over towards A once again. Quick little gunfight. Nob's able to win it out. So 1-on-3. Has to fight through market. It's not going to fight through market anyway. Yep, kind of deadlocked out. Does despawn. Able to find a ghost in the turn. That's really tough, especially with the grab net. Lots of util to work against, lots of guns to work against. And Pyro closing it out, giving you away the initial pistol once again.
No charges.
Good start from UA. They've
Revealing
done
area.
well to get these early picks and translate them into wins.
No peeking.
As I say, the Knob's answering right back with 3 kills of his own. My goodness. Now pressing up with the breach, clearing things out. Moss does have a rifle in hand. Play carefully.
Down.
Swings on out, wins the engagement. Might be looking
Take
for 2
flight.
right now. So deploy the drone, get some more intel. Find out what things are situated. You will find the rival Sova. Now decisions need to be made whether or not Moss wants to press this. Smoke is deployed.
Right here.
Just wasting some more time. Swinging out. Moss able to win it
Revealing area.
with the rifle in hand. Reveal is
30 seconds
caught out.
left.
Flight planted.
Momo in a tough spot here. Over towards Tree. And now Kevin is also spotted over towards Heaven.
Shot dart.
Needs to be wary. Sharp
One
darts
enemy
are
remaining.
ringing out. Is taken out. Moss has got 3 on the round. And now Momo, with a Marshall in hand, needs to work against a ticking bomb and 2 players. Not impossible, but it's definitely gonna be tough. Swings on out.
One enemy
Running out of
remaining.
time. Gets a very nice wall bang, but ultimately isn't able to close it out. 4 kills for Moss.
Don't forget
Huge,
who you are,
huge
Omen.
plays.
A man, not a monster.
I could use a drop. Thank you.
2 wins for UA now, as they put a split stack once again.
Scanning
So
ahead.
what's gonna happen?
Take flight.
Roll trying to be done right here. I believe spots one out at mid. So far, it's been pretty slow as of now. Both teams just trying to set up for a potential take. Now it's Momo who's gonna start things off. Moss following it up with a kill of their own. Did a great job last round. Despite the grab net, Kevin will get
Last
2.
player
Stevie
standing.
finally trading him out. Momo picking out Stevie, and 3-on-1 now. As Moss is going to have to do it again. Back-to-back quads. With a round win. He's set up for it. Gets 1, but it's immediately traded off by Momo. He's got 3 on the round for himself. Great job. Finally swinging it back is Farmingdale, and they've got a round under their belt. Round number 4. It's stacked towards B. UA are definitely ready for this. Magnet grenade comes out. Oh, does the jet? Pyro trades it back. Kevin also getting a kill before dying. Now they mainly just made their way onto B is Albany. Moss able to get this plant down with no real counteraction. Recon dart should get some good intel right now. Now it's the Hunter's Fury in hand.
One
Keep
enemy
delaying this
remaining.
aggression. Tristan and Moss going big. Get another 1-on-3. Bibzera might just opt in for the save. Potentially playing for exits. I believe was spotted by the Cypher Cam. Nope. Just gonna opt in for the save. Keep the rifle. Keep some kind of economy up for Farmingdale. As Albany have this pretty secured.
Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Thanks.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
It's been pretty critical rounds as of yet. UA definitely have the lead right now, but Farmingdale are not going to go as unanswered as they did in map 1. They do still have a footing over here towards both these sites right now. They even have a bit of mid presence. Kevin, though, mainly just setting up for this choke. Might come into contact with one.
Deploying drone.
Deploys the drone. Catch something. Does find one. Is sprayed out. Is shredded off by Momo, though, before Tristan getting pyro. And count even out once again.
Sending ahead.
Good assistance with the jet knives. Deployed there. Tristan getting another follow-up kill.
I know exactly.
Clearing out the B's site. And now Neuralink will reveal the rest of the Farmingdale lurkers. Retro going big through mid. Might find someone. Does indeed. Finds Knob and trying to spray through the market door as well. Phoebe will clean on up. And it'll be 4 in a row. Not in a row, but 4 rounds for UAlbany as of now. Timeout from Farmingdale going to be important here. They need to get this momentum shift earlier than last time. They don't want to go into a deficit, especially since defensive ascent is such a strong way to start. They want to regain some kind of control, especially being down 3 rounds. And they've got their guns back. So we should see a change in pace coming out from Farmingdale.
Going out.
Back into the fray. It looks like Pyro's getting very aggressive. He's going all the way towards the T spawn.
My
Pyro's
territory.
wound up all the way towards B main. Almost gets spots out. Now it's just a lot of blows being traded over in A as well. Knob hitting is immediately traded off by Stevie. Retro does find Momo in the turn. And now still, this really, really big flank from Pyro needs to hurry just a bit as Tristan gets a kill. He's already gotten past the Cypher cam. He swings on out, and he gets the kill. 2 massive picks. And now, it's all on Moss, who's stuck over in the hell position. He's taken out by Pyro, who's been an absolute powerhouse this round. Triple kill for him.
It is over.
And a timeout must have worked because Farmingdale have now shifted it back in their favor. Yo, round 7. It's a fast break for UA right now. Through the smoke. Stevie will find Kevin. Retro trying to dodge the breach util. Doesn't, but is still able to get the bomb down. Now it's a fight over towards Tree. Needs to be careful. Immediately spotted out. Momo trades it off, utilizing the Guardian. Big picks right there from Momo. Able to even it back. 3-on-3. Momo might be looking for more. Finds a gun. Is able to retreat back into the smoke. Not before incurring a lot of damage by Pyro. Magnet grenade is deployed, and Retro is able to follow up.
Remaining.
Retro goes big for another one. Pyro trying to utilize the ult, but's not able to make it happen. Retro goes big for 3.
Var försiktig.
Just like that,
The
Albany
battlefield
regained
changes
control
with
of
every
the
kill.
rounds. Back, big fight happening over in B main. Not too much done just yet. A couple of blows were exchanged, but no picks just yet. And a slow game, Pyro inching up. Lots of UA players actually inching up through mid. Stevie is prepared for the aggression. Recon Dart does miss its mark. Stevie might be able to walk on through, not before meeting Knob, however. Cuss tries to assist Knob, doesn't see much. Honestly, just going to push UA back. Tristan does take out Momo over on the base side, and that'll give them control once again.
Over there.
Cage and deadlock wall, delaying more and more time. Pyro, big swing.
Sensor trick.
Fires off of the sensor. Does find a target.
Revealing area.
Kevin shooting through the smoke with the recon dart. Doesn't find much. Trying to get something done with the shock darts.
Last player standing.
Magnet grenade pinches the rest of Farmingdale. And UAlbany bringing it up to 6. How these fights will continue will be the next question. We do have Momo over at B site. We do have
Right here.
Albany stacked up once again in mid. Looking to take towards Tree is Moss and Stevie. Bring on out. Kevin, there's a bit of damage. Finally taken down. Retro and Moss getting their respective kills. And just like that, Preston's still dancing around in
Spike
mid as
down,
Momo
mid.
gets 2. Finally traded off by Stevie.
Listening.
Ability is set up.
Sound sensor up. Listening.
It should be an easy post plant for UA right now. All this deadlock util just so powerful, especially in the post plant. Mob gonna make something happen. Elsewhere is Bipzera. Does find
Last player
Retro.
standing.
Swinging out. Knob does win the fight. Swings again. Gets another very nice headshot. And that'll be the round that Farmingdale were looking for. A try. And clawed on back. 3-6 round count now
Advancing
As he
vacuum
gets the defuse with
deactivated.
plenty of time. It's a solid defense from Farmingdale to try and claw it on back. They just need to keep that momentum shift working out for them. Now UA once again fighting towards mid and tree. Even putting a couple players towards A main right now. Stevie definitely getting aggressive over towards tree. Almost trying to answer back with some aggression of their own. And Pyro is actually going to be the one to kick things off onto Retro. Lots of fights. Momo is dropped by Pyro. So that's a big ult removed from the board. The knives just couldn't make it work. And with that pick, UA are just going to have control of the B side once again.
Sensor destroyed.
Let's go!
UA keep having to work. Rolling Thunder is deployed along with the aggression from the Neon. It is working out so far. Pyro gets 3 big kills. Immediately traded out. And now the neural theft is going to be tough. And Knob, caught by the deadlock ult, is going to put this one away. A tough break, big deadlock ult from Pyro. 3 on the round. And now 7-3 scoreline for UA. It's looking tougher and tougher for Farmingdale in this first half.
Yes, this should do. Yalla, that goes there.
How it works out for them. Big trades right away. The fast breaks from both these teams. The first bloods just come so quick. So that's an early 4-on-4. Pyro swings out. Kevin able to land the shots very effectively elsewhere. Nav also follows up with a kill on their own, and Stevie is looking to claw it back. Putting a 3-on-2. Pyro gonna make the fight happen.
Last player standing.
Does immediately fall back, and Nob, with the assistance, is able to take him out. It's all on Moss, who's been in similar predicaments. But it can't happen this time. Nob does get the kill on the Moss.
Last round before the switch.
And now, one more round in our half. Can Farmingdale close the gap even more? Or UAlbany walk away with an 8-4 lead?
Get out of my way!
Towards mid now is UA. Early
down,
pick
mid.
from Momo. Pyro finding Pyro. Momo finding Stevie. That's a lot of trades. Nob wants to join in on the fray. Is taken out by Retro, but doesn't want to get out of the fight just yet. Pops the ult,
One enemy
tries
remaining.
to find the players. He will get the kill, and Pyro following it up with one more kill. It's a very fast break for Farmingdale.
Switching sides.
They honestly, the defense took the fight to them.
Go, go, go!
And now 7-5 at the half.
Gotta go!
A very similar looking scoreline from our map number 1. pretty good rounds from both teams so far. Farmingdale's attack has proven to be strong beforehand. They need to keep that same kind of aggression and energy as they head into our next round. Pyro spotted. It's a quick break through the market right now. Everybody's just funneling on through. Pyro, despite getting the nade, is taken out by Knob. Momo follows up with a kill of their own. And just like that, this should be a pretty easy post plan for Farmingdale right now. Backed up towards market. Pyro finds another one before being taken out by Stevie.
Planted.
Bomb is able to go down. Just a tough post plant. Tristan is spotted, trying to spray through the smoke, not incurring much value. Hang on out. It's a tough flick, but is able to make it work out instead. Tristan getting him pick onto Knob, 2-on-2. Needs to be careful with Boathouse, especially with the utility of Bipzera. That's the kill after a big stun, and now it's Stevie working against way too much utility. And it'll go to Farmingdale's loving arms. Stack it up towards A now is Farmingdale. Because actually, there's not too much defense-wise going on A. It's mainly stacked up towards B. It's a free A site right now.
I have this.
UAlbany has set their sights in the completely wrong direction. And after a bit of confusion of who's actually going to plant, the bomb finally does go down. And I'm curious to see about what UAlbany's retake looks like. We do have 3 players over towards A. Tristan does find Kevin. They're starting off pretty valuable right now. Stevie is taken out by Pyro and finds 2. But now, the front aggression has been taken out. Now you just gotta worry about your rear. And Momo will do just that as they get 2 big picks. Pyro trying to make it happen with the Ares, but is ultimately stunned and caught out. Now Farmingdale have brought it back to an even round count once again, as UA are going to opt in for a timeout. Critical time out. Hopefully, Albany have been able to discuss it over as they're facing familiar odds as they saw in map number 1. They need to get some kind of discussion. They need to get the retakes happening. And after an interesting play that ultimately didn't work out for them at all, thanks to the aggression of Farmingdale's Pyro, they just couldn't make that fast retake happen. Now you're going to see them opt up for different sides. You're seeing the Cypher Util return to the A site. That'll force Farmingdale to go back towards a more careful type of play. But Pyro somehow still alive thanks to Momo. Cypher tripwire is used and Tristan goes big for 3. Massive kill is hit by the grenade and is swiftly removed by Kevin. 2-on-2
No
now.
surprise,
Pyro
one
is
enemy
still in a
remaining.
position to deny this. And I'll get you to do just that, denying Nob the entry to cover his teammate.
Gun here.
And now Kevin in a rough spot with only an SMG and 2 players to work against. But the one surefire thing is he's got the bomb to work. But after being hit with the paranoia, Pyro is able to put him away. And the momentum will go back towards Albany. 8-7 now. Plays from both of these teams have been stellar. And they just keep showing how dominant they are. And Stevie, he's going to continue that trend as he gets the pick on to Pyro and hands the advantage early to Albany. Moving out now, they're all stacked up towards Catwalk. Might look for another tree push once again. Farmingdale need an answer after the early pick on one of their duelists. They need to decide. They're stacked up in mid now. They might even attempt to go market. Retro deploys the smoke to try and aid his teammate. But ultimately, Moss will fall to Momo.
Shadows traveling.
Retro now by himself. Needs to delay some time. He'll do just that. Big pick on a Kevin. Is aided by Tristan, though, with the mag grenade. Spots
One
out.
enemy remaining.
Momo is able to get the kill, and lots of trades will come out, but ultimately, Albany will walk away with it as Stevie closes things out. UAlbany keeping the advantage in their favor. It's something they also desperately
Sound
need,
sensor up.
especially from that comeback that happened over on map number 1.
Listening.
Putting it on back towards B is Pyro, who's currently just putting on some solo pressure right
Coming through. Take this. I'm out of here.
now. Might be a quick break. Magnet is deployed and swiftly dealt with. Pyro eliminates Pyro once again. Momo is able to make entry over on A. However, not much backup being given out right now. As Tristan is spotted, Pinlock ult, I don't believe, finds any sort of target. Working together is Kevin. Stevie, though, still in the heaven position to try and make something happen.
Spike planted.
Pyro opting off towards the garden. They're going to make something happen. Information is being provided by his teammate, but it's immediately shut down. Nob, though, over in mid,
Area.
trying to provide some kind of
One
coverage.
enemy remaining.
Recon dart proves to be useful. Nob, though, swinging it back with 2 big kills on the Sheriff. And he's going to need to break the door down, but it has to reload. And Stevie, taking advantage, will drop him swiftly. And UAlbany will get the defuse with no issue whatsoever.
This goes here. Ah, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Tristan is now set up for A. Oh, Retro. Might go big. Thunder's deployed. He's able to retreat back to the boathouse. Still in a bit of danger right now. As Momo kicks things off. Moss trying to trade it back. Gets a kill on the Pyro. Magnet does get Kevin. Now, need to be careful. Knob's in a sticky situation. Momo and Stevie getting their
One
picks.
enemy remaining.
The ult from Knob is successful as Momo gets 4. Massive, massive round for Farmingdale. That's what they needed to get the momentum back before the economic deficit. And it's a very important round. Still have 2 ults in the pocket, but so does UAlbany. Farmingdale need to play extra careful, and they might just opt in for B after they saw the flaw in their defense. It's going to be tougher without the Rolling Thunder, but they could still make it work, especially with the Hunter's Fury in pocket.
Blocking sight.
Gunfight is on out.
Blocking sight.
Not much
One
to
down.
see just yet. Momo through the smoke, though. Very big kill onto Retro. We'll move on through. Farmingdale's able to break this defensive hold. And now the bomb is down. 5 players to work against. Hunter's Fury comes on out to delay this aggression even further. Tristan and Knob getting picks. It's a 4-on-2 with not a lot of guns to work with is Stevie. 1v4, sheriff in hand, can't find anything. And Momo putting it away once again. Timeout now from UAlbany, as once again this familiarity in our previous rounds and our previous scenarios. Once again, Farmingdale is clutching it back to back, giving the momentum back in their favor, and UAlbany still need to find an answer for how to keep it in their hands. They have the ultimates on standby. They should have... I believe they actually have to opt in for another save round. Is it possible I can get a tab over on the production side of things? I don't think I can. In any case, though, UAlbany definitely need to regroup, and they need to do it fast, because another tie and potentially another overtime could spell a death sentence for UA. Especially that shift in momentum has to be heartbreaking on the mental going into map number 3. So set up here. All of our players.
Track them down.
Once again, Farmingdale want to opt in for A after the success on B to just try to switch things up.
Cover going out.
They need to be wary of the Cypher utility, though. Plenty of smoke laid down everywhere. Once again, opting in through tree. Pyro does find Pyro. It's a trade.
Over there.
Actually, no trades, excuse me. Trades in utility, I might say, but there we go.
Spike
Tristan
down A.
getting another kill. Knob following up onto Tristan to bring it back. They made their way slowly but surely back onto A. Grenade does go wide right there. Momo still able to find 2 big kills to try and clear it out. Hunter's Fury from Albany is deployed. More smoke being put down to try and give Retro some kind of space.
One enemy remaining.
Momo, though, is on to his ploy. He gets 3 on the round. It's all on Moss, though, who needs to make it work with the Odin in hand. But Kevin on a very big flank to bring it back. The round count once again evened out. 10-10 scoreline, and Albany are definitely getting nervous. looking to be an endurance thing. As Farmingdale, their ability to retake the rounds after getting caught out in these early deficits and just able to claw it back into their hands. It's just been so stellar. And just like that, despite all the utility deployed for A, Momo has made his way on through, and trades from Pyro elsewhere in Tree are being successful. It's contributing to the mass success for Farmingdale right now. And now UAlbany once again working in another post plan. 2 players stuck in heaven right now, 2 players stuck in tree. They need to work extra hard as these bolts from Kevin have been extraordinary. Playing back though, Pyro, Momo, and Kevin going huge respectively. And once again, a very fast break for Farmingdale as they get the bomb down. They get the defensive hold, excuse me. And they're able to just keep on holding. 11-10 now. The momentum shift has been extraordinary. Once again in their favor. They just need these last few rounds to try and close it out. UA definitely struggling. The econ has to be breaking down. A loss here could spell a disastrous 12-10 scoreline.
Dropping smokes.
Needs to be careful now.
My ult is
Playing
ready.
once again, Momo trying to delay out the Cypher Trip, but Tristan is able to pick him off anyway. Cypher Trip still live and well. Pyro and Nob getting trades respectively. The man count is in Albany's favor.
Revealing area.
Despite that, a bomb going down is denied. Moss trying to sway on through,
Spike planted.
firing towards the hell position. Stevie does find Nob, but Nob, that oh so slippery.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is being deployed. It's a 1-on-2. He's stuck in hell right now.
One
The
enemy
coordinated
remaining.
assault will have to happen! And it will. Retro able to swing off of the death of his teammate. Able to find the
Team
defuse.
A.
And able to tie it back
They
as a
died
team ace
underneath our
is
boots.
given to UAlbany. And we're tied at 11-11. The endurance for these teams has been tested again and again, as we are potentially seeing both maps 1 and 2 go the distance. Farmingdale ready to retake on A once again, despite all this utility being deployed by the Cypher of Tristan. He's holding it down, LMGs in hand. Momo's made his way through hell though. He's in a great position. Got the knives in hand. Lots of gunfire being shot out towards hell. Has to make it work. Only has a shotgun, but does have the knives instead. Lots of utility being deployed to try and farm it back for UAlbany. More stuns and being deployed. But Farmingdale
Enemy remaining.
doing an absolute wondrous job as Nob gets 3 on the round. Forcing on through is Momo, who is able to land a quick knife. But ultimately, it's Stevie, who's still trying to keep it alive. 5 health remaining. Has the regen shields, was able to get back. But a ticking time bomb and a 1v3 is ultimately just going to play for exits. And once again, this could easily be a Farmingdale round. And the movement tech is gonna be in Pyro's advantage as the knife kill
Match
does
point.
come out.
We can end it now. Once more.
A little bit of salt to UAlbany's wounds as Farmingdale have pushed it back to a match point.
I'll find them.
12 11 scoreline. Back-to-back round 24s. How will it happen? The knives go wide for Stevie. Oh no! That's an absolute detriment to the round. An early pick goes to Farmingdale. And another one in the hands of Knob. 5-on-3 extremely early on. It's looking more grim for Albany as the Hunter's Fury also finds Retro. The rest of the duelists from Farmingdale will swing on in. Pyro and Momo holding down this aggressive advantage.
One enemy remaining.
Pyro finding Tristan. And now it's all up to Moss, who's only got a stinger and can't make it happen. A final flawless round for Farmingdale. 13-11 scoreline after a very early deficit once again. And they're able to bring it on back. 2 maps to Farmingdale's name. And once again, these duelists from Farmingdale have been stellar. 32-17 for Momo. Following it up is the controller of Farmingdale of Knob. 26-19. Massive plays from everyone all around. UAlbany, though, still in a very tough spot. But we will regroup and we will see what can be done as we're going to queue up and get ready for our next map. Don't go away. And we're back. Map number 3 getting underway. We're heading to Split now, ladies and gentlemen. Farmingdale now. We're not going to Split. Bit of a issue going on. Side swap, I believe. Going to remedy that rather quickly, hopefully. I do believe we just gotta hammer out a couple kinks, and then we'll be good to go. Alright, now we're officially back. There we go. We are ready to go. Want to notice, everybody at home watching, that we have a side swap going on. UA will be on the left side of your screen, starting on the defense. Farmingdale opting in for the right side, starting off on our attack. As pre-mentioned, map 3 will be Split, and Farmingdale are on a wonderful streak off of a 2-map in a row victory. They've clawed back from a huge deficit in the beginning game to win back-to-back games of 14-12, following it up with a 13-11. So they've been playing absolutely phenomenal. As we get ready to load into Split, take a look at the agents. We've got Astras on both sides of the equation. We've even got, on the side of Farmingdale, we've got that Jet returning. We have the Viper in play. We've got the Neon coming in for another shot. Pyro's been doing an absolute wonder on that Neon, making it work. And Bibzera opting in for the breach. On the UA side of things, we do have that Astra, as aforementioned. We've even got a Cypher. We've got the Yoru returning. We've got a Fade, and of course, we've got the oh-so-powerful Raze. Able to make those quick entries happen, especially in combo with a Yoru. I'm interested to see how UA make it work. Prepping on the mid B side will be UA. Or excuse me, will be Farmingdale.
Toxin screen down.
And getting ready to set up here. They have established a very early mid control. They're actually going to be able to sneak right up the stairs. And just like that, they're in full control of Heaven. Tristan's in a really tough spot as he's got to watch for Garage and Heaven right now. Through the smoke is Bibzera, able to find Tristan. It's a very early pick going in favor of Farmingdale. Pyro trying to even it out, and he will. Gets a plant, or excuse me, gets a kill. Momo is getting the plant down elsewhere. A pick onto Kevin does bring out. Pyro is dropped by Pyro, as we usually see. Moss trying to join up his team. Steve also making things happen right now, and Pyro sliding out. Gets a third. Nearly getting a fourth, and Stevie's good for 3. As UA have been able to win these pistol rounds pretty dominantly.
Clutch.
And they'll get the retake defuse. Stevie with a very nice clutch to give UA round number 1. Resetting up now for an A take. Very rapid A take. Pyro incurs quite a bit of damage. 1 HP to his name. Viper Wall is in the turn now as Retro is trying to defend the heaven of A's site. Concuss comes out, so does a couple bullets ring out, and Moss able to find 2 big kills utilizing that stinger. Bibzera also trading it out. Pyro
1 enemy remaining.
removes Donnie in the turn. Momo trying to fire back with a kill on the Retro. Now it's a 1v3 and not a lot of options here. Low on HP, low on decision making, and low on intel as well. Last he checked, there's about 3 players over in heaven. That has not changed just yet. Needs to be careful now. There's only a sheriff and stinger to his name. Not a lot of time left either. Does have the spike in hand, but a plant might be what UA are actually looking for here. Mainly just gonna play on this lurk. And Pyro was on to Momo's actions. However, does fall in the turn. And Momo, with that pick, is gonna be able to even it out. Dash in hand, spot Stevie. Is able to make the kill work. It's just a 1v1 on Tristan. He's got the positioning, but he's not able to get the kill. And with an Ares in head... Is that an Ares? I believe that was an Ares. Now has a Bulldog. Either way, Tristan able to close it out after what was almost a decisive clutch by Momo.
That goes there. This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Here.
Getting back into the fray. Farmingdale set up for mid once again, but now with some Albany aggression in the turn. Despite that, though, Kevin just says no to all that aggression and finds 2 kills. And just like that, Pyro is able to sneak past Moss and easily get into heaven. It does not end up the same for Kevin, however, as Retro does find him after the dissipation of smoke. And Tristan, once again in a tough spot, it doesn't really matter, finds 2, almost getting a 3rd. Dobbs able to clean him up right on after, and it's a 2-on-2. Donnie getting this plant down. Trying to even it out. Retro through the garage now. Bibzera needs to be aware of this. Smoke dissipates, and 2 big kills, leading up to a triple on the round. Retro puts it away. Leaves it half for the teammate, of course. Wants to get as much ult economy as possible.
Save the day. Easy.
And it's 3 in a row for UA.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Get out of my way!
Concealment. Taking that back.
Early aggression in garage. Bibzera and Donnie able to close it out. Very early picks. Vip finds guns as well. 2 Vandals in the turn. Not too bad for a very early start. Makes it a 4-on-2 now. Tristan and Moss still set up.
1 enemy remaining.
However, Farmingdale is very spread out. It doesn't really matter, though, if Kevin's just going to drop Tristan. And they're going to keep on moving on as Moss in this CT area. Kevin is looking the wrong direction, and it pays for Moss.
Find you.
Throw the fade.
Thrifty.
Throws out. And it's a very nice thrifty from Farmingdale. walking away with plenty of guns to their name. Some extra cash in the pocket. Now the potential momentum shift, as it's a, as I had mentioned, very big thrifty round. We don't see too many of those as often. We go round number 5. How it plays out is the next question. You're seeing these splits once again come out from Farmingdale, playing towards the sewer, excuse me. In mid now is both Pyro and Momo, who's sneaking up, and I think they want to take the rope sides of things. I believe Retro is on to this aggression as the Viper Wall does come up and block things off. All of UA are starting to rotate. They still have, it's actually a good rotate as the bomb is still lurking around in mid, but ultimately the execute might just come on the ropes. Astra ult does come out. Momo gets a very big kill right there onto Moss. Donnie following it up onto Pyro. Just like that, Farmingdale gets the early lead. Donnie getting another kill onto Steve. And now, Bibzera looking to make the spike happen now. 5 on 2, perfect scenario right now.
One enemy remaining.
Momo contributes to the lead. Retro is trying to find an answer for it, but it's a 4 on 1. Does find another one before being dropped by Momo. Winds up getting a triple kill on the round. And off of that thrifty comes another round win, and just like that, we're back into this treacherous area where Albany take an early timeout to try and figure out what is going on. The ability to regain control for Farmingdale has been absolutely stellar to their game. There's a lot of pre-loaded ults, though, for Albany that are all ready to go.
Jump them.
5 ults on the board. 2 ults in the turn for Farmingdale. You could see a very action-packed round as Pyro getting very aggressive in the B garage, utilizing this operator. We could see potentially an early pick here, and it's really spread out for Farmingdale right now. Not deciding too much on where exactly we want to go. The spike is currently in super, so we might just go through mid. Kevin is spotted by the dart. The camera dart, should specify. Setting up in mid is the Farmingdale players. We still have on that lurk currently. We have Pyro, who's just standing his ground over by the garage. Doesn't want to give too much leeway. Both Pyros should bump into each other, and that's exactly what's going to happen. There's 2 big trades. The op is down in the garage now. And Pyro's made his way very easily onto site. A big swing comes out, and that's another trade off for both these teams. 3 on 3. There's only 35 seconds left in the round now. Farmingdale need to execute. Stevie throwing the utility. That should be a pretty big grenade, especially with the showstopper in hand. Fires it out. Isn't able to connect, but connects with the Phantom in hand. 2v2. Once again, big wallbang comes out. Grenade soaring towards the B garage. It's going to stall out even more time. And it's only 12 seconds left for Kevin to make something happen. And Stevie's going to put it away. Huge huge round for Albany to put it back in their favor. 4-2 scoreline.
I need to blow something up.
It's a good stoppage for now. Farmingdale has still have rifles. A win for Albany here would give them a heavier advantage that they're looking for, as Pyro is going to give them that advantage thanks to the op that was recovered earlier last round. Donnie finding Tristan. Momo swinging out, trying to create some space. Finds Stevie, but isn't able to get the kill. Stevie, though, in a
Spike
tight
down
spot.
A.
Pyro's able to translate. 2-on-3 now as we head for the post plant. Bolts coming in from the Pyro, from UA's
Last
Pyro.
player standing.
And just like that, Retro
Last player
finds
standing.
Pyro. Donnie going big. 3 on the round to his name. It's a 1-on-1. It's up against an op, however. Needs to be important! And Knob with a massive quad kill to clutch up the round. Farmingdale will not let go, not even for a second. They're evening it back so much quicker now than we saw on our map 1. On map 2, they've just kept going for the way of UAlbany. And now 4-3 scoreline, as it's looking tougher and tougher for UA to find answers. Actually returning from mid. Was Pyro amongst the smoke. That's a pick. Tristan following it up. Is able to trade it out. Now a lot more UA players stacked up in mid, while the rest of Farmingdale has already made their way onto A.
Spike
UA's
planted.
Pyro definitely going to need assistance, and they're going to need it rapidly. Swinging out. Doesn't find the kill. Bib Zera gets an absolute massive pick. He's able to translate it out. Kevin is stuck in a quick incursion with Moss. Still battling it out. Kevin is going to be the victor. Following up is Momo, and Kevin is putting it away. And all of a sudden, just like that, Farmingdale, what they've been known for in this series, immediately are able to even it out with a 4-4.
Cutting through.
Taking that back.
Off your feet!
Cage triggered. Caught one. Careful now.
Welcome to my world.
Last player standing.
Killed. Enemy down.
One enemy
No charges
remaining.
left. You only thought that was close. Toxins going up.
That goes there. Yes, this should do. This goes here. Where are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's come to the realization that I was muted during that play, so I am very upset. However, we're going to keep moving on. We don't let anything distract us. Just like nothing is distracting Farmingdale from gaining the lead. Again, swinging out, Moss is able to find Donnie in the turn after a quick little trade-off.
Mark one.
Even it out now. Pyro, finding Pyro. Moss is still going absolutely huge in this B garage. Firing out. Flash. Spots the rest of the Farmingdale players over towards heaven. Retro being very careful now. Kevin does have the Vandal in hand. Doesn't have a lot of info. Is definitely not aware of the player that's currently behind him. Grouped up now. Swinging towards. Momo will get the pick. Be careful here. They go absolutely massive. 2-on-1. Back in Farmingdale's favor. What should have been a pretty decisive Albany round is now up in the air.
30 seconds left.
As they've outran Moss.
Spike
Finds
planted.
some weaponry on the floor, but only has 20 HP to their name. 2v1 post plant. It's looking like a tough one. Playing like so careful on this post plant. Moss swinging on out. Looks towards the corners. Isn't fully aware. Is spotted out by Momo. Fires off a couple shots. But ultimately, time dwindling down once again. Goes for the tap. Momo's not too worried. Viper's bite does come out and Kevin is able to put it away. And the advantage for Farmingdale grows more and more. As finally, in a half, they are in full control. 6-4 scoreline.
Let's go.
Get out of my way!
Early pokes occurring in B garage. Nothing too concrete just yet. We do see the knives of Momo have been popped for later usage. When that happens is the next question. If you look to your top left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you could see that Momo and Pyro are in quite the aggressive take. They've made plenty of space. One does fall, but it's immediately traded by Pyro. So some success is being stomped out here. Pyro goes big with another kill. Immediately answered off by Pyro.
Hiding.
3-on-3 neural theft. I keep calling it neural link.
You are divided!
Is gonna find the rest of the Farmingdale members. Now they have to work extra hard. The Astro Wall does go up,
30 seconds left.
so it's a good usage of utility. Spike will go down in the turn as well. 3-on-3 post plant. These teams have been in this scenario before. It's nothing new. What is new is the newfound determination that has been found in Farmingdale. UA stacked up together.
Remaining.
They try to swing off of each other, and ultimately they just fall to the meat grinder. 7-4 for Farmingdale.
Last round in the half.
As now we enter the last round in our half, where Farmingdale will have the initial lead.
I should play some Astro Stars in this reality. Going Astro, guys. That'll work. Next time is now, fam. Bring them down.
Incursion happening again. Momo finding the early pick in mid. The ability for Farmingdale to draw first blood over and over again has been so adamant to their success.
Toxins going up.
Now Retro and Tristan on a bit of a flank. Kevin is expecting this, however. Coming down the ropes and sewers. He looks away. That's definitely the downfall. Retro was able to find the kill, and Momo elsewhere on the B site finds Tristan, who tries to outdodge the showstopper but can't do it in time. Even so, as the dust settles, 2-on-2 as Donnie in control of Heaven. Farmingdale still have the spike, so they're just gonna opt in for a rotate towards A.
30 seconds
Tristan
left.
and Stevie have finally realized this as they'll score towards T spawn. The bomb will be able to go down here, and I like the
Spike
spot
planted.
that Donnie's currently in right now.
Right there.
It's in a pretty unpredictable position. Early swing doesn't get spot out, so this is critical. Very nice kill. He's able to follow up. His teammate trying to put some pressure as well. Tristan on the chase, and Donnie is just going to make this an easier fight, as now it's a 2v1 gunfight. Donnie puts it away,
Switching sides.
and they keep on bringing the pressure. Is Farmingdale 8-4 at the half. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Ah, this is
And now we head in for the next pistol.
That goes there.
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
Side swap now. Farmingdale drop to the defense. Speaking of drop, the Pyros engage in Quarry once again. And Pyro
Concealment.
from UA is able to win it out.
Obscuring
Bomb buddy
vision.
deployed over towards the stairs, and Stevie will find success.
Where are
5-on-3. Looking good. Kevin trying to swish the momentum back, but Moss is going to hold on to it. Momo finds Stevie. Moss might be able to get the plant down. This concuss comes a little too late to deny.
Last player standing. Team
Whipping
ace.
off. And just like that, UA are actually going to go for a team ace. They want to answer back. And they want to answer quickly. Re-engaging now, with UAlbany's sights set up towards A. Pyro getting very aggressive, a little too aggressive, is immediately taken out. That'll open the floodgates for UA as they continue up the ramp. They're moving in quite the pack. Kevin does get a pick amongst the danger. Tristan does fall, so
Last
does
player
Bibzera.
standing.
And now it's all on Kevin. 1v4.
Spike planted.
He's got a Marshall in hand, but not a lot of, nothing else really to work with. Swings it on out. Seeing what he can spot. So many angles to work against, and Stevie. Very well placed headshot. Puts it away and shifts some momentum back towards Albany. Despite momentum being in their favor, they're going to take a timeout. Talk it over. Keep things in their favor. Don't want to get too confident despite the round wins. Calm, collective time out from UAlbany. Hopefully, they have discussed exactly what they need to reclaw in their advantage.
That should work.
Setting up now to see
Blocking
what
vision.
comes on.
No more charges left.
Sight set on A once again. Aggressive play style. Momo will find Stevie in the turn. Pyro also joining in on the fray. Moss in a tough position. Able to keep it up. Goes towards the site. Has control despite the loss of manpower. And is able to get the plant down. Rockdale opting in for the retake. Pyro, Moss, and Retro are sent up. Make something happen. Big flash. Nothing coming into fruition off of it. Wall from Pyro will allow them to move up ever so slightly. Does find the kill, needs to reload, and Knobs there for the cover. Farmingdale claw it back. 9-6 scoreline in their favor. Very nice retake. This pressure that Farmingdale has been applying ever since map 1 on their retake has just been so insurmountable. UA has been working overtime for these round wins. They need something to come up, and they need to come fast. They spot Momo on the well-placed Cypher camp, thanks to Tristan. Stevie will enter once again. Through the smoke is Tristan to get a very big pick and give full control of A site to UA. Farmingdale need to regroup, and they need to regroup fast. Pyro might come in for a pick onto Retro right now. He is over in the A main position. Has his sights set up on the sewer. But the retake is going to need to be challenging as Donnie swinging out. Finds Pyro but can't translate the kill. Bibzera though goes big for 2. And Tristan answering back with a trade onto Bibzera. The neural theft will come out. Kevin with a very nice shot. Viper Pit does come out. And in the turn, Pyro finds Tristan. And Farmingdale once again. These retakes have been absolutely stellar. 10-6 scoreline, and it's looking more and more challenging for UA as they might just face a 3-0 for their matchup. Farmingdale still has work to close it out. 3 more rounds and they will do it. UA, quite the deficit to come back from. But they have the passion, they have the ability. They want to stay alive in our SUNY competition. Pyro, popping the dimensional drift, will spot the other Pyro, as usual. Shorty goes wide. The econ from UA is not in its best scenario. Retro dropping the Astral Star to cover the plant, and it will go down. UA have been able to plant very, very rapidly. However, it's the post plants that are the important part.
Last player standing.
Very important, and just like that, 4 massive kills in rapid succession turns into 5, and just like that, It's a flawless round from Farmingdale to keep the streak going. 11-6 scoreline, and they can almost put it away. Massive, massive, flawless round coming from them. That'll definitely strike the mental of UA that much harder. They do have a sustainable buy now, but they have the rifles in hand. They've even got an ult to work with. That Fade ult could be the difference maker, especially in their post plants. Despite all the A aggression, Farmingdale isn't really too occupied. Pyro's actually playing more aggressive. Cage triggered, playing up. He's gonna play through the smoke. Has a bump in with Stevie, but doesn't know. Pyro goes in from the teleport and finds the kill. Retro trading it back. Stevie getting the plant. 4-on-4 now. As Momo has an op in hand and the jet knives. Clawing it back.
One enemy
Fight
remaining.
over towards ramp, and it's 2 big knife kills. Triple kill to his name. Stevie, very well placed headshot. Needs to be weary of Momo. Swings on out. Is taken out. And that puts it away. A quad kill for Momo to put Farmingdale on match point.
Was that important?
Match point.
One more round, and Farmingdale will complete a 3-0 sweep. They've been doing an absolute tremendous job ever since map 1. Not round 1, excuse me. They came back from the very suspicious looking aim from Momo, but I'm sure it's just a coincidence. But just like that, Momo walks away with a pick, and that's one of the ults that UA were holding on for. Again, Stevie just able to get in and get this bomb down. The only issue is they haven't been able to hold it. They're now set up for their post plants. It's just this aggression, especially from Pyro. Now with the ult in hand, Momo with another big kill. Onto Retro. Showstopper by Stevie does find a pick in return, but it's all up to the Cypher. Tristan, who gets a pick with the diffusers coming out, and it's a lot of utility to work against. He does get the kills, but is immediately traded, and Farmingdale complete the 3-0 with a final 13-6 scoreline. Incredible job well done by Farmingdale to bring it all the way back despite their map deficits. They complete a 3-0 sweep, and just look at the scoreboard. 23 kills for Momo, 19 kills for Donnie, and a follow-up of Kevin with 17 to his name. Incredible job by Farmingdale. Incredible series. But with that, that'll do it for Valorant for now. We are going to translate over to Rocket League in just a couple minutes, so don't go away as we take a short break, and we'll be right back. And we're back after a pretty quick break. We're off with some Rocket League action going on. We've got UA returning once again, going up against SUNY Poly. Should be an interesting one, as we have got it going on right now. Good defensive drop back. Heading towards the corner right now. Up in the air. Trying to contest right now is Insight. Wasn't able to put the wheels on it properly. Neko soaring it over, but Possessed is able to clear it out. It's a battle over towards the corner right now of UAlbany. Insight getting a very nice dribble to push it back towards midfield. Emperor sending it over towards the corner, but Fork is there to translate. It's a little bit of a battle towards the goal right now, but it is finally pushed off. Going big is Emperor, who's trying to make it happen. Very nice follow-up off the backboard, slamming it right down in. Beautiful flip reset, beautiful double touch. And that'll give UAlbany the first goal of the map. Oh, big demo coming in from Neko. That's 2 on the round. That should be a pretty easy goal. Yep. Emperor is able to translate 2 huge demos into a goal. Fork can't even get back in time. And in a couple, I believe that was 3 seconds, another goal was scored for UA. Wonderful job from them as more and more demos occur over towards the midfield. Heading towards the corner now. Echo puts it up in the air. Able to hit it back is Insight. Playing around towards this goal line. Neko swinging on back towards Dashi's possession. And now we're going to try and go up with it. Insight bringing it back towards the corner. Might go big here. Neko's there to bring it off. Shot narrowly misses and goes wide. So it'll head back to midfield. Insight trying to put some kind of leverage on that ball. Neko swords it back. It's a nice pass. Just a little too high for Emperor. Sending it back right now is Dashi, who gets a very nice shot on goal, but it's immediately blocked off. Back towards the midfield we go. The counterattack from UA does come into fruition quite a bit, but once again, we head back towards the midfield. Dashi trying to play for the aggression, trying to play for the boost. Neko does go wide, so does Dashi though, so it's a fight in the corner. Possessed Fork trying to help out his teammate. Sends it over towards the mid, and now it's just a battle on the UA half of things. Sending it right back is both Insight and Echo. Not much to be gained just yet. Emperor fires it back. A touch from Echo will send it wide. But now, heading back towards the SUNY Poly corner is Insight, who gets it back towards midfield. And this counterattack could be big as Echo sends it back. Emperor is going to get a very nice dribble right now, however. Needs to beat Fork. Neko is there to assist. Capitalizing on the map control, is able to get the big boost. And now 60 seconds on the game clock. SUNY Poly are going to finally get things kicked off, as Fork is able to land a very nice goal. 56 seconds remaining. It is definitely possible to bring it back to a tie game. Big plays coming in from Fork. The kickoff, the core part of the aggression. Echo, nice dribble. Does get it off the backboard, but no one's there to assist just yet. We're still trying to keep this aggression, but Emperor is answering with a counterattack. It heads towards the SUNY Poly goal, only to head towards the UAlbany corner. Back in midfield, hard hit coming in. Fork is unable to beat it there, and Emperor in the midfield trying to get under it, but Possessed Fork is able to get there first. Neko getting a very big demo. Back towards the midfield we go. Dashi is trying to send it over. Echo pops it up in the air, and it's Dashi who will get under it. This should be a pretty easy goal, and just like that, UA is unable to drop back to the defense in time, and a very long shot from Echo will keep SUNY Poly alive with 5 seconds left in regulation. This match is looking to go to overtime. Soaring towards the UA corner. Dropping back towards midfield. Dashi trying to make a dead ball. Neko keeping the ball alive off of a deflect from Echo. And ultimately it'll drop in SUNY Poly territory. Overtime it'll be, ladies and gentlemen, as Emperor sends it over towards the SUNY Poly side of things, but ultimately drops back. Heading towards midfield, Insight with a very rapid goal. Only needing 9 seconds of overtime and only needing himself to pass the ball in for a wonderful goal. UA will take game number 1 in a tough fighting 3-2 victory. Very, very good initial fight from both of our teams right now. They put on quite the showing. Ultimately, UA were just able to win it out. However, the fight to go into overtime on game 1 is definitely something to take notice of. And as this ball heads back towards UAlbany territory, it's Emperor Hayes who's attempting to bring it back in UA's favor. Insight, fighting with Echo, immediately wins it out. 2 big demos should give UA the aggression that they want, but Dashi is there to answer. Echo following up in midfield, and might go over the head thanks to the dribble work of Emperor Hayes. It does go sent back as Fork takes it towards the corner. Looking for a teammate to pass over. Dashi with a potential follow-up. Tries to center it. Is immediately hit back by Insight. It soars towards the goal, but Echo can get there in time. The counterattack from SUNY Poly now trying to get into fruition as Emperor gets a very nice touch off the back wheels. Blocked by Fork, however. Heading back, Possess Fork, able to get a very nice demo. And it's Insight, who was ready to go in mid, but the deflect is mainly what set it up. Big centering from our team here of UA. Echo trying to beat Insight to the ball. That's exactly what will happen. Dashi sending it towards the corner, and now looking to go to midfield. Low on boost is Echo, who's going to need something, especially if the counterattack from UA ends up coming out. Off the back wheels, it's a tough fight towards the goal line, but it's ultimately sent towards the corner. Recentered now, can't get the right touch on it. Echo passing it over to Dashi. It's a little too high, but is able to follow it up with a nice small fly towards the air. Slams it on in with the front right tires and gets a goal with 3:12 left. Definitely the advantage that SUNY Poly want. Finally a goal in their favor, trying to alleviate some pressure, but the work is far from over. Insight now, getting set up for a mid-take. That demo could be the doom of SUNY Poly, and it is. Emperor Hayes off of the demo thanks to Neko, and a great pass work from Insight. Is able to take it out. Tied up game now, as there's still plenty of time on the game clock. Who will take it is the question. Emperor set up in midfield to answer back. Does deflect it off of Dashi. Insight, the very nice touch, Deflected by Echo. Emperor Hayes going to send it back towards Dashi in the corner. Very nice roll off. Insight, though. Answering back, keeping some pressure. Neko sends it right towards the goal, and Dashi's there to block it off. It's good defensive work, but Dashi's low on boost. And the econ boost for SUNY Poly just seems to be getting lower as the attack does end up not coming out to fruition. However, Dashi's there! And off of an unfortunate deflect from the UAlbany goalies. It's a great shot on goal off of the both wheels of our UA players to give SUNY Poly another advantage. Sending rapidly towards the UA goal line. Now she needs to drop back for some boost to keep this attack alive. Echo and Dashi sending it towards the corner. Fork trying to get set up, and it's a demo from Dashi to try and alleviate the defense. And just like that, it's a free goal for Echo, who's able to put it on in with ease after dealing with two defenders. No issues there, and Echo slams it on in. 3-1 scoreline now. SUNY Poly sitting comfortably. As I say that, though, Neko, big demo, is a little upset about those goals. Unable to drop back in time. Still just full control so far. It's a battle in midfield. Winning it out is SUNY Poly. Echo trying to keep it alive in UAlbany territory. Boost is required for this defense, and it's a good deflect from Emperor. Possessed Fork going up. Neko trying to get this back towards SUNY Poly territory. But we're still battling out as this aggression has just been key. Possessed Fork trying to make it happen. Sends it over the goal line. Dashi is able to put it in the corner. Great pass work from Fork. Good read by Dashi. Wonderful front left hood goal. Is able to slam it on in. This should be a pretty surefire answer from SUNY Poly. It's a 4-1 ball game. Back towards midfield we go, and the Emperor and Insight getting some good pass work done. Deflect does send it back towards UA's territory. And just like that, Insight looking to put it back as a counter. Echo will say no as Possessed Fork gets another demo onto Emperor. Alleviating the defense once again with 30 seconds left on the game clock. It's not looking great for UA this time. And SUNY Poly should have it in the bag. Able to drop back to the defense in time off of yet another demo from Fork. Emperor Hayes trying to keep it in SUNY Poly territory, but it's not enough time to make anything happen. 3 seconds left. Goal deficit is too high, and game 2 will go to SUNY Poly. Very, very good recovery from SUNY Poly to win out game 2. And now with game 3, it could go either way now that both these teams have shown their true strengths. Big fight in the air from Echo and Insight. Still stays in UA territory. Heading it back towards midfield. Neko, great pass work. No one able to follow it up, unfortunately. So Echo will send it right on back with a big actual fly, nearly getting it in. Has the teammates there to try and aid out, but Emperor's honestly just going to carry this on. Was looking for the demo right there, wasn't able to find it. And now it's centered over towards the SUNY Poly goal. Shot on target. It is deflected. Insight looking to make it happen, but Echo is there for the block. Regaining some boost. It's just the Emperor who's trying to fight it. But now, a counterattack from Echo, soaring towards the UA goal. Able to bring it back towards the corner and eventually to midfield. Possessed Fork with a good fly. Shot nearly on target. Deflected by Emperor. It's a fight in the left corner. Still battling it out is Fork, who sends the ball once again towards the midfield. He's able to get aided by his teammate of Dashi and Echo. And just like that, UA need to drop back to the defense. They're trying to push it back into their favor. But SUNY Poly's aggression has kind of been unanswered as of yet. Finally, we're back in SUNY Poly territory, but it's immediately blocked by Fork. Back towards the corner. Sending it to midfield. Emperor and Insight dropping back. Neko able to deflect it off. It's a shot on goal. Very tough fight right there as Insight keeps it alive. Game clock getting lower and lower as we still have a fight going on, and Emperor Hayes is able to bring it on back and scores our first goal of the game. Excuse me, I can English. Gets a very nice goal after beating the SUNY Poly defenders. Still plenty of time for SUNY Poly to follow it up, and that's exactly what they'll do. A blunder of a center from Emperor Hayes right there. Teammates could not follow up, but there's Dashi to put it in the top bins. Just like that, score count evened out once again. 1-1, 2.5 minutes to go. Sent towards the SUNY Poly goal. Dashi's able to deflect it away. Battling in the corner, sending it over towards midfield, and eventually towards the goal, but it's deflected by Emperor Hayes. Was able to stay alive. Neko fighting for these demos. Dashi sending it up. Insight following it up. To the midfield we go, and it's deflected. Counterattack almost coming into fruition. Emperor Hayes with a nice fly. Doesn't get the touch that he wants, but it's immediately followed up by his teammate of Neko Baka, who after the fake out is able to get a nice goal, and Dashi just can't get there in time. 2 minutes to go, and it's still anyone's game. These fights have been so tough. Dashi recentering it. A beautiful pass work from Dashi and Fork to put it back into the corner. Wonderful shot. Neko Baka not able to find out where the ball is headed. And it's tied up once again. Big demo comes on out from both sides. It's a fight towards the goal. Neko Baka finally clearing it off. Close call for UA. Just needs to beat Echo and is unable to do it. Firing it back is Dashi towards the corner. Neko looking to recenter, but Fork is there to send it back to midfield. And the counterattack will begin. It's a far shot deflected by Emperor Hayes. Dashi keeping alive in the corner. It's centered for Echo. Huge block from Insight. What a save indeed. Now we're battling it once again on the UA field. 60 seconds is what separates this team from yet another overtime. Soaring through the air, headed towards the SUNY Poly corner, is Emperor Hayes, who's going on a huge dribble. Neko's able to fire it on back, and this could spell disaster. Thankfully, defenders from SUNY Poly are able to drop back in time. Sending it over towards the corner. Nekobaka is there to receive it. Dashi, again, soaring towards the corner. The deflects from SUNY Poly have been perfect, but able to get to the goal in time! Possessed Fork makes the big run and gets there just in the nick of time. Towards the corner, once again, is shot on goal, and Nekobaka off of the deflect will get a nice goal. Just couldn't beat him to the ball. 10 seconds to go. We've seen crazier happen. SUNY Poly, not out of this game just yet, but it's looking tough and it's looking grim as we're stuck on the other side of the field, and UA are able to keep control of it, and they will win Game 3. Take a look at the shots on the goal. Saw 13 shots in total for SUNY Poly right there. They kept the aggression up very nice, but just couldn't translate. The defensive work from UA was just strong enough to hold on. Game 4 now. As now we head back, and we're fighting it off immediately in SUNY Poly territory. Big demo. That could spell disaster, but thankfully Dashi's there to save it and put it on back. More and more demos coming in, and now Possessed Fork to beat Insight is able to do it. Teammates have respawned, but with low boost, Fork's defense is definitely hindered slightly. Insight looking to make the fly happen. Is a little off-centered, and Fork is trying to launch a counterattack. And thankfully it'll work out, as Dashi follows it up with a pick of his own. The deflect from Nekobaka, turning it into a center. And towards the corner is the shot of Dashi. Early goal now. We've been seeing tough fights as of recent. All of a sudden, very rapid pacing from SUNY Poly now, as they're looking to make it happen again. It's Dashi in the corner now, battling it out with the Emperor. Insight with a very nice save. Dashi able to answer back, and once again, Emperor is there to keep it in their favor. Soaring it towards the corner is Insight, who needs to regroup. Nekobaka, though, fighting in midfield. Fighting towards the corner now, as it starts to soar to the right side of the field. Fork, now in a tough scenario, as he doesn't have a lot of boost or help to work with. So once again, we're back in SUNY Poly territory. Fighting it out now. Still need to drop back defensively. Still fighting in SUNY Poly territory, and it's a big shot! Saved by Possessed Fork. Great save. Nekomaka trying to keep it alive. Emperor Hayes dropping back to assist his teammate. Nekobaka firing it back towards midfield. And it's Dashi who puts it up in the air, but there's Neko to send it soaring back. Assistance from Emperor is looking good, but answered by Fork. Insight keeping this aggression in UA's favor. Has to drop back, though, for some boost. And now the fight in midfield is still oh so there. Possessed does get demoed by Nekobaka. So it's a tough one now. This Fork does come back. It's a good deflect in SUNY Poly's favor. Insight answering back, though. Trying to send it towards SUNY Poly territory once again. Follow-up shot. It's a hard hit, but Echo's there to put it back in the air and keep it alive. Counterattack now from Fork is interrupted. Assisted, though, by his teammate of Dashi. Emperor not even able to make the goal happen. And Echo slamming it in after the great pass work from Dashi. Beautiful, beautiful shot on target. As we head back towards the kickoff. Midfield advantage does go to UA. As the fly from Nekobaka is there. It does beat out Forked, but Echo is able to send it back towards the corner. Running low on boost now. Dashi with a very nice hit. Nekobaka is there to receive. Keeping alive in the corner. Big fly right now coming in from Echo. Recentering it for his teammate. Isn't able to make it work. Possess 4 keeping the attack alive. Not able to make too much happen there. Battling it out. It's looking like a dead ball over towards the UA goal, but finally deflected back towards mid and immediately countered by Echo. With 60 seconds on the board and 2 goals in the pocket, SUNY Poly looking pretty good so far. Echo's there to receive the ball. Graciously gifted to him by the Emperor. And now he beats out one of the defenders, but Emperor is there to recalculate. Dashi with a fly isn't able to make too much happen as Echo begins to fight it back in the midfield once again. Emperor Hayes battling it out. Moving into the corner now. It's a fight in midfield as Possessed Fork is looking for another goal to add to their lead. Less than 15 to go. And it soars towards the SUNY Poly goal. And UA is able to keep it alive. Goal made with hardly any time left. 14 seconds to go. It's looking tough. Tip off does go in the way of UA once again. Insight has to drop back for more boost, however. This fight is going to be important. Neko tries to center it, but nobody's there to assist. And ultimately, SUNY Poly going to be able to take game 4. Very big play. As they're able to bring the game count back to a 2-2. Here we go. No time wasted at all. We're getting right back into it. Midfield advantage seems to go to UA once again. Their kickoffs have been pretty good, and their ability to recenter themselves afterwards, the follow-ups have just been pretty monumental. Especially as Dashi sends it back. Echo with only insight to beat. Can't make it happen. Fork tries to put it in, and Echo's there to recenter once again. The Possessed Fork able to beat Insight, not able to beat Neko. Keeping the dream alive, firing it on back is the Emperor. Dashi keeping it up. Fighting in SUNY Poly territory. Insight still trying to keep it in their favor, but is immediately demoed. 2 demos now for SUNY Poly's favor. That's a tough fight, but doesn't make it happen just yet. Soaring it back towards midfield and immediately answered and countered by Insight. As we return with a steady back and forth action so far, it's a very nice shot by Emperor Hayes to make that wonderful fly. Huge fly to recenter it, and Fork isn't able to get there in time. Goal is made with still plenty of time left. Off the corner now. Oh, nearly centered. Able to be deflected off. Nekobaka is fighting for it once again. She's doing very well defensively and offensively. The pass work from Neko has gotten into the offensive fruition for UA. And now deflected off the corner. It's a tough fight. Dashi and Echo able to keep it alive. Neko nearly getting the goal. Getting the demo instead. Right towards midfield. Echo's there to save it once again. Heading towards the corner now. Will it be answered? Soars over the head of Nekobaka. Now Echo might be there to fight it out with Emperor Hayes. As he fights back towards mid once again. Soaring towards the goal. It's looking pretty good. And Insight putting it in. Declaring the SUNY Poly defenders has no issue slamming down after the pass work from Emperor Hayes. Good demo work so far. Headed back to midfield. Possess Fork trying to put it up. Echo in a interesting situation, able to still dribble it out, beats Nekobaka. Thanks to the assistance of his teammate, it's going to head towards the UAlbany goal. Have an Insight with a nice fly. Isn't nice enough, though, for Echo's liking. And Possess Fork putting it towards the middle. Bouncing it off the corner now. As it's a counterattack from UA. Echo is there to answer. And that he will. Able to beat out the remaining defenders. It's just Emperor right now. As he finally gets some assistance from Insight. Fork not able to get it in time and is demoed in the turn. That forces the drop back. Dashi, though, keeping this aggression. Nekobaka soaring it the other way. It's Fork and Echo to try and beat it out. It soars through the air. Fork able to make it happen and send it towards midfield. Still fighting for it now is Echo and Dashi. Fork is able to assist, and it sends it toward the UA goal, and it's deflected by Emperor Hayes. That's good groundwork so far. Echo nearly misses. Step back towards midfield again, and Emperor Hayes looking to get away with it. He's getting some good dribbles, but is eventually stopped by Fork. Counterattack nearly comes into fruition, but Insight off the corner is stopped by Echo. Nekobaka centering it once again, immediately deflected by Dashi. Amazing defensive work from SUNY Poly. They just need to translate it into attack, as we've only got 50 to go and a 2-goal deficit. Soaring it up in the air. Dashi getting a pinch off of the floor. His team not able to make it happen. And Insight is going to attempt to take advantage as Nekobaka looking for the goal and Emperor there to follow up. Isn't able to find its intended target. 30 to go. And it's a fight for SUNY Poly. Nekobaka sending it towards the goal once again. And Dashi's there to save it. Echo immediately demoed. Insane aggression from the Emperor. Back towards midfield we go, and this should be pretty calmly in the hands of UA, as their goal deficit is too high. And as the ball rolls towards the SUNY Poly goal, the match will end, and UA will take Game 5. Big advantage now, as that puts UA in a series point scenario. They win it here, they will continue to move on. Sent back and forth as of now. It's headed towards UA's side of things. Dashi is able to keep this aggression going. Fork trying to beat Emperor, but not fast enough. Dashi's still able to keep the ground control laid out as Echo firing it over towards the middle. Doesn't have a teammate to answer back just yet. Dashi trying to make it happen with a battle with Insight. And now Possess Fork there to aid as well. But somebody's got to drop back as it heads towards the middle. It's a good aerial touch. Possessed Fork fighting it back from Insight. Battling it once again. Big pass work. And Fork is able to take advantage of a nice corner kick from Echo. Huge lead advantage. That's just what SUNY Poly need to stay alive in this series. Now with 4 minutes to go, the pressure must be surmounting for our teams. Deflected off of the backboard, headed towards the SUNY Poly goal. Firing it is Nikobaka, but Dashi's there to counter! And so is Emperor Hayes, who, following up the initial deflect, beats out Fork and slams it on in. Even out scoreline now. 3.5 to go. Emperor Hayes battling it over with Dashi as Fork sends it towards the corner once again. It's looking to go towards the middle, but so is Insight. Still battling it out. SUNY Poly aggression. Definitely looking good. Dashi doesn't get the touch that they exactly were looking for. And it's up in the air towards mid with the follow-up from Dashi. Swing towards the corner once again. Ball goes up in the air. It gets past the defender. It's looking like a dead ball, but Nekobaka cannot beat out Dashi to the goal. And Emperor Hayes, keeping up this defensive work, is able to slip by his Fork, who sends it over to Dashi. Hayes is still there with the deflect. The ball still well within SUNY Poly's control, and Echo able to capitalize and finish it off. Big wall pass from Dashi for the Echo goal. And now the lead shifts to SUNY Poly once again. Fighting over in the corner now. Fork looking for another SUNY Poly goal. Dashi firing it off, but Emperor is there to beat it out. In the corner now. Fork completely misses. Thankfully, Echo is there to assist. It sends towards the middle. Dashi's there to follow up. And Echo with a nice touch towards the corner now. Insight needs to make something happen. He's getting a nice dribble fly right here. Able to get the flip reset as well. But unfortunately, it's answered back. Emperor Hayes thankfully able to answer on the dead ball. And once again, leading back towards the middle. Counters from both of our teams so far. Neko sending it up in the air. Emperor able to hit it off. Towards the corner we go once again. And that demo just might be what they need defensively. Echo is there, though, to answer back. And here comes Dashi. Sending it the other way once again. Getting the car hit, but not ultimately the ball. It's sent towards the goal, but a bit off center. The Emperor fighting in midfield once again. Fork going the exact same route with 60 seconds to go. And Echo off of a good touch, but the Emperor is there. Big demo from Insight. Still want to fight for the advantage. There's not a lot of time is left in our match. And SUNY Poly definitely looking to stay alive. And it's an unfortunate touch by the UA defenders. It's shot towards the goal, but ultimately Nekobaka is not able to get it out. 3-1 advantage with 38 to go. And this should be in favor of SUNY Poly. The ball is sent right back. However, the Emperor and inside almost making things work out. As we've got only 30 to go, and the defenders need to drop back for UA. Hits it away. Echo is there to respond onto the Emperor. And he's going to be able to fly, get past both of them. 10 seconds to go. 2-goal deficit. Fork able to block it off. Very nice job. Well done. Heading back now. It's a fight towards the goal. And just like that, SUNY Poly stay alive and force a game number 7. Ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the series. Game 7. It's anyone's matchup. Both these teams have been doing an incredible job. The counterattacks, the offensive pushes, even the defense work has just been so great by both of these teams. They're well evenly matched. Now, we get to see how it ends. As it's a fight over towards SUNY Poly territory. The Emperor trying to get a nice deflect, but isn't able to do such. Gets a demo instead. Echo sends it over towards the UA goal, and Emperor deflects it back. Dashi there, trying to make some pass work happen. Firing off towards the corner. It's a little bit of a blunder from UA defensively. And Possessed Fork is able to answer with the beginning goal. 41-second break. SUNY Poly get the early goal once again. Emperor getting the demo off. And now we're going right back towards midfield. And it's a tough pinch off of both teammates. As the ball was just too fast for Echo. Unable to get the save in time. And UA, in rapid fashion, have answered back to a 1-1. Fighting in the corner now is Dashi. Immediately, the ball gets sent back towards SUNY Poly territory, where the fight continues to run rampant as inside looking to beat Dashi to the fly. Doesn't make too much happen, but inside sending it towards the corner. Unfortunately, can't follow up with it as we head back towards UA territory. And now it's a fight over towards this corner. Emperor able to send it off. Just like that, Dashi and Fork. We're going to make things happen. A deflect and center towards mid from Echo. He's trying to follow up with it. Ball's in the air, but Insight's there to receive. It's a tough shot from Dashi, but Insight's able to deflect it off. Back towards the Poly corner. Soars over the sights of the goal. The Emperor couldn't make the fly fast enough. And now it's Fork and Dashi with a counterattack of their own. Nearly sending it in, but the pinch is able to send it towards the other corner. And Insight with a nice fly. Can't beat out Dashi just yet, but Neko Baka is there for the assistance. Unfortunately, these counterattacks from SUNY Poly have just been so powerful. And as I say that, though, Neko Baka has a chance. Fortunately, too high in the air. Insight trying to drop it back down. To receive it is Neko Baka, who gets a deflect. Over towards midfield we go, and it's a tough hit from the Emperor. Immediately blocked off by Echo. After another try, it's sent over to Dashi. And we head back to the fight in midfield. Firing it right on back towards this corner is Echo. Is doing a good job of keeping it up offensively. Dashi there to assist as well. Gets past him though is Insight and the Emperor. A duo that's not to be trifled with. But Fork is going to do so anyway as he sends it back once again. Nekobaka meeting Echo and Dashi. Getting the bumps, trying to let the teammate come on up. And that's exactly what will happen. The Emperor is able to capitalize off of the offensive pushing from Nekobaka, giving them a clear goal. And now UA shifted towards their favor. 2-1 scoreline with a minute and a half left. It's a fight once again happening on Insight. Off of the wall is met with Dashi. Nekobaka can't beat Fork to the mid. Now it's the Emperor off the wall. Trying to make things happen. Ball goes soaring once again. Fork unfortunately missing the fly. 60 seconds left. And we'll finally have an answer to who wins this matchup. Still 2-1. Insight firing it off. Deflected by Dashi. Nekobaka still there to keep the offensive UA line in check. They are, though, going to try and soar it back, and the defense needs to drop back very quickly now as Insight and the Emperor are looking to put it away. 3-1 scoreline for UAlbany. Can't beat the Emperor to the goal. And now, this could be put away right here. As we head back towards SUNY Poly territory, the Emperor looking for more goals, and he'll get it! Massive demo, massive touch. And is able to keep up with it as they get the touch that he wanted. 4-1. This could spell out certain death for SUNY Poly. It's a tough action, and just like that, they beat him again. The Emperor cannot be stopped. His reign throughout the lands and throughout the series has brought massive success to the UA Empire, and it's 5-1 with 24 seconds. Trying to increase the goal lead. Dashi looking to answer it back for the first time. The Emperor still there. He's been doing an amazing job. Sends it on up. Back towards mid we go. Echo not getting the touch they wanted. Emperor trying to make it a dead ball. And it's soared towards the corner. As one more touch should do it. Unfortunately, no sort of answer from SUNY Poly will be enough. And after a Game 7 war, UAlbany will move on with a 4-3 victory. Massive, massive work being laid down. Great job from UAlbany to win it out. And just like that, that'll do it for Rocket League for now. We will be right back after a short break. We're going to cut to some Marvel Rivals action over in Albany. As soon as we come back, we'll have that ready for you. Don't go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some Marvel Rivals gameplay. We've got Binghamton versus Farmingdale going up. We're starting things off on Hell's Haven, domination map. And I think it's going to be a good one coming out. Starting things off with a Psylocke man. It's a lot more bans and picks or saves that I'm used to. However, I am open to new things. We have a Captain America ban as well, as long as a Hulk save. Our next save will be Firestorm. Or excuse me, I keep saying Firestorm. That's DC. I keep thinking of. Oh my god. In any case, though, Namor has also been banned. Very influential hero, especially after the new team up with Bruce Banner. It's a tough one. Our next ban coming in from Binghamton will be a Magic. No Magic on the field as well. So definitely getting rid of a lot of divers. I'm interested to see what the final lineup will present for us. Hero pick going on. We're going to see a Groot being saved. So 2 tanks now in the pocket for Binghamton. Last save for Farmingdale will be Rocket Raccoon. Especially after the new change that applies a bit of healing during the ultimate. It's a good save. Final bans now. Farmingdale will opt in for an Adam Warlock ban. Good. Interesting ban right there. Adam Warlock is very strong when played in the right hands. It's definitely a good ban right there. So just to get rid of some annoyance. Human Torch is the name I was looking for. Thank you, production desk.
Hero.
And finally, our last ban for Binghamton will be Venom. So now, with all that out of the way, we finally have our picks coming on. On the side of Binghamton, we are seeing those save tanks being played out. We've got Bruce Banner and a Groot combo. We're also following that up with a Hela, Loki, and a Rocket. Final pick for Binghamton will be a Storm. Interesting team comp all around. On the Farmingdale side of things, you do have the Human Torch, a Rocket. You've got a Magneto in the turn. You've got the Punisher. You've also got a Storm, and you've also got a
30 seconds before you attack.
So,
Get ready.
big picks, interesting picks, to say the least.
You stay away
I'm excited
from
to
me.
see how it all plays out. So we get prepared for
Whatever happened to
this
the world,
initial
I
push.
am going to help fix it.
Let's see. Seeing a Loki swap to a Jeff. Now,
The battle
in
starts in
previous,
5, 4,
at least in my
3,
experience,
2,
Jeff
1.
Blanchard, notoriously known for an annoyance, but now he's been seen as kind of in an assassin role. You're seeing, especially with multiple healers on the board. No more Jeff the Shore. I would have liked it. It's now it's a big fight going on. Lots of pokes from each side. Eddie getting very aggressive, utilizing the whole jump from back and forth. Lots of damage able to be applied by all these flying characters, and its fuse will start things off. Lots of more trades coming on as U-Man is able to revive the Storm. Lithgo will take out Flo in a aggressive style. Still trying to hold it on as T-Champ, utilizing these walls pretty nicely. You're going to see Eddie, though, take out Fuse. Hulk surprisingly well at dealing with flyers, especially with his jump, able to grab people out of the air. You can see it's been very cool plays coming to fruition. We're going to see Fluke still battling it out. We are seeing the amplifier being placed very early on. It's a tough fight right now. No one, not currently in anybody's favorite just yet. We've seen some picks, but ultimately both teams holding on. We're going to see an ult coming in from the Farmingdale Storm. Oh, excuse me, that's the Binghamton Storm, who does a lot of damage right there, able to get 3 on the round. T-Champ following it up along with another pick from Real. And that'll give Binghamton the initial tick.
Any healing is good healing.
It's a strong showing so far. You're seeing that Loki being swapped for an Invisible Woman. Having so much utility, the shield, the pushback, and just the all-around basic left click. Super strong. Eddie looking for a flank here on the Hulk. Taps it off. Definitely roaming around with this Hulk. Jumping into the fray. Going back and forth right now. Putting down that heavy shielding for his team. Fortunately, Farmingdale able to claw it right back. Binghamton are forced to fall back just a bit of the initial chow. Eddie in a tough spot thanks to the Human Torch and the Storm combo. A team up very dangerous, especially when it comes to the fire tornadoes that can happen off of the Human Torch ults. Eddie is taken out by Venom. It's a lot of damage being applied. T-Champ looking to regroup, trying to sway the momentum back. Mainly it's just poke damage coming out from Binghamton right now. Root walls do get deployed, but he's incurring quite a bit of damage. He's going to need a lot more assistance and a lot more shielding right now. Currently being tossed around, incurring lots of damage. He's trying to get into the fray as much as possible. Amplifier is deployed along with the Meteor M from Low. Picks off no one just yet. We are seeing some kills go to the way of Reed. T-Champ fighting on the point is able to be successful. And just like that, Binghamton are going to swap it to their favor. Stopping Farmingdale at the 59.
Keep going.
Battling it back. We have ults on standby for both our teams. The Storm ult ready to go along with the Punisher. Some pokes coming in from Flo right now. Getting good hits, good damage right now. Trying to charge that ultimate back as soon as possible. If there's a bit of damage, copy onto the Rocket Raccoon. Should sway the momentum as the Punisher ult is used. It's firing through. Storm ult also coming into fruition, and it's a lot of different trades going back and forth. Kuho able to get 2 on the board. Fuse also joining the fray. DeVito getting 2 as well to re-secure it for Farmingdale. Stopping Binghamton at the 91st.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
It's a good stop, but they had to use quite a bit of ultimates right there.
You're welcome.
They will have the Firestorm online rather soon. And Flip still working on that second Meteor M. You're seeing lots of folk come back once again. T-Champ trying to work those brute walls as best as possible. Geo having that ult very close, finally is able to turn it on. And the Storm ult does go through. Low, T-Champ, and Real able to go very big on the round, creating a large deficit for Farmingdale right now as they're throwing it back and stopping it at the 99. That should give them the win right there. I don't believe they're able to make it back, especially... Nope. Tries to get the Doctor Strange TP in time and just isn't able to. Binghamton will take the first point as we head on to the second one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I need you to promise me you'll show some restraint out there, Johnny.
What's the problem, sis? Afraid to turn up the heat?
Not at all. But in most realities, these are some of our closest allies.
Fair point. Guess I'll set my flames to bake instead of broil.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
A little extra oomph.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
A little help, please. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Double KO!
Much better.
Capture the mission area!
I'll patch you up. You're ready for action.
They've spotted
Don't
us.
mind me. I'm just dying.
Battlefield ready again.
You're welcome.
A little help, please.
Magneto's defeat.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Control, please!
Be swift. They couldn't weather the storm.
Oh, thought you had me. Never bring Earth guns to a space gun fight, Frank. Oh, sweet moves, right? You're welcome. Oh, that's the stuff.
Anyone willing to help?
Rocket beacon is all blind. Heat element. Oh, sweet move. It's all
No worries. I've got your back. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I'll patch you up.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
This is real firepower!
Supernova!
Disappear! Glory's almost yours! Feeling fantastic. I got you covered.
Battlefield ready. I'm doing this my way.
Control lost!
Just got more dangerous?
It belongs to the goddess now.
Yeah, now I'm pumped.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
You're welcome.
A timely boost.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Turn around.
Control seized!
Nature itself bends.
Disappear!
Victories are worth celebrating.
I'm opening a
We'll
portal.
have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, did you see that?
Pentagram of horror.
Sounds good. I'm not hear you if you're speaking.
No, I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here.
Do you want to sit out again?
And we are back. Binghamton just won map 1 against Farmingdale. I wasn't able to see map 1, unfortunately. I know you did. So how did it seem for you?
Yes, it was very not clear cut, a very solid back and forth from both teams. I know on the second point of Hell's Heaven here, we did see the group come out. Farmingdale capped about 40%, and then Binghamton was able to bring it back for the victory 2-0 up in map 1. But it was very back and forth. We saw some interesting comps come out from both sides. Binghamton opting for the group as is standard on these really close quarters sort of brawl maps, as Hell's Heaven is definitely one of them. And we saw Farmingdale opt for the Storm and Johnny Storm team up, that Firestorm, which seemed to get some value, but not enough to overcome Binghamton.
Nice. But this is a first to 4, am I correct?
Yes, this is a best of 7. Yep.
Best of 7. So even though Binghamton won this first map, there's a long series to come. And something I really love about these, hero shooters is just the constant push and pull of the comps that each person does, because it's a very counter pick game, right? And especially there's a lot of adaptation to be had in between these other games, right? So Binghamton really, especially with the ban and pick in Marvel Rivals specifically, in opposed to like Overwatch, if Farmingdale's like, oh, the Groot was too much for us, that was our main problem, they could just ban Groot and then force Binghamton to come up with a new comp in order to kind of overcome this ban pick.
Absolutely. And you see Wolverine was left open, I believe, in the bans, typically known as the number 1 counter to Groot. Of course, Sue countering Wolverine. That's sort of back and forth, like you say, in the hero shooters, counter comps. But we might see some Wolverine in this next map, by the way of Farmingdale. Perhaps Binghamton, I believe they do run a little bit of Wolf themselves occasionally. But yeah, like you said, one way this game differs from Overwatch is ults carry over a lot more. If you have a character at 100% ult and you swap, you will retain 50%, as opposed to Overwatch, I think the number you retain is like 15.
20. Yeah, something like that.
It's gone around there, yeah, for some time. So incentivizes a lot more counterplay, which I think is a good thing, honestly.
Yeah.
I think it's healthy.
Yes. And speaking of counterplay and the Wolverine, is because something I saw a lot yesterday with Farmingdale is that I like how kind of quickly they're adding these characters. I hope it doesn't burn out that quickly. But Wolverine now has a counter itself because Wolverine seems like such a dominant opposer to either the backline or to a lot of tanks over here. But now you have the Thing, the immovable Thing, right, as a direct counter to Wolverine. So it's this constant push pull. You have Wolverine there, so the tank switches to the Thing. Now Wolverine's not as good, so you switch to a better DPS. Oh, it's so fun to watch this game evolve.
And I do hope we get to see some Thing action. He was left open here. Of course, Farmingdale opting for the double flyer comp. Thing can't really touch them. But yeah, if we see some menaces like Black Panther, Spider-Man start appearing in your backline, Magic maybe gets left open, then I think we'll see some Thing.
Yep.
Of course, we can take a look at the stats here too. We notice Reels, by the way, of Binghamton, 17 final hits, just putting in that work in that Storm mirror. Farmingdale not able to find quite as much value, but going for the team up nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats, it tells us a story, especially one of Binghamton dominance. It seems, especially if you look at the kills. If you look at that a lot, I mean, Reels has the most kills on the board, but they also have like a good amount of deaths. But just all around, seeming this looks like a Binghamton win kind of scoreboard.
Oh yeah, if you showed me the scoreboard, I would say Binghamton had the upper hand throughout the match. Of course. Actually, looking at the game, it wasn't super clear-cut. Definitely Farmingdale winning a couple fights, especially first fights on that second point particularly. But should be moving in soon to map 2.
We said we're ready 3 times. I don't know we're not hearing. But yeah, something also I got from casting yesterday's match is Farmingdale. They seem to have a utterly dominant comp against UAlbany with Storm and Johnny. That team up completely decimated UAlbany to the point where it just became first ban, instantly Johnny. And if they didn't do it, Farmingdale would absolutely farm. So I'm interested to see how Fuse maybe can go back on that. But Kuho seems to be like the dominant DPS player on the side of Farmingdale, so I'm excited to see how they develop as well. But even though I'm from Binghamton, I really haven't seen that much of Binghamton A play, unfortunately. So I'm also very excited to get to see them.
Well, I think we're in for a treat here as we move into Clintar as our second map. We will see, I believe, loser selects map, so this was Farmingdale's pick. And the side selection looks like Binghamton will be starting on this defense on this convergence map, where teams will attempt to capture a point, and then a payload unlocks, and you attempt to push it to the end of the line if you're on offense, and defense tries to stop that.
Now, looking at what each kind of team is kind of going for generally with what comp they may want to go with. Binghamton doesn't really seem like it's a viable comp with Miss Frost over there. Sometimes you like to make a little joke because UAlbany yesterday, they would always like put Thing as all 6 of them. Just like only thing I want. But here you can see that the Thing is, maybe perspective by Fuse. Maybe they thought that Wolverine was a little too, threatening last game. But then the Storm as well, and Kuho is really good on the Storm. And then Magneto, obviously, probably the best or one of the best Vanguards right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Magneto's not in the game, it feels like you're kind of not doing the tank role any justice. He is just such a solid frontline anchor presence, having the shield, the bubble, the solid damage. They nerfed his ult charge by a little bit, takes a little longer to wind up, but we saw, didn't really matter. Last game we saw, I believe it was Eddie M going in, also known as Hank, getting a big 2K at the end with Meteor M, Magneto's ultimate, and a 1K on the rocket previously, as Mag is going to get saved here, so we should see that mirror.
I was going to mention, I'm not sure if I agree with saving Mag here. I feel like a team should know both teams want to play Mag. I feel like that's a waste of a pick.
You don't really expect Mag to get banned that much either, unless one team plays Mag and the other plays absolutely no Mag. But I feel like he's one of those Vanguards most Vanguard players have in the pool,
and that you want to play with, right? So I don't know, maybe it's because we know what both teams, have kind of picked or saved what they want to play, that we see both players want Mag, but I don't know. But looking at all the other bans on the other hand, we see the Psylocke getting banned and the Hulk being banned on the side of Farmingdale, and then the Rocket Raccoon and the Captain America on Binghamton.
And already we see a couple differences in the bans and saves from last map. Binghamton is opting to go with the Groot save, which allows Farmingdale to ban Hulk that was signature here of Edium going in. Of course, that's not what his hero pool is limited to. You see him hovering mag here, and he did play some mag last map. Probably shouldn't matter too much, but they did see the banner as a big enough threat to go for their second ban here.
And I do really like how they saved Groot first as the first thing they could save, because as you were mentioning, Groot seemed super dominant last game. And so if I'm Farmingdale, I would expect Groot to be banned first, but maybe they have a Psylocke problem, or maybe Psylocke was used, and they're very scared of their backline, so I definitely get not banning Groot first, but I think if they let the second ban get through, it probably would have been Groot, so I really like that Groot save.
Oh yeah, I think it's very smart as well. And we see the Wolf ban actually come in. I'm surprised we saw no Wolf last map, but with the Groot save, I think it makes a little more sense. Of course,
yeah.
On Clintar, you could argue Wolf's value falls off a little bit, but we're going to see T-Champ bringing out the tree once again.
T-Champ on the tree. And Fuse kind of hovering the thing a little bit. I mean, there's no Wolverine, so it's not as important to have a thing there. But still, we can kind of see a general game plan. We have the Vanguard core of Groot and Magneto over there with the supports of Invisible Woman and Loki, with then the two DPS being Bucky and Squirrel. I really like that comp. I think it's a great comp.
Squirrel Girl is complicated. Historically, she's had some of the lowest win rates in the game if you check the website stats. But Real's gonna try and make it work. She is a solid counter pick into heroes who can get in your face so you can really root them, like Hulk, who is banned here. So I'm interested to see what he thinks the Squirrel Girl's value will bring here on Clintar first.
But speaking of characters that can face, even though Hulk is banned, the Thing is being played by Fuse.
That's true.
Right?
Fuse is toying with the idea of Thing here. I think we might see him stay on it.
Yeah, looking like maybe a Fuse Magneto, a Thing Magneto core for the Vanguard on Farmingdale over there, which, I also don't hate. Magneto in both, it definitely, there's a reason.
No, it's solid. And I want to draw attention to Farmingdale's bans. If you notice, they banned Psylocke first, without question. And then they also banned Star-Lord. Two heroes that Binghamton's DPS Flow is signature to. So we'll see him on the Bucky here who gets left open.
Yeah, and the Bucky, yesterday we saw a good amount of Bucky. Bucky was seeming like a very consistent, good pick. It didn't get played much in the first two rounds, but both teams really, learned that, oh my god, wait, this character needs to be played more in the sets we're having. So I definitely can understand Farmingdale, or rather, Binghamton's urge to play Bucky. And I wouldn't be surprised if Farmingdale switch either. Just the self-sustain that Bucky has, and the kind of powerful abilities it has, and the gun, is a good comeback.
Nor would I. Yeah, Bucky's sustained so strong. As we see Binghamton finding two opening picks, Fuse trades out Edium going in though, as Reels finds Venom Blue goes down. Binghamton should be able to stabilize this though. The spam from Squirrel Girl seems pretty strong already. Reels finding massive amounts of damage. Already farmed that all in no time.
No time at all. Right, Squirrel going for a little bit of a pin. I think Kit's on the Magneto, I can see a little bit in the distance, but staying back using, her Junkrat kind of exploding barrels there. But here we go, we have a Storm ult kind of trying to destroying and decimating the back line. Or that's from... No, it's from Farmingdale, yeah, trying to capture the point and doing so successfully, but slowly. Two people on the point so far.
Rilzel finds one in return, but Binghamton, I don't think, just had the defensive ult yet to deal with the Storm ult, which still charges so fast. Storm so strong in Season 1.5, she got buffed to High Heaven, and then sort of kind of fell off when other heroes got buffed in return, but Storm's still so strong, as Kuho's showing here.
And especially when you have the Storm and the Johnny team up, they just get even more powerful. Something I will say about Farmingdale, especially last time, is at least to me, against UAlbany, they didn't seem like an early game team. Farmingdale only really gets started and only becomes dominant, steamrolly team when they're able to cycle the ults. When they have ult economy on the board, then Farmingdale really becomes a threat that you have to be worried about.
And we'll see DeVito trading out Reels here as Flo from the Binghamton side found Fuse. Kind of hard to take down those Flyers. Agile projectile here, but did it nonetheless.
And then we have Johnny on Fuse trying to do a little bit, but now we have a support ult on the side of Binghamton trying to survive a little bit. They don't want to push this, but a counter support ult from Farmingdale, the Luna Stone.
As Fuse looking for value here, waiting out these support ults, charging a supernova of his own. See another Sue ult come out by the way of Binghamton. That Loki Sue just keeping everyone alive for so long, but the real Sue goes down. Of course, Fuse in the sky, uncontested here still. Brutal comes out.
Just support ult, after support ult, after support ult. This is a long, long fight, giving people a way to die and then come back to try and fight some more. Fuse going absolutely crazy over here.
Fuse going largely uncontested, manages to find T-Champ, but it's too little too late as Reels cleans him up. Binghamton will take this engage.
Binghamton's going to take this engage, try and push the car a little bit back, but Farmingdale just need to regroup and push again.
And if you're Farmingdale, what's your plan here? You have Firestorm up. Binghamton has seemingly no response. They use both support ults. It should be a free Firestorm. Do you commit both, or do you bank on the fact that your Storm will find one or two because Binghamton has no support ults?
I think right now, if I'm Farmingdale, I want to use my right now
Firestorm,
because there's no support ults inside of Binghamton. It's going to uncontested. Everyone's going to die. There's nothing really they can do.
No picks as Reels goes down. TTM actually
Real goes down, Flo goes down, Eddie goes down. Everyone is going down inside of Binghamton. This looks like a complete Farmingdale stomp in this fight right there for the payload.
Farmingdale had me worried there for a minute. Wasn't really finding immediate value with the Firestorm as Binghamton did such a good job of cycling that Sue Shield and Loki cooldowns. I believe I saw runes come out to keep them alive, but they finally took the engage. Farmingdale with 2.5 minutes roughly left to cap the second point here on Clintar.
100%, and now we see the Storm ult from the side of Binghamton. No Johnny ult to boost it up, but still a devastating ult to decimate the back line nonetheless. Not doing as much, except Reels dies actually from using the ult, going a little too far overextending. And now we see, again, we see the Bucky ult. I believe that was, no, it's just playing Bucky ult. Nope, from the side of Farmingdale. Sorry, yes. I'm getting lost in all this action.
DeVito comes in, doesn't get the proc on the again despite the Loki from the Binghamton side. You can reset those agains on the Loki clones, which is a really good pick often as Grudo gets invested but doesn't find anything. Did they copy Groot? I didn't even, they did.
They copied Groot.
Wait, Binghamton copied Groot, found nothing with the Grudo, and their own Groot goes down. That's not enough value.
There's not enough value because also the Luna Snow used the ult on the payload just to have some more sustain, but then the Mag ult catches Flo, and Binghamton is just decimated right now. Yep. Needs to regroup desperately as Farmingdale gets the first protector.
And if you're Farmingdale, you're pretty happy about that engage as a whole. Loki ult was burnt. No skill 999 opting to copy the Groot there, going for an offensive approach. Typically Lokis want to look for a defensive ult as they're generally stronger, but you see didn't get value and their own group fell first.
Binghamton now in this next fight is going to have the two Vanguard ults, but Farmingdale is also going to have the Invisible Woman ult as well for a little bit of sustain. Okay, we see Storm ult on the side of Farmingdale as well. Yeah. So they're just waiting. Johnny is at, I believe, 80%. So probably this fight we're going to see another one of those team up.
But they're just finding picks left and right in the neutral. Binghamton is crumbling. They have not enough sustain here. As Flo goes over to Punisher, what is happening for Binghamton? They're falling apart. They have ults, but they haven't seen the chance to use them yet, as we're going to see a Firestorm from Farmingdale here. What do you respond with?
Yeah, like I was saying before, Farmingdale yesterday was just such a flowy team once they got their ults up. Once they were able to cycle their ult, once they got into a comfortable rhythm against the opponent team, forced them to change, they just keep rolling and rolling and rolling until something forces them to stop.
Here we go, Storm ult after Storm ult. The Firestorm comes in from way of Farmingdale. Eddie, I'm going in trouble, backing up as the Magneto, the again gets invested, but I don't believe he's going to get a reset here.
I also do want to mention that Flo switched from Bucky, I'm pretty sure, to Punisher over here. A little bit of his skin that maybe the Storm is a little too dangerous up that high flying around. But it doesn't matter, Flo goes down, Geo-Man goes down, Reels goes down. It's not looking good for Binghamton.
Yeah, and you see Farmingdale going to Strange. Are they looking to Portal here as they clean up Kuho? Binghamton winning that engage, not even investing Sue or Loki ult, surviving the Firestorm.
Oh, so next fight, they kind of just want to tick this timer down. They don't want them to get to 3. 2 supports ult, pretty much 2 Sue ults, if you think about it for next fight, is definitely good because Farmingdale has 0 ults on the board.
Yes, we should see no skill copying a Sue ult here. I know he copied an offensive ult last time, but let's see how he chooses to use this investment. As we see a swap from Farmingdale, I believe, or have they been on Bucky and Sue?
They have been on Bucky and Sue.
Okay. I must have missed that, as we see Farmingdale in the neutral.
In the neutral. Up. The Magneto's having a diff off. No diff right now. Really, really even. But Reels goes down to Jimmers.
Nagel, can he find him? No, he gets bubbled. Very good bubble by Eddie. I'm going in. Venombu invests the Dance of Both Worlds, Fate of Both Worlds on the side of Farmingdale, and it's unclear who's going to take this in fight. As Grudo finds like 4 from the side of Binghamton, is it enough?
It's not enough. The support ults are going everywhere. The Mag ult is going off somewhere. I can't even see. It's a hellscape over here.
He was investing the F, but goes down. Riz with the follow-up. Eddie going in, takes down DeVito with the right click. Binghamton should have this. Insane Grudo getting out the cooldowns, not confirming the kills, but allowing Binghamton to clean up these kills.
It is 6-2 right now, and a long walk back for Farmingdale. While there's 2 supporters that go off one at a time. Support ult for support ult, still trying to keep this payload as much as they can. They need the time to tick down, and it is ticking constantly.
Uh-oh, that Sewell goes down for Farmingdale, so Reels is going to come in with his own Storm ult. He's going to go pretty deep. He died here last time, but can he find a kill? They finish off Fuse. He's on the Magneto. There's 10 seconds left. Farmingdale, they have to touch this.
It's looking like Binghamton is holding on. Farmingdale has 3 gone, and like I said before, it's a long walk back. They won't have the time to get back before the countdown ends.
The again does not get there in time. Bucky trying to touch the last point in desperation, but Binghamton gonna hold this. Farmingdale gets 2 points here on Clintar.
2 points, and if I'm Binghamton, I'm thinking there's a very clear way to win this. There's no overtime needed here. Get 3, and we're done here, right? There is a very clear method. Now let's see if there's any changes here. I already see Flo going for the Hawkeye. Everything else seems pretty similar.
Yeah, Hawkeye we haven't seen much as far as I've known in this tournament, but see him a lot in ranked recently. He's pretty strong, the ability to one-shot. They just buffed his abilities a lot. Flo might be thinking about some one-shots.
Yeah, I might be thinking about some one-shots. I definitely respect it. Real's going back to the Squirrel Girl from the Storm. I also respect that, but otherwise, the comp is looking pretty similar.
Yeah, and I think the key for Binghamton here is going to be ult tracking, right? We saw at that very last fight, Reels had the Storm ult right as Farmingdale's Su ult went down. He knew they didn't have any way to solidly defend themselves from a Storm ult, which is one of the more lethal offensive ults in the game. If they can ult track, know when the Su ult is up, know when the Luna ult is going to come up, then that will allow you to use your offensive ults to their maximum potential, maximum efficiency, and go for the offense here.
100%. I agree with you here. Now, just waiting a little bit. I feel like we're probably going to see a pretty similar thing here. We see Fuse going on the Groot as well back there. So I feel like, pretty kind of similar comps. We're kind of going to see a similar, the breakthrough is kind of probably going to be an ult in the back.
Yeah, the Groot mirror here coming by way of Fuse. We haven't seen Farmingdale use Groot. Yeah, I don't think. Should be interesting. We saw him on the Thing last round. Yeah. He immediately got Groot ult and swapped to Human Torch.
Yeah,
so
he immediately switched.
Now he's taking a page out of his opponent's book, perhaps, opting for the Groot ults here on this pretty tight first Clintar choke, which Groot can get a lot of value on.
Yeah, this choke is always devastating when you're playing on it. There's only 2 ways to get in and a pillar in one of the ways. In the middle of one of the ways. Debidito doing a lot of damage right here with the abilities, with the gun, the pistol. No one's dead yet.
Yes, T-Champ investing 3 walls there, not quite confirming a kill, but forcing a lot of resources from Farmingdale. I think you just have to keep doing that if you're Groot. As the Squirrel Girl comes out, Eddie going in, finds 2, both supports go down. I think Real's Squirrel Girl got them low, and Binghamton's just gonna clean this up. What a massacre on first.
Both supports go down, and that's how you know the team is screwed. Nothing you do to come back in this super high-powered game. You need the healers. There's a reason 3 support healer was a meta for a long time. The healers are just so strong in this game that you need the backlines. The reason Psylocke was banned instantly is because if Psylocke gets back there, kills your supports, you're losing the team fight 90% of the time.
And now, are we starting to see a little more of the Squirrel Girl value? Reels farmed his ult so fast. The other supports were at like 60 by the time he got hits. It's not the best ult in the game, but he sends it down Main Street, down the first point, as Flo finds Fuser, and we see another engage that might already be going the way of Binghamton.
Also, the Squirrel Girl stun does a lot sometimes when you catch someone in an overextending, or maybe deep in the backline where someone can do a pretty good shot. That's why they probably have the Bucky there. That's maybe a little combo you could do. But I definitely am seeing the Squirrel Girl pick more and more as the minutes go on.
And I'd love to see Binghamton push their advantage here. They did get a pick, but it looks like Fuse is already back. You're going to be able to sustain this. As T-Champ invests Brutal, the Groot Bucky combo comes in, but the support ult to match doesn't find anyone.
The Luna Snow ult, always a classic. Support ult for support ult over here. Just want this. Binghamton does not want to lose this match.
FOP dunks on 2. Geo and Reels go down to the Meteor M, and Farmingdale's going to clean up. No Skill does find an exit frag on Debito, but can he get out? I don't think so.
No, I don't think he can get out. Binghamton utterly loses this fight right here, but that's not the end of it all, right? They're coming back. They're gonna come back real quick, regroup, and try and fight this again, because now they have 3 ults on deck.
Yeah, I mean, Squirrel Girl ult, I think Reels is showing me a lesson in Squirrel Girl here. That thing charges so fast, he just gets it up like every minute, or less it feels like even. Of course, Farmingdale have a retort of their own in the form of Sue, Storm, and Groot ult. I think we might see it early Groot. I'd love to see this be used soon. As the Squirrels come out first, Binghamton gets the first engage, the first initiative. He's gonna cause havoc in the backline, cause the Sewell to come out by the way of Farmingdale, but Reels loses his life for it. Is it worth? We'll see if Binghamton commits to this.
We'll see if they commit. I also just realizing Farmingdale is opting not to go for the Sue Johnny team up over here. Maybe they feel like that's better on attack than defense, which, I utterly respect. They know more than me. It's just very interesting to see that the Johnny did so much for them last game. Maybe they didn't close it out, but they're not opting for it this time.
Yeah, Farmingdale able to find 2 here as Geoman goes down the main healer for Binghamton, and they're going to back out. Binghamton going to look for a better angle, a better time.
Just wait it out a little bit. You want to regroup. You want to heal up. The mag was really low on health. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to go in too far.
And here, is this a point for no skill to Loki copy an offensive ult? If he's ult tracking, here he goes. Who does he copy? I can't quite
Can't
tell
tell.
yet. But Farmingdale doesn't have support ults. If he copied an offensive hero like Storm, which I believe he... No, he copied Sue. Okay, opting for the defensive ult to sort of sustain as it gets committed. The Grudo from Farmingdale comes in, fused, finds a bunch, but loses the life for it.
Ults on ults on ults, I can't keep track. 2 ults on the side of Binghamton just going out. Now there's another support ult. Luna Snow all on the side of Farmingdale. It's all out chaos.
Kuho building the storm ult, but goes down. Geoman finds him at the perfect time. He was at 90%. I'm sure that would have got invested as 2 Suults are on the battlefield right now. And him going in, gonna try and poke out some damage here as they're in Suult. The Bucky out from DeVito comes in, but Reels retorts with the storm ult, finds 2. Both supports go down for Farmingdale, and Binghamton's gonna clean this up.
Binghamton's gonna clean it up with a clutch kill on the Storm. I don't know if you're paying attention. The Storm was at 99% when she died. If Storm did not die exactly then, that Storm ult for the side of Farmingdale would have turned the entire tide of battle.
Absolutely brutal. And as you were spectating him, you could see he was so close to popping it. He was trying to farm it as fast as he could. Farmingdale, did they get a retouch here? They're pretty fast. Kuho might actually go in with the Storm ult if they can get a touch.
Okay, speaking of the Storm ult, there we go. Wants to use it last fight. Better use it late than never. Doing a lot of damage in the back line over there. Killing Flo and Reels.
Yes, Binghamton has no defensive ult. That Storm ult pretty lethal. Gonna get 2 with the help of DeVito as Binghamton should be forced to back out.
Yeah, Binghamton forced to back off real quick. Regroup, get T-Champ back, get all of us healed up. And it's looking like this next fight's going to be a no ult fight at the start.
Yeah, gonna be a dry fight for a little while as Binghamton farms their strong utility. They do have Groot ult, but they're looking for something to combo with. Groot Bucky comes online. They're gonna be looking for that. I would love to see them go fast before Venom Boo farms another Luna ult though.
100%. The support ult, they change the tide of battle. They make it last longer, especially if the other team doesn't have a support ult of their own to counter with. Speaking of ults, there we go. The Magneto ult that was just gotten. Is it gonna hit any? We have to wait and see. Nope, it completely misses.
And Venom Boo had the time to farm the Sue ult. This Groot Bucky combo is a lot less lethal as the Luna ult comes in. Reels finds Fuse though on the first engage. Flo taking out FLP. Gonna invest the Bucky again too into a defensive ult though. Might not get a reset as he doesn't, but going the way of Binghamton so far is this fight.
Binghamton is definitely doing pretty well. FLP just respawning. Debitito just died. Support ults going on everywhere. Binghamton was forced to push back a little bit, but now they're full frontal forward.
Oh man, I was gonna question Real's decision to invest Storm ult there. I thought it was a 1 fight by the way of Binghamton, but now I don't blame him. Farmingdale was staying alive, investing their Suul of their own there at the end, so it really was not clear cut. I'm glad he used that. And Binghamton gonna continue to push forward to third. They have 2 minutes left.
They have 2 minutes left now. They have a pretty good chance, but everyone who's played this map knows defending that last portion, that last inches you have to get is probably one of the hardest things to do in this map.
Oh yeah, Clintar last, notoriously difficult. As we see, Edium going in, sort of extending here, not gonna find much value as they do find Venom Boo in the neutral. Only Jimmers to heal. For Farmingdale, they have to back and concede some space here. We might see some swaps coming out.
They really have to concede some space. The Luna Snow is really good, but they switch off Luna Snow for Loki. Maybe opting for a Loki offensive ult, maybe better than the supportive ult that Sue Storm already kind of gives for them.
Farmingdale in sort of panic mode here, but they have many ults coming online. As we see the Storm and Groot ult come out, the Bucky Groot finds one inflow already, gets the reset. Can he get another?
Another Magneto backing off a little bit. They don't like this. 3 dead. They don't want to continue. They don't want to overextend. They have 1 minute left, and they don't have that much longer to push. I completely respect backing off.
In Binghamton, you know, they only have 50 seconds, but I think they're comfortable in their decision to take that engage, let Farmingdale burn some ults. The Bucky, the Groot, they lost a lot of their firepower, and now they can go in with their own Storm, Mag, Groot, Bucky ult.
And now look at this ult economy over here. 4 on the side of Binghamton, just the 1 supporter on the side of Farmingdale. If you just look at the ults right now, Binghamton using all of them right now. 2, they still have 2 left. It's looking pretty good.
Here we go. Early aggressive Storm ult gets the Sue ult out by way of Farmingdale. Can Reels live this and get out? Yes, he does. That's a very good first engage. Binghamton. No, he falls to Kuho. Storm on Storm crime as Reels falls from Binghamton, but they're still going to invest this because they only have 14 seconds. They have portal.
They have to do this now. They have to win this fight. If they do not win this fight, they do not run around because they need to get either get 3 or go slightly past where Farmingdale does. But it doesn't seem like they're doing it. 3 seconds.
Copy Sue comes out. Huge sustain from Binghamton as they find 2. Both tanks from Farmingdale go down. Binghamton's got to get back fast though. Reels with the portal action coming down.
Farmingdale is down 3. All of them respawning. They have to walk back. They have a little bit more to push. It's overtime. They need to touch. They need to touch. Or unless it's done. Binghamton takes round number 2.
And Binghamton, honestly, a great engage there on the last fight. You see Reels using his Storm ult very clinically, just going in, fairly aggressive, getting the Sue ult out and retreating. But Kuho actually got the first blood in that fight. I thought Farmingdale would have that fight go their way, but Binghamton uses their ults intelligently. Their supports keep each other alive, the Loki and the Sue action, and it's good enough to take round 2.
Good enough to take round 2. What an amazing round that was, going into basically overtime. The wire, we didn't know it was going to happen to the end. This is why I love this game.
And we see Reels, by way of Binghamton, getting the MVP, 16 final hits. He was on Strange there at the portal at the end, but most of the map, he was their Storm Star. He got 32,000 damage, 18% accuracy, getting the most final hits in the lobby. Great all-around performance from Reels.
I do want to say also FLP or Flip getting the most kills in the lobby. That's pretty impressive for the team that didn't even win on a Vanguard, no less, just to show how dominant Magneto and how important that was to this entire game. There's 2 Magnetos on each team until Reels had to bust out the Doctor Strange. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see the Magnetos the entire game.
Yeah, and you see that kind of speaks to the nature of the match. Farmingdale on their heels for most of that, but FLP and Kuho getting high eliminations in this match. Of course, very respectable performance from Farmingdale. It's really not clear. Binghamton has a 2-0 lead, which seems somewhat commanding, but in a best of 7, anything could happen. We're not even in reverse sweep territory yet.
Yep, anything can happen. I mean, 2 seems like a lot, but granted, you're only halfway there. You have a long, long time and a long, long way to get to that victory. So there's still more, adaptation. There's still more, thinking on your feet to be done. Farmingdale is not out this whatsoever.
Absolutely. And one thing that surprised me thinking back in this match is the perceived value that Bucky got here. Usually this Bucky-Loki dynamic is interesting because if one team has a Bucky and they're playing into a Loki, you can really farm your ultimate procs off of his clones. But I didn't see a lot of agains that match, did you?
No, I feel like every single time, both teams were really smart because at least Farmingdale had Luna Snow and Binghamton had, Sue Storm for their support ults. But every time you heard, again, boom, there was a support ult right there to stop the kill.
Yeah.
So it was very good because Bucky, really steamrolly character. Because if you kill a support, then that means less healing for the next opponent that you're trying to kill, which means you're probably going to kill more likely, and more likely, and more likely, and suddenly it's a team wipe.
And it kind of makes sense because with all these DPS bans, we saw Psylocke banned. We saw Star-Lord banned. I think Johnny was banned this match as well.
Johnny was not banned. Johnny was not touched at all.
Oh, Johnny was open. That is surprising.
That is interesting.
Wow. All these DPS bans. Bucky did get nerfed recently, but he was very strong for a while. You'd kind of think that he wouldn't see as much playtime, but he's open and he's still solid, so here he is.
I also want to say it's very interesting with the value Bucky got with Rocket being banned. I mean, you saw Flo use Bucky for the majority of the match, but also swap to Punisher, and Rocket was... I'm hearing Groot chants in the background, but Rocket was banned the entire match, and they still decided Bucky was a good enough pick. Even without the team up, that makes him even better.
Actually, in Season 2, the team up did change a bit. So Bucky's
whoopsies.
team up is now with Cap. No, I see where you're coming from, because that team up was lethal all throughout Season 0 and 1. Bucky, Punisher, Rocket, a classic combination. Now Bucky's team up is with Cap, who was banned, so we haven't seen that much of that this tournament, sadly, I don't believe. But yeah.
We have seen Cap a lot yesterday. Farmingdale has a phenomenal Cap, which is why Binghamton banned it first. I'm pretty sure it is Debedito. I could be mistaken, but the Cap really carried and really helped steamroll Farmingdale last match against UAlbany in their 4-1 victory.
So Debito could be sort of off-rolling here. You said he was their Cap player?
I could be forgetting, but I also remember Debedito playing Bucky as well. Could be any one of those. All I remember, there was a Farmingdale Captain America that used their ults and used Captain America's tools to like no one I've ever seen before.
And if you're Binghamton here, with these bans, you're up 2-0. Do you switch anything up, or do you keep going as is? Because it seems to work fairly well so far. Of course, these are close maps. They do have things to look out for, like the Johnny, like the Cap, which they've been banning. Do you go with the same bans and saves, or do you switch them up?
I feel like because you won, you're not forced to do anything. If anything, I would probably ban Storm, because I feel like Farmingdale gets a lot more use out of Storm than Binghamton does. Kuho just feels like Storm is their absolute best character with how they've constantly been using it and constantly being kills and constantly being SMVP, or just, as we can see, not maybe visually with the SMVP logo next to them, but such a dominant player in Farmingdale's victory, or at least close games.
Oh no, yeah, and you'll see Storm, 27,000 damage, by the way, Farmingdale, easily the most for their team. And you usually think of Storm as buffing your team's damage, but she can deal out a ton of damage herself.
She buffs herself too when she buffs the team.
She does.
Especially with last game having I believe there was the Johnny last game when Farmingdale was on attack, so that also does a ton of damage, catching, Johnny's tornadoes when she does her ult. Insane team up.
Oh, yeah.
So.
With the Johnny buffs recently, I think we've been seeing a lot more of that, especially in my ranked games, the Johnny, Storm. Of course, they're kind of rare heroes to play, so this should incentivize more players to pick them up. Both Flyers, Storm wasn't really popular in Season 0. She gained a lot of popularity when she got buffed. But
oh, yes. Like, you could not escape Storm when Season 1 dropped.
Yeah.
People were playing Storm more than playing Miss Invisible sometimes. I don't really know. But either way, I'm excited to see what goes in the first game. Back to the pick and bans as you were talking about before. I feel like if you're Farmingdale, though, I really don't know what you could ban. I feel like you banned all you could. You're very scared of the Psylocke. I'm pretty sure Reels has an insane Psylocke. Oh, but no, especially Flo, has the absolutely insane Psylocke. I believe they're telling me they're like top 800 in the world, 750 or something like that. So definitely Psylocke, probably the first ban you need to do, or Bingham's just going to save it real quick.
If you're Farmingdale, though, they've banned Psylocke first the last 2 maps. Do you try and leave Psylocke open and see if somehow you can deal with her better than you deal with the rest of what Binghamton's thrown at you?
I don't know, because I feel like the Psylocke is just too powerful. I mean, I've only heard stories about it. Right? I have not seen, but the stories are horror stories, I have to say. So I completely understand Farmingdale using their first ban on Psylocke, because if you leave that open, it seems like it's going to be a worse beatdown than it is now.
The Psylocke aura is so threatening, they don't even leave him open for Flo to play.
Open. I also do think, maybe... I don't know if Farmingdale is scared of someone on Binghamton having a Hulk, but I feel like the Hulk ban may be able to go through a little bit. Maybe, because it seems like they're really set in this Magneto group. There have been a whole bunch of other tanks open, like the Thing has been open. They use Strain for the portal, obviously. But if they let the Hulk open, who knows if they're going to use the Hulk? Because T-Champ seems like a group player through and through, and Magneto is just too good to not pick.
I agree. And am I seeing this correctly? Farmingdale saved Hela there, but I don't recall any Hela being played that
No Hela was played, actually. No. So that is interesting. Maybe they were planning on playing Hela, but then with the last couple bans or whatever, they, or I think I don't know why they didn't play Hela. Maybe they were just like, we can save whoever.
Because I think you consider Hela very good against Flyers, her being a long range hit scan, who can 2-tap people from really long distances. You'd think that'd be a way to deal with Reels' Storm that game. And also, Hela's just in a solid state right now in general. But I don't think they utilize him. I wonder who their Hela player is.
Yeah, I wonder who it is. But I also will say, we saw a lot yesterday. There were some saves that weren't used. In the final game, it was very confusing where UAlbany saved Johnny but then just didn't use it. So almost it seemed like a misinput or something. But, I'm not surprised if they were thinking maybe we could pull out the Hela. If they pull out this, they were prepared to use it as a safe counter pick.
Maybe.
But who knows? It wasn't really used. I'm not in the players' heads. I'm not in the coaches' heads. Just interesting to think about.
Did UAlbany save Johnny yesterday against FSC, was it?
Against Farmingdale.
That's interesting because Farmingdale has a good Johnny of
Exactly.
their own.
That's why it's so confusing. Me and Ryan were in the booth screaming our heads up because what? You banned Johnny? Who do you think you are?
Speaking of Ryan, was he going to come in and cast the next map, do you know?
I think he wanted us to do 1 or 2. I'm not completely sure. He'll come in if you want us to.
All right.
I've been having fun so far. I'm happy to cast another one with you.
Yeah, no, it's great. Casting Marvel Rivals, I think it's a better spectator esport than Overwatch, which I came from.
Yeah.
Just, it's third person, it's easier to see what's going on. Of course, it is kind of an alt fest at times, but it's a lot easier to digest, I think, in terms of esports watchability.
I also think what makes it better, the third person makes it a lot more watchable, but just the fact that if you see a big team fight with a lot of supers going off, it just looks like the MCU. It just looks like you're watching Captain America Civil War or Avengers Endgame, and you get hyped all over again.
Yes,
so that's the reason I love watching Marvel Rivals. Just God, seeing just Doctor Strange portal in, and then the Magneto comes out going against Storm. It's just a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they already have all the lore for this game written. They just have to take from the source of that and make the characters out of that.
And I don't know if you've read the Marvel... I tried reading the Marvel comics a year ago. I kind of fell off, but then Marvel Rivals got me back into it again.
That's what a lot of people have been saying, yeah.
It's so good. I don't know what to say.
People are saying the MCU in general has been sort of suffering right now with what they're putting out, but this game is getting a lot of people into the comics and such, so I'm here for it.
I'm definitely here for it. I just hope the MCU gets better again. Please, Fantastic Four, be good. But either way, we have the comics, which have just been continuing to show themselves as such great entertainment mediums.
Yes.
Who's your favorite Marvel hero?
So in the game, my mains are Star-Lord, Magneto,
Mm-hmm.
but in the lore, I love Moon Knight.
Really?
Yes, I've been reading some Moon Knight comics here and there, and there's also some people on YouTube who read the comics and dub them, like voice act them, and I just think Moon Knight's lore and character is so cool. Like, I think he's done really well.
That's a good pick. And hey, my favorite Marvel superhero, we're kind of on the same team a little bit, is Daredevil. Like
Okay.
the Marvel Knights together.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, so the new Daredevil show, I haven't been able to watch it. I'm very excited to watch it though, but yeah, the thing is, for me, Daredevil is my favorite Marvel superhero. How are they going to put him in Marvel Rivals?
He's blind.
He's
right?
blind.
And that'll be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. I feel like they have to. He's so popular, but...
Is your screen going to be like black and you can see outlines of things?
I feel like you'd have to grayscale it and like you could use like echolocation or something because I feel like he'd be such a good fit with his like kind of like divey moveset. You know, he's kind of a little silent, but just how are you going to do the blind thing?
That'll be interesting design choice. I mean, they made Doctor Strange's portal work like pretty seamlessly.
Well,
albeit you do get massive frame drops. I will say the massive frame drops you get with Strange portals are there, but in terms of like projectiles moving through it, it works.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible for
Pretty
a
incredible.
hero shooter, what they managed to do.
Yeah, with a lot of, I mean, yeah, just really incredible. I mean, anything with portals seems to just be like really cool. Portal from you know, Valve, and then the portals here. Just Doctor Strange is definitely like one of the characters. When this game was like announced and revealed, I was like, Doctor Strange would be really cool. How are they gonna do that? Especially because he's like the most powerful person in the Marvel universe.
In the lore?
Yeah.
I've heard he's capable of very great feats. And yeah, that's another challenge of this game, right? Like, how do you make the abilities lore accurate without making a couple characters who can just, like, delete reality?
Can I tell you my favorite Marvel fun fact?
Sure.
So there was this moment where Iron Man kind of created this secret society called the Marvel Illuminati, where they got the like most intelligent, strongest, and leaders of like all these different groups to talk to get rid of problems before they existed, right? Trying to stop global catastrophes without letting everyone in on it and creating panic, right? Iron Man was the leader, Mr. Fantastic was there, Doctor Strange was there, and there's a couple other people. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the Civil War arc about how, you know, the two teams fought against each other.
I haven't seen the movie, but I'm familiar with the arc, yeah.
So, like, there was this one, you know, the people wanted to ban superheroes, one half didn't, one half did, and they got into a huge fight in the Marvel Illuminati. Doctor Strange deadass said, whoever side I pick will win, I will stay out of this fight. Insane aura farming. Who do you think you are?
He did not need to farm aura.
He did not need to farm that bad.
That's a dope ass line. That's a hard
why
line.
Doctor Strange is also probably like my number 2 favorite Marvel superhero. Because like, who do you think you are saying like, whatever side I take will win? Shut up.
I mean, in season 0 and 1, Doctor Strange was basically that powerful. He was basically a must pick in the game too.
Yeah.
They did tune down his viability a little bit. They nerfed his damage for his primary daggers of the knock. I know they made it so his E, his whatever it's called when he bursts, deals damage in an area. That is a little less lethal now. He can't one-shot 250 HP characters after he ults if they're at full health. Which, honestly, that was kind of a reason you played Strange, because support ults are so powerful in this game. You wanted to ult and sort of be able to one-shot a squishy through a Luna ult or a Su ult. And now he can't do that. So, you kind of only see him for the portal, but we may still see some Strange.
I do kind of get kind of toning down Doctor Strange because I feel like the portal is maybe the best ability in the entire game.
It's incredibly strong.
It's incredibly strong when you just want to surprise dive on the point or even last second touch. That ability on its own, keeps Doctor Strange in the play pool still.
Yeah.
Maybe even in only the last minute, but you still get to see some Strange. So I completely understand from the balancing standpoint, like, Portal is too overpowered to also have an overpowered character attached to it. Yeah. It's just sad to see my boy go down like this.
It is. You know, he's really fun to play, and I think he's probably one of the least annoying characters to play against, who is also strong. You know, you think of characters like Wolf. If you're a tank, playing Devolve is not fun. Like, that is just not a good time.
Yeah.
I banned Devolve every single time in Season 1.5, Season 1, because I am a tank player. I play Mag, I have Groot in my hero pool. I do not want to see Wolverine on the enemy team. But, you know, Strange, he feels kind of like a wholesome, strong character. Like, he has this really strong shield, which can be annoying, but, you know, he doesn't have anything that, when you face him, you feel like that's complete BS, you know?
Yeah. I completely forgot about how big that shield is, because another thing... What the accessory is so good, just like fly up, shield a Maggle, you know? Maggle is like known for just like one touching it through support ults even, so just Strange having the portal, having the shield,
Block a Maggle, block a Hela ult, block Star-Lord.
He should have been nerfed. you know.
It's fair to say he was so strong for so long.
He was really strong.
His pick rate and win rate was just really high.
Insane.
But you know, you saw people on Reddit and social media complain about other characters more than they did Strange. So I think they did a good job with his design overall.
I feel like they're getting better and better with these patches.
Yeah.
I'm excited for Ultron to come next season.
Yes.
Oh, it's gonna be so. As a support character, what is he gonna do?
I think it's confirmed he's a support. I've heard from leaks that his primary fire isn't gonna heal. So similar to like Adam, who deals damage with his primary fire, and his like secondary fire, Adam has an ability that heals. I'm pretty sure Ultron is rumored to heal with his abilities, not his primary.
That would make sense.
Which kind of makes sense,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, because you know, Ultron, he's known for just always coming back, always creating an army, and like surrounding the person and destroying them that way. So interesting how they chose to be a healer.
Surely he's gonna create like drones or something, right? Which
Oh, he
is gonna
has
add
to,
a lot
right?
more clutter on the battlefield.
But it's like, how does that go into healing? I'm confused now. But we gotta wait and see. Hey, they know what they're doing so far, right?
They seem
so,
to.
I'll bet it. Oh!
Snap ban! Psylocke out of the game. Farmingdale does not want to test it at
They're
all.
so scared
Flo's
of
aura
Edwin.
is too strong
Oh
as
my God.
Binghamton goes with the instant cap ban first as well.
Because see, Debbie Dito on the cap. Debbie Dito is the cap player.
He is hovering
Wants to
it.
play cap so bad right now, but saying, nope, your ace and my ace, we're not going to play today. We're going to keep this under.
Oh, a Bucky save from Farmingdale. Okay. So Bucky wasn't banned nor saved at all in any of the first two maps, and they're going to save him here. So if you're Farmingdale, you think Binghamton might ban your Bucky, right? That's why you save him. You're preventing him from being banned. So I think that's kind of interesting. Bucky got through last time. I maybe would have saved someone else, but we'll see.
And we see another Hulk ban. I know we were saying before that, like, do you really need to ban Hulk? But it seems like Farmingdale is saying, yes, we do. All right, so completely understandable. And we get another Rocket ban. It's pretty. This is the exact same as last time, except for the Atom or the Atom, right?
What did they save Adam first last time?
No.
I know they saved Hela.
Was it Storm? I'm not sure. No, I don't know. But either way, speaking of Storm, we have the Storm save.
So that's a sort of insight into the mind of Binghamton, right? Last map, they thought their Storm was so much better than Farmingdale's that they were scared Farmingdale was going to ban Storm. Even though we saw Kuho, kill Reels a couple times in the matchup, Kuho got a lot of value, 27,000 damage, most on the team.
I mean, Binghamton had a part-time Storm over there, Squirrel Girl and Storm. They think their Storm is better than Kuho. I don't know, but Farmingdale saving the Hela, they're probably okay with the Storm save too.
Part-time Storm, yeah. Reels, maybe full-time Squirrel Girl, part-time Storm. Nice to farm those Squirrel outs, but also getting value on both characters. We see the Hela save again. Farmingdale, I imagine, will try to make use of it. I don't know who their Hela player is.
Why do they keep saving Hela if they're not going to use it? I have no clue. Banning
Sue
Storm?
Okay.
Really?
Why would you ban Sue, right? Who does Sue counter? Sue counters Strange because she pushes him away in his ult, and she counters Wolf because she interrupts Wolf's kidnap. So, are they expecting a war? Wolf?
I feel like also, but Sue Storm is kind of shooting herself in the foot there. That's one, like,
they played Sue, right?
They played Sue last time, and both teams played Sue. Every single game I've seen all weekend, everyone's been playing Sue.
Yeah.
The ultimate is too good to pass up,
Yeah.
and the damage you get from the E, the push you get away. It's interesting to see the Sue getting banned and the Johnny getting banned as well.
Uh-oh, you saw Reels hover Wolf there for a moment. You think with Sue out of the game, he had some devious thoughts, but looks like he's going to opt for Squirrel.
Is that a penny I see? What are we doing here?
I believe it is.
Okay, I do see something interesting, though, about the current meta of the game of, like, Luna and Invisible Woman having, like, the two most commanding support ults in the game. Sue's gone. Both teams have to play Luna. They're forced to if they want to survive at all. But I see the Jeff as the second support pick instead of Loki or anything like that.
I don't know if No-Skill's staying on Jeff or just bubbling his team out of spawn or what, but the team up with Luna is a thing.
Yeah. So I would understand if they did. I'd be slightly confused, though. And then the Penny as well, switching to Black Widow.
Loki, Black Widow? Surely not.
Surely not. Surely you're still in spawn when you should be moving to defend.
Yeah, he's got 20 seconds. Eddie, I'm going in. Get to the defense. Set up.
Okay,
man.
switch back to it's gone. Wait, but we see. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm kind of confused.
Well, at least Farmingdale's morale seems pretty high. They're keeping high spirits, dancing around that spray there in spawn. Flow on the Hawkeye. Their spam is gonna go insane down this choke on Spider Islands.
Yep, down the choke on Spider Island. Hawkeye not opting for the high range, the high vantage point over there, but everyone kind of meeting each other now in this hallway.
Yeah, Flo looking for picks. The Hawkeye, I don't think he's brought it out yet. He was hovering before, but this might be a surprise to Farmingdale, who might need to play cover a lot more conservatively to not get one shot. Hawkeye capable of dealing 375 damage with a headshot, fully charged, which is absolutely insane.
And Flo on it as well. That's one devastating pick. Flo definitely can do a lot with all these DPS players, but Hawkeye may be one of the most dangerous he has in his back pocket. It doesn't matter if he's dead, though. He can't do much if Debutito takes him down.
Yeah, 2 shots. DeVito taking down Flo as Reels finds his own in Venom Boo. Spam of Binghamton coming in.
Venom Boo and Fuse down on the Groot over there. Farmingdale seems to be losing this fight pretty drastically because Binghamton, full health. They're not losing at all.
Look at Binghamton's ults. They already farmed Loki ult before.
What?
Trollgirl ult? That's insane.
crazy.
Healing must have been output by no skill. And Reels finds FLP. They're not able to sustain.
And we are about to have Luna out on stage, and Farmingdale's not had an ult yet. They're pushed back to spawn.
And Reels says, my friends are here. Let's it rip down main. It's gonna find Jimmers at the very end, who's walled out of spawn. T-Champ pushing up really far, walling spawn there. And they're gonna back off now.
Binghamton is looking really dominant in this, but I don't know. I would not get too confident. I mean, I feel like we've been seeing Farmingdale is best when they have their ults, and their ults aren't on play now, but they're starting to get on play. This deflex fight might be a bloody one.
Do you start with Storm ult, bait out of support ult, and then Groot, Bucky? DeVito's already 1 HP though. T-Champ gonna invest his Groot ult of his own, gets a couple. Forced to use Luna ult is Jimmers by the side of Farmingdale.
And the Storm ult into another Luna ult into another ult. It's going crazy over here in this first corner on this map.
Finally goes down. Q does bait out Binghamton's Luna ult, but doesn't find a kill with it. Stay safe as Eddie going in. Finishes off 2. My friends are here. Reels sends the squirrels out on DeVito, even though 2 were dead already. That was maybe a 1 fight, but that thing charges in 30 seconds anyway. Why not, he says.
Why not? And Binghamton absolutely destroys in another fight. Farmingdale had like 4 dead. They couldn't do anything. They're not pushed back all the way to spawn again, but they're not getting any progress, and 2 minutes are gone.
Yeah, not quite in panic mode yet, but Farmingdale struggled to get their footing on this choke. His Flo just one-shots Kuho, goes down. Flo finding a pick in the neutral. Great value on Hawkeye.
Some walls going up on the group fight over here, while other people try and do stuff. Flo is gone on the Hawkeye. Down 1 person. They're forced to retreat a little bit.
A Loki ult was used, but they didn't use the ult yet. I don't know if that was no skill or Venom Boot copying. As a Magro comes out, Luna ult to match. Gonna get bubbled. Not gonna die there.
Luna ult over here. That was the Loki Luna ult.
It's actually Luna over there. Oh, and the skill goes down. Dunked on by FLP, but it's not over. Loki ult. DeVito comes in and gets Geoman out of the sky. Procs it again. Fuse finding Reels as the kills are coming in for Farmingdale.
Their kills are coming in. It was a complete total team kill from Binghamton. No one is there to stop the payload. The payload may go to the checkpoint. Binghamton attempting to regroup for this next fight.
Wow, DeVito still heading again. He practiced out a good handful of times there. Binghamton not going to be able to retouch this, as I don't blame them.
Don't blame them at all. It's a good touch. It's a good checkpoint for Farmingdale. Now they have 3 minutes on the clock, and they're able to just keep moving now.
Yeah, you'll see DeVito taking out these Loki clones when he has nothing else to shoot. He doesn't have his ult yet, so he doesn't need the clones up, because he doesn't need to proc his ult yet. So he's just going to go ahead and shoot them and get the Loki's value out of here. As T-Champ Fuse, by the way, Farmingdale finds a big wall. Going to force out some cooldowns, perhaps, on Binghamton, but not going to find a kill just yet.
And we do have a Groot ult on deck for Farmingdale, and a Luna ult, which is being used.
Yes, oh my god, that's massive. Finds like all 6 Farmingdale people, but they have no follow-up. Binghamton had nothing to combo the Groot ult with. And he got 6, he rooted all 6 of Farmingdale, but they just used a support ult and said, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the time. No one's going to die this time. Binghamton and Farmingdale forced at another stalemate, waiting for another big interaction. Seems to be initiated by the Groots.
Yes. Now, Reels lining up on the high ground, looking for roots, perhaps on the Groot, and looking for, gonna go on the roof here. Maybe send his friends, his squirrels, down main. Gonna send them off the wall. Here, Squirrel Stampede comes in, baits out Loki runes from the side of Farmingdale. Gonna get some cooldowns out, but no confirmed kill. Here we go. T-Champ, the Groot goes down. T-Champ finds Jimmers, walking on them with the Luna ult, and it's gonna be a wipe for Binghamton.
A complete pentakill with League of Legends. See, a complete team wipe, centakill or whatever it's called.
And you see, no skill copied Luna ult there to engage. Usually Luna ult is used as defensive, but I think he switched to damage boost at some point to help T-Champ confirm those initial 2 kills. And Farmingdale just chose not to respond, you know? They said, you know what, you're going to invest in ult, we're going to back off, we're going to use our ults at next point when we have more people, more time, and better setup.
Frankly, I think that's a brilliant idea to copy the Luna ult offensively, especially if you have 2.
Yeah.
You know, wasting a Luna ult, is kind of scary because you're probably going to need it defensively. But if you have 2 Luna ults exactly, use it offensive is brilliant.
Here we go, DeVito hooking the Binghamton Mag in, going to bait out his rock, Meteor M, forced to use. Should be surviving here. In fact, he finds Storm, gets him out of the air, does Edium going in. Great shot as DeVito can do nothing but sit back and watch.
Sit back and watch and maybe die over here. Oh, surviving a little bit, but nonetheless, Farmingdale was down 2, 3 players, but they're all coming back now.
Another Squirrel Stampede leads the way open to find a kill on DeVito. Flo gonna poke, looking for headshots on Farmingdale's Luna.
Farmingdale now is pushed back to the previous checkpoint. They can't get back to the payload at all.
They have 50 seconds and they've had 5 ults for like a minute now. They have to make something happen. Something has to go first, early. Just Storm ult, send something down main.
Something has to happen, and it looks like it's happening. The ult, Storm ult, Binghamton a little wary. Oh, also, we do see the Hella on the side of Binghamton, the switch from the Hawkeye. Hawkeye wasn't working, and now the Hella Protect coming into play here, but not on the side of Farmingdale.
DeVito's licking his lips, looking for the perfect engagement onto Binghamton, but he might not actually need to invest the Bucky ult. Farmingdale's already up 2. Great discipline we just saw from DeVito. I thought for sure he was going to use again and start farming, but no.
Insane discipline, but hey, that's why he's here.
Never
Using
mind.
it now on Geoman, trying to get the kill. He does.
Here we
Procs
go.
it. Goes up, goes down. Goes up, goes down.
Loki Rune's gonna subdue it for now. Oh, not gonna be able to
And
get
5
the
seconds
reset.
left. Farmingdale does get the second checkpoint. They're still in this. They're still really in this.
Wow, that was actually insane clone placement by No Scale. His clones were too close together that the rune from one clone was able to keep the other clone up, even though that rune had been destroyed. That made sure that DeVito didn't get again proc, I think. That was actually kind of clutch. Oh, DeVito goes down. Edium going in just finds 2. They're just walking in Farmingdale. Could they not retreat? Oh my goodness, no, they cannot.
They can't flow on the Hella, proving why the switch was worth it. Over here, getting a couple kills, keeping Farmingdale stopped in their tracks at this checkpoint.
Yeah, Farmingdale has a minute to push this last point. They made it pretty far here, decently far. Fused has Groot ult, not much to combo with, as Loki ult's gonna get invested. Flo, investing Hella ult into the Luna ult, though I don't imagine it's finding value.
Not much could do.
Can he get out? Yes.
Get out. Yep, they get out and they push back. I mean, we were on Clintar last time talking about how hard that last third is. This map is even harder.
Meteor M, Eddie dunks on DeVito and Kuho. Both DPS for Farmingdale go down. Huge Meteor M, and it's an easy cleanup for Binghamton.
Oh, it's a team wipe. It's a complete, utter team wipe for the side of Binghamton. Doing a woohoo reels is. Pushing the payload all the way back.
20 seconds. They need something to stall. I feel like they have to switch cap, but they're staying with the same comp. They have to use Groot ult so fast.
They have to use Groot ult. Now they have to use everything at their disposal. They need to touch.
Die. Keep your Groot up. Okay, they made it to cart.
They made it to cart. They're touching cart. 5 seconds left. It's getting close to that overtime. You have to touch.
The spam is so lethal from Reels. He's gonna farm another ult in like no time. Groot finally gets invested. Gets a lot, but they have runes and Luna ult. But the Meteor M is confirming the kills.
And Jimmers is down. No Luna ult in this overtime right now. Binghamton is much easier to kill all of this team to do an utter team wipe.
And Reels on the flank just pumping damage into the tanks and DPS of Farmingdale. Not gonna confirm a kill as they can absorb the, again here from the way of Farmingdale. DeVito coming in.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was going to say T-Champ is down. One of the main tanks now, it's just Eddie holding on the front line, forcing Farmingdale to stop. But they just keep on moving. Reels is down. T-Champ is down. What are they supposed to do?
Fused walking on your backline with walls in hand. What is Geoman to do? They should be able to retreat here, but Binghamton has to get a touch. It's 5 meters away. Can they get it? Farmingdale, full caps.
Wow. So clutch at the last moment in the overtime. Farmingdale was able to get together, rally, and move forward to that third capture point.
No time left, but things were looking sketchy for a bit. Farmingdale, it came down to the wire on their offense, but they pulled it together at the end. You know, Fused almost went down before he could get his Groot ult off, but he did, and it got a lot of value. Of course, that was met with Loki runes and Luna ult from Binghamton, so it wasn't able to find any direct value, but it was able to get this fight started and open the way for Farmingdale to come in.
Yep, and now if Binghamton wants to win this, they're forced to go into an overtime and give Farmingdale a second chance to get one over on them. Binghamton obviously doesn't want that to happen, but now they really have to get full capture or bust.
If you're Binghamton, are you thinking of switching anything up, or are you pretty satisfied with the fact that Farmingdale full capped with no time left?
I don't think you're satisfied with it, but I don't think there's anything you could do about it.
Sure.
I think the main thing you're switching right now, you see Reels on the Storm. Maybe that's better for attacking and going in than the Squirrel Girl was, kind of sitting back on a high point, going down. And then Flo also, went through a couple picks and not a lot of them worked out until the Hella. So I think having Hella from the beginning and sticking with that definitely will also go a long way in pushing.
I think so too. Yeah, I like your point about Reels going over to the Storm. On offense, it makes more sense. Squirrel Girl, right, you know, her projectiles from her primary are really lethal, but you want to be shooting them down a corridor, preferably on defense, which makes it a lot harder for the defending team to push up. Storm, of course, just a great character still, and we saw what he's capable of on maps like Clintar, so why not pull it out here?
And definitely on Farmingdale, there's no switch whatsoever. It went great for them. All these characters they're putting on right now are perfectly suited for offense and defense.
Yeah.
And we go in this first engage right now. Both kind of going in a little bit of a neutral. No one's dead yet, but Flo getting a little low on health, very close to dying.
Ooh, Reels pushed up really far there. Yeah, was able to tank some spam a little while from FLP Infused, but not long after that.
An overextension can only get you so much. Your healers can't really get you that far ahead.
FLP poking, almost finding the Hela here, but not going to confirm the kill. As we see, Magneto getting a lot of value in the neutral. Flo. On the off angle, Jimmers finds Geoman. A Luna diff question mark? Oh, as T-Champ gets pulled, and this is not looking good for Binghamton. They have to get organized.
It's not looking good at all. Geoman and T-Champ down, but luckily they're not pushed up too far, so they're not losing that much time. Right by spawn, let's regroup, and let's engage as a unit.
It's kind of hard to regroup on this first point offense, because this big structure with the bell in the middle, it's not great cover. You'll see Flo gonna utilize it despite some teammates being down. Look for some headshots on the Bucky or the Storm. Hela's very lethal in the Flyers.
Okay, there we go. Reels' ult just gets there and spends it. It's not, is it gonna get one? Doesn't, oh, goes out. The healers are on point, doesn't get anyone except Kuho goes down.
Oh, Geo! How did he manage that? The collapse from the Luna. Reels Storm ult came in and got them all low, and Geoman with the Luna shift, just clapping everyone to death.
I'm sorry, Geoman, I was not familiar with your game. That was insane.
That was wild. Getting a lot of value there. Maybe a highlight, and we'll see. And you know, something I noticed there, when Reels used his Storm ult, right? Farmingdale used their Loki runes immediately, which allowed Reels to just wait out. You don't have to use Storm ult immediately, as Farmingdale is doing right here to try and touch Car and contest and get this fight started. Will it find anyone, though?
It won't find anyone, but like you said, a byproduct of that is everyone is low. It does an insane amount of damage in a concentrated group, and it does lead to Reels being killed by Fuse.
Ooh, I think if you're Binghamton, you're pretty happy that Farmingdale chose to invest Groot out there. The fight was pretty won already, and they used Groot to secure it.
I don't know if you're happy at Binghamton with losing this drastically. Everyone's dead so far, and everyone's going to die even more.
True.
Push back to spawn.
Time is ticking down. They have 1.5 minutes left.
They are pretty close to the checkpoint, but you got to get back up there.
There's a chance Binghamton doesn't cap this first point here. We might see some stops being pulled out. Maybe Doctor Strange. I don't think Captain America's in the game, but something for stall at some point. As they get a good engage here with enough time, maybe two.
And we see the Loki ult going out. Are we sure what it's going to be? And maybe the Storm ult was Loki. I'm not completely sure, but either way. Oh, sorry, Hela. Hela going down over there.
They're just going to burn Flo out of the sky, and ult. He lives, though. FLP was thinking about ulting their immediate round, absorbing those projectiles, but chooses to hold it for another situation. Is it going to be needed? No skill goes down, going to copy the Storm and not get any value of it. Another Loki copy went to an offensive ult.
Yep, and the Luna ult as well. Just want to stay. You want to keep this payload. You want to stop it at 0. You don't want to go further because then you get momentum, and momentum is a dangerous thing.
Oh, I think going in does find DeVito there. I didn't think this was a fightable engage for Binghamton, but it's not so clear now.
It's not so clear, but Reels was gone there. Now it's a 5v5 as Reels is on his way back, but DeVito also on his way back. It's a little, you know, what do you decide to do here?
Whoa!
You decide to fight!
This Groot ult! He's walking. Flo confirms the kill on Kuho. It's not so clear, but that was gigantic. Trading left and right. Teacher finishes off Jimmers. This should get away Binghamton, but a Brutal of Farmingdale's own Fuse finds multiple, but he goes down.
But it does not find enough. Binghamton taking the fight decisively and probably taking this first capture.
Oh, hold on to your seats, everyone. Fuse is going to go for a portal. I don't think it gets there, but this is not over yet. Maybe not even this point is over yet.
And then we, interestingly enough, see DeVito switch to the magic over here, and the portal, and everyone descends down.
Farmingdale, the portal comes in right as the Storm ult descends. No skill finishes off Jimmers, though. Things are going the way from Binghamton. This engage from Farmingdale. I like the idea, but should not be able to get any traction.
Things are insane, but not insane enough. Farmingdale loses 2 instantly while DeVito gets Geoman. While Reels and Flo get 2 more, and then Flo and TJ get 2 more after that. Binghamton takes the first point.
And you see the portal just close as Jimmer was trying to go through it. Probably wouldn't have made a difference. He didn't have Luna ult, but sort of speaks to that entire fight. Binghamton nearly losing it, but pulling it together in overtime to capture first point. They get a 2-minute time bank.
2 minutes and some change back. Definitely needed to get this second point. And with this momentum, they're pushed up really far, letting the payload move.
And you see Flo and Reels both have ults. A lot of offensive power here. You know, if you're farming, you have Loki ult, you're farming Luna ult. I wonder which one Binghamton uses to bait out a support ult first. I'd imagine it's Hela. She can get pretty aggressive and then ults safely. As we're going to see Flo
Speaking of, smart, yep.
He saw the Loki runes come down and said, let's go, let's get this started.
Exactly what you said happened. The commentator's blessing, maybe? I don't know. But everyone is going all out right now in this first engage of the second checkpoint.
Yeah, I wonder if they can hear me out there. I know I basically called what was happening, but it's not so clear the direction of this fight, as Real's going to back off, pick up the health pack before re-engaging. He has a storm ult of his own. He saw Farmingdale's Luna ult engage. He's thinking of using his after this one ends. Let's see what he does.
Yep, after this Luna ult expires, there's no more support ults for a while. Reals was saving the storm ult for the Luna ult to expire.
Loki runs come down, but this is a really aggressive storm ult. It doesn't confirm. No, it does find Fuse, but Reals spends his life on it.
But then Flo finds Debito, but also Flo goes down at the same time. Now Kuho using an ult of their own on the payload. It's all out health warfare right now.
Oh, Geoman, can he escape? This might be too little too late. No skill keeps him up with one clone and himself is enough healing to survive the storm ult. Kuho goes down for his troubles.
Kuho's down, FLP is down. Binghamton pushing his payload to the second capture point way quicker than the first.
Yeah, this is going way more their way than the first point did, but Farmingdale should have a solid recontest here. Of course, the second point can get a little dicey with the way this choke is set up. Yep. No skill with the Loki ult, having devious plans of copying an offensive ult maybe. Oh, Teacher Gruno finds like 4, but it gets walled.
4 gets walled off smart by the opposing group, but dies in the process anyways. Down a tank, what are you supposed to do? Wolverine switch, we missed it! We missed it!
FLP just slashed him to death! No,
oh, the clutch bubble!
But Debito goes down. It's not clear. The Luna ult's out.
Okay, Wolverine going crazy right now, attacking everyone, using an ult. Oh, and 4 dead on the side of Farmingdale.
Oh my gosh. You know, I said earlier Wolverine's not fun to play into, but man, is he fun to watch.
Oh
my goodness. Real's getting insane value. Gonna stay on the Wolf here.
Without even going to overtime, they get the second point. It's looking like it's steamrolling and steamrolling and steamrolling. That Wolverine pick was clutch at the exact correct time.
Yeah, things went the way of Vince here. They only have a minute here, and third point's pretty hard to push. Real's thinking about kidnapping someone. Can he look for the Groot here? Waiting patiently in the neutral. Eyeing Groot, and he gets him into his team. Gonna get Mag Bubble out there and gets walled.
Oh, he's gonna get it?
Yes, he gets down. Wolf is in. He's still strong, everyone. Play Wolverine if they have a Groot.
Exactly. That is the play, and that's the strategy they are executing on perfectly. Though Debito gets the prog. Boom.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't get one. Doesn't seem like it's going to get another.
Nice clutch Mag Bubble from Edium going in to make sure Debito doesn't get his again proc. Brilliant defensive play from the Magneto on Veins.
We do see, because of the Real switching to Wolverine, Fuse now switched to the Thing. This kind of push and pull of, you know, the Wolverine being a threat in these games. Force Fuse on the Thing.
And you know what? Think is a really good stall character too. He can just sort of live forever. He doesn't have the Sue team up, so he's a little squishier than usual. Usually you want to have that team up. As Binghamton needs to absorb this storm ult, but FLP goes down in his meteor M animation. T-Champ finds 2 actually, Kuho as well. And Binghamton trading blows left and right.
We're right there with 7 seconds left at the ending mark. T-Champ trying to get 1 or trying to get anything. They just need to push. They need everyone off the cart.
Damage boost of Meteor M comes in, potentially Adam going in, finds Venom Boot, T-Champ fights, Fuse, Farmdale is running out of gas here on this defense.
There's always a touch though, the spawn is right there at, people keep revolving in and out, in and out.
But Binghamton with the portal flow into Strange for the offensive portal to get back and finishes off Debito. Binghamton should get this.
Yes! And they do, we're in overtime.
Dang, what a map. Oh my goodness. I think there was a map that at some point, I believe it was Spider Islands actually. UAlbany, FSC maybe? It went 6-3.
Wow!
So are we going to see a repeat of that? Who knows? Anyway, we've got a really close map on our hands.
Oh man, what do you change here? What do you change here? Do you stick with the Wolverine? It seems like Rose is thinking about it, but now Fuse on the Thing. What if you give Fuse a bit to warm up on the Thing and really let the Thing settle into this kind of comp right now? I feel like that's going to be pretty dangerous for the side of Binghamton.
Well, here's the thing. No pun intended. If you're Reals, right? Are you going to stay on Wolf on defense? Because Farmingdale could just see you're on Wolf and go, oh, I'll go Thing, and then swap and not waste any time, really. I would have loved to see Real stay on Wolf if he was on attack and make Farmingdale have to decide, do we start Groot or do we go Thing? But instead, the sides aren't in favor of Binghamton. So he's actually toying with a Squirrel Girl here on defense, which seemed to work pretty solid for them on many points.
Yep. Defending with the Squirrel Girl, defending with the Squirrel Girl, like we said before, is pretty good. The reason that Squirrel Girl was for defense and swapped off for attack. So, you know, 1 minute on the clock for both people. They're both trying to stop it at 1 capture point, at 1 checkpoint.
1 minute. What's the ult you want to build in a minute? I feel like you have to go something that farms really fast. It could be Storm, could be Groot, kind of, but Farmingdale Gonna need something to happen here.
I think they're both prepared for this to go to an overtime barn burner, right? So I think they're not thinking like, what ult can we build super fast, but what ult is going to be the most devastating when we need it the most.
That's true. I feel like we would have seen a composition swap. You know, something that can just fight on cart and live forever like thing. I'm honestly kind of surprised he's not here right now, but Flo poking down Main Street. Ooh, almost gonna fall there. He's got to be careful. But chunking a lot of damage to the way of Farmingdale's. DeVito finds no skill just on the neutral.
Wow, instantly no skill is gone. Has to come back and walk all the way back. So not going to be in the match for a little bit. Fuse walling things off, stepping back, staying near the cart, not trying to overextend.
You know, Binghamton loses one, not the worst thing in the world. This point is pretty long. No skill will come back. They will get a recontest. They get to catch their breath. And Reels, I think he's going to rip this ult as soon as he gets it. He's at 97. He's building it like every 2 seconds, I swear.
Build it instantly, waiting for the right moment. 10 seconds already. 1 minute goes by so fast.
There he goes. Squirrel Stampede, pretty lethal down this main choke, but they have the Loki rinse to counter. FLP sitting comfortably in main, just farming his Meteor M, looking for an engage as Flo finds Kuho out of the sky. The Hela taking down the Storm, but they have Luna ult to stall on point. Venobu invests his Loki ult, and Jimmer's going to have his right after. This is going to be a long fight.
This is a long fight. Luna ult for both teams on the cart. They want to last for a while. Magneto ult. What does it hit?
Charges it to 50. That's going to be easily good enough to kill No Skill, who's trying to run away. No Skill not having a good round so far. Dying as Grudel comes in from Farmingdale.
Farmingdale has ult on the table right now. Binghamton is struggling just to survive right now. Farmingdale might get the first point.
And it's Fuse just hovering strange. Reels gets another Squirrel Girl, sends it down. Hela ult finds DeVito, but TCM goes down for Binghamton. It's not clear. Reels hitting Kuho in the sky once, almost killing him. But Fused Portal should get back.
Binghamton fighting back a little bit. 2 dead on Farmingdale. Kudo. DeVito on the Magic. Venboo is down, but so is Flo. It's a constant push and pull here in this overtime set.
Here's the portal, though. Magic and Strange gonna team up to fight on cart here. Someone's gotta keep in mind not to C9 as FLP finally falls for Farmingdale. Reels dodging these magic shots and taking out Fuse like it's nothing, not even paying any attention to Magic.
Nothing. Magic diving in over here, trying to get Reels, trying to get something, trying to get this point as fast as we can. The overtime sliver is thin. Time is running out.
Flo finds 2 Jimmers and Kuho fall. T-Chab on the Stranger Zone now, but FLP switches from Spider-Man to off Mag to get to point fast, and he finds 2 with an uppercut. No skill. And Flo go down. It's not clear, but they get off cart.
Magic swim off cart to chase someone, but no one else was there.
To be fair, in the heat of battle, Magic, it's not typically her role to stay on cart. I understand it, trying to go for the kill, but oh my goodness, was Reels unkillable as Scrollguard there. Like, Magic was just chasing him around the map, and Reels was just launching his acorns down main, getting kills left and right, and they could not deal with him there for a while.
What an absolutely insane fight there, going down to the absolute wire, but no checkpoint was captured.
Yeah.
Absolutely no checkpoint was captured. So this gives Binghamton a very visual and a very clear way to win this. Get farther. Get 1 point.
Yeah, and we saw the double Strange come out. Both portals invested for both teams. Of course, portal will be up by the time they'll need it in this round. But might see the same comp. Of course, if there is a time to walk out on Wolverine, you know, Reels could think about that. But I think he just wants to farm a Storm ult here.
Yeah, it's looking like Reels is saying, the Squirrel Girl is not going to do that well here. Let me switch back to the Storm. Let me do the damage that way while everything else stays the same.
Yeah.
They won that point after all. They won the round, technically. They didn't let them get 1 point.
And man, another thing we've seen so far is, okay, Sue's band, Rocket's band, it's just been Luna Loki show the entire time, and I don't blame them. Both incredibly strong support elements. You get a Luna ult, and then you get another Luna ult right after. That's why these teams have been able to survive for so long. We even saw some damage-boosted Meteor M's come out, get some value, damage-boosted Buckyells, things like that. So Luna ult, really strong, and both teams opting to have 2 of them, because why not?
Yeah, why not? You'd always like to have 2 of the best in the game as we get into this first engage. The Groots, again, poking it out.
Yes, used in the front line, in the neutral, taking a lot of damage, going to invest all of his walls. As Teachem gets hooked in, is it enough to confirm a kill? He gets the bubble from his mag, but he's staying aggressive in the front line, no fear whatsoever, but Binghamton coming out aggressive already. Not finding anything yet. Mag double invested, by the way, Farmingdale. Ironwood wall from Fuse, going to generate a lot of overhealth and a lot of poke potential here for his team, but nothing yet.
Binghamton very good at forcing Farmingdale to play further back than I'm sure they want to. Farmingdale really back on this first corner, and then we see the Storm Art on the side of Binghamton come out, while the Luna ult instantly, as soon as it's available, goes out as Reels and Flo go down.
They have 6 seconds. Reels is already dead. This is really going the way of Farmingdale, as Stormlord does not get enough value, and he goes down. Flo switches to Starlord for the stall. Binghamton should get some touches, but they lost 3. They lost 4. T-Champ falls finally. Can they even get on card?
They have 1 Vanguard. They have no healers. There's really much nothing they could do right now. They just have to wait it out. But it looks like
Reels with the strange portal comes in. People do get back. They should have some touch, but man, they are blowing up.
Oh, it's not looking like they're able to touch in time. The overtime sliver is getting thinner and thinner. Everyone gets on. The Luna ult is there, but everyone dies instantly. No skill gone. Reel's gone. What are they supposed to do?
And you gotta touch card, but Fuse has his Groot on his own, and he's gonna get Groot out to T-Champ dies before he can get much value. Kuho finishing the kill there.
We see Flo on the Iron Fist over here trying to do something last minute. Heal to the backline. You need to stay on this point as long as possible as the Luna ult comes out from the side of low-key Luna ult. As Jimmer goes down, Venom Boo goes down, Fuse is about to go down. And is down.
Flo's on Iron Fist now. He just dragon kicked one of the supports on Farmingdale, and Binghamton just finally kills Eddie going in.
How did they come back from this?
Eddie going in. He hit the Meteor M on Jimmers, who just finished Luna, or was in it, I think. Or maybe it was Venom Boo. I couldn't tell. So much is going on. But Farmingdale Fuse is going to have a portal here to contest. It should get through. Or does it? It should. It should.
It should get through. So much is going on. Fuse on the portal. Everyone there. Everyone at map. No ults on the board except for Flo right now. I forget the line. It goes crazy.
Luno gets the Luna and the Groot. Anyone going in finds Venom Boo. Flo, honestly, just a nuisance. Can't get very many kills, but helps get Jimmers. Wait, Flo may be turning this around. It's not so clear on the squishies of Farmingdale now, but no, he goes down. Farmingdale takes a map.
Are you kidding me? That was insane. That was so incredibly close. But the portal at the end, no matter what Flo did, was so close.
So
the
clutch.
ult did so much, but the moment he went down, there was no one else left to avoid and to stick on the card.
Oh, so clutch. We'll see DeVito get the MVP here. The Magic to stall found a lot of value there. Oh man, what an insane map.
Absolutely insane map, and what a good one at that. Man, now we have a series on our hands. 2-1.
Look at the amount of deaths from both teams. I mean, what a long match. You know, it was Farmingdale who won, but many of these players had 15. They all had 15 plus deaths, actually.
15 deaths.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Look at the tank line of Binghamton. T-Champ, Eddie going in, each finding 50 eliminations.
That's insane.
Of course, Flo with the highest final blows in the game at 26. If Binghamton's looking at this, I think they got to be a little rattled that they won this map.
They do have to be a little rattled that, like, they even lost that. And I think something I was noticing is that, like, they were maybe trying to keep Flo's Iron Fist in the back pocket, maybe trying to keep it a secret for a little bit longer, because they saw how Flo was with the Iron Fist near the end.
Oh, yeah.
It might be a new band. They don't want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, he built Iron Fist all in basically no time. He might have had 50 to start, but, man, Iron Fist, you know, they've been making him more tanky, they've been making him more lethal. He's one of those characters who can survive on cart for a while, maybe build an ult, and just be in your face punching you down.
Yeah, no, he's a serious threat, but I mean, the other players on Binghamton, you know, not to draw away from them, also a serious threat. Gioman and Nosco holding it down on the supports, just insane. The entire reason why it lasted that long was because of them. While on Farmingdale, Kuho, 35 kills. Debidito, 41 with 22 final hits. There's a reason to the MVP.
Yeah, like you said, some great support play all around, but also from Binghamton, No Skill and Geoman, not stacking ults at any point. The Loki runes we use effectively, and add many points to keep them alive. I think we'll be getting Ryan Raccoon here in the casting booth joining us to comment to the next map. You will be stepping out?
I'll be stepping out.
All right.
It was a pleasure commentating with you.
Yes.
This set is so fun. I can't wait to watch it outside.
Yes, very fun map so far as Ryan Raccoon will join us in the casting booth. Thank you for commentating with me. It's been a pleasure.
Of course, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Stay tuned.
I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Bear, joined in the casting booth by my friend Ryan Raccoon. Ryan, what do you think of the match so far?
I think last match really interesting. I think T-Champ really doing the most. Just my absolute MVP. But
last map?
Last map.
I think it was DeVito who won MVP actually.
That's true.
But MVP in your heart, you're saying?
In my heart.
I see what you're saying.
DeVito was cooking. I mean, also I like FOP just absolutely literally LeBron on the court.
He did have some crazy meteor M's. Of course, Eddie M going in seemed to keeping up with him when he was playing Mag. I saw some big meteor M's, at least on the first map, Hell's Heaven, but that's in the past. Here we are on Shin Shibuya Convergence. As we see the same two bands happening, Psylocke and Captain America going down first. We see Binghamton hovering the double Jeff again. That's not going to happen, but you know, Jeff was played in the Marvel Rivals official championship tournament in the finals. Luna Jeff, we did see that team up come out, so don't rule it out entirely. But in this match, we have not seen any Jeff yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't think Binghamton would be playing it.
Oh, what's this? I assume that was a mistake from Binghamton. They failed to save a hero in time. Or was that intentional, perhaps? Surely they couldn't make up their mind, right?
Surely. Oh, okay, we're restarting the lobby. Okay.
Have they agreed to restart?
Well, I see teams leaving, so got to assume. But, I mean, we got a little look into the early thoughts of these teams. Looks like Farmingdale trying to avoid Flo's Psylocke.
Oh, yeah.
And Binghamton trying to avoid playing against the cat. I can't remember exactly who their cat player is from yesterday.
Evan said it might have been DeVito, but DeVito's also their DPS player, so maybe he flexes across roles a little bit.
Farmingdale does have quite a lot of flexibility on their team. I think that's probably one of their greatest strengths, how much they're able to flex between roles and characters to make their comps work the best as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we did see DeVito play Bucky, Magic, and I think one other character in the same map, so the flexibility of Farmingdale does seem to be a strength. Of course, would you say Binghamton has less flexibility than them?
I would say a little less flexibility. I think it tends to be that their tanks tend to be a little more role locked, but they do have a little flexibility in terms of the heroes that they're playing.
So within role, Binghamton's tanks can switch around a little bit. I know Eddie M going in, aka Hank, has played Hulk, Magneto, and let's see, who else plays tank for them besides Reels?
T-Champ.
Oh yes, T-Champ on the Groot, of course, getting a lot of value, trading blows with Farmingdale's Groot. But you know, I don't think we've seen T actually flex that much, have we?
Not today, at least. No.
Yeah, I know he's been known to play some Luna in the past. I remember playing some matches with him.
Yeah.
So I know he has some other heroes in the pool. But, I mean, Groot's been open, you know, a few times. And if Groot is open right now in the current meta, you're going to want to play him, so...
Yeah. Reels also is a tank player on their team.
He is.
Today they've been playing him mostly on DPS.
And you know, wow, these two bands came out instantly. Both teams, of course, just running it back as they have been this entire series. Neither team wants to deal with the opposing threat. Farmingdale, too scared of Flo, Psylocke, and Binghamton does not want anything to do with Captain America at all. But yeah, what I was saying before is these teams met mid-season, no? I believe I watched the match, and in it, Reels was playing Strange. Of course, this was pre-nerf Strange, and he was able to get a lot of value. I mean, built Eye of Agamotto in like a 30-second fight or something and clutched it out to win the match. But, of course, you know, Strange is nerfed, one of his main characters. Of course, he's been putting in the work on characters like Storm and Wolverine, so
yeah,
his hero pool is shining as well.
Yeah. Let him play to his strengths. But it looks like Binghamton going to go for a Protect on Banner, followed by Protect for Bucky on Farmingdale's side of things, and a ban for Groot. I do not think they want to deal with T-Champ's Groot anymore, so we're going to have to see some flexibility out of him.
Fair enough. I mean, you know, from what I've seen from Fused, he does seem comfortable on Groot, but, I mean, and now we're Brennan T'Challa now, so, like, maybe they thought T-Champ would get more value if Groot was left open, so opting to get him out of the game. As we see a Namor save, I believe that's the first one. They literally saved both parts of the Gambit team up. Bruce Banner and Namor, so they have some devious ideas in mind. I don't think we've seen Namor yet this match.
I don't believe so either. So it'll be a nice mix-up from the previous maps.
I would like to see some Namor. I know people complain. Oh, and we have another failure to save? Or was it intentional? This time it's the way of Farmingdale. I believe Binghamton failed to save a hero last time, but I don't know if it was a technical quip that caused them to fail to save there or what. Either way. Could they be going with this?
Seems like they're moving on to the ban, and here goes Invis Woman.
Wow. You know, Sue was banned last map too, and Evan and I were talking about it. Like, what is the rationale for banning Sue, right? One, you think the other team has a way better Sue than you. Or two, you're playing something like Strange or Wolf that gets hard countered by Sue's Sonic Burst ability.
Yeah, I think that could very well be. But I mean, we can see what they go for here. It'll be interesting. I think Sue's push and pull is an extremely strong ability, and it looks like you may be right here as they are walking Strange.
It is, and wow, Fuse starting Strange. You know, there's been a lot of discourse about post-nerf Strange, whether you want to roll out on him, you know, and not use him just for his portal, but for his sustain and his damage, which is still fairly strong, but you'd think there'd be other tanks they'd want to run instead of Strange, but here we are. Gonna portal for this first fight, I believe, on Burn and T'Challa domination. And we see Eddie going in on the Bruce Banner, gonna Hulk out here. With Flo, gonna see how he makes use of those Gamma Charge turrets. Of course, Real's now flexing to magic. I don't think we've seen any magic from him, but he does have it in his pool. Of course, DeVito does as well, but opting to start on Bucky here on Burn and T'Challa.
And we are seeing a Jeff from Farmingdale's side, I think. We are seeing that Jeff Luna team up you were talking about before.
Might just be for the bubbles. I know they've started Jeff at first, and just to mess around, so we'll see. I think he's been playing mostly Loki. But yes, you can speed out of spawn as Jeff, if you didn't know. You get a little speed when you walk through his bubbles, and Venom Boo does go back to Loki. So we will see the Luna Loki backline for both teams, as was last map. And my mistake, Farmingdale, I thought they were going to invest Portal, but Fuse actually just walks with Strange, so they're going to bust out the Strange here. I wonder if this is going to inspire Reels to go Strange at some point. Post-nerf Strange, not quite as strong, but still pretty lethal threat as Reels magic falls to DeVito's Bucky. First blood goes to Farmingdale as the map changes.
Looks like Farmingdale's taking some space up on point, trying to push back Binghamton's tanks as they're up one. Gonna see if they're able to push their advantage for this first fight.
Fused along with the pick that DeVito got, just able to use his E to walk up, pressure the tanks, and take space. Getting some good value here. And Reels comes in, they're gonna invest the Loki runes in response to Reels' engage on magic, and Fused gets really low, gonna have to fly out and shield. Can Binghamton capitalize? Not quite yet.
Gets a freeze on T-Champ's mag. T-Champ pressing the low Fuse Strange.
Oh yeah, but you see he has that Luna Snowflake on him. Fused receiving 35% more healing from his friendly Luna as Kuho finds Reels gonna go down again. The magic falling just a little bit too aggressive into the face of Farmingdale.
Looks like both teams having a few ults up. Farmingdale walking up with their Luna ult, and Binghamton returning with theirs.
Yes, oh my goodness, there's like 4 Lunas on the field right now, and Gio has his ult still in the back pocket, so after his no-skills ult goes down, he will be able to use his T-Champ Meteor M onto Jimmers. Oh,
and a big Agamotto!
Agamotto comes out, and DeVito with Arm the Dangerous gonna come in and clean up. Gio couldn't ult, I don't know if he couldn't react in time or what, if he thought he was safe, but that's a huge mistake from Binghamton. He still has Luna ult. I know he's kicking himself for that, but there is still time.
Very successful fight for Farmingdale as they force out some ults from Binghamton's side and still maintain some of their own.
And are we seeing the rationale behind the Sue ban come out? Fuse Strange, he did find like 3 or 4 with Agamotto there. They just dominated that fight.
I think so.
Binghamton opting not to portal. 80%, they get a touch. Edium going in, Hulk can create enough space for them to comfortably walk toward point. He's got to go pretty fast though. He's almost able to Hulk out. Ooh, he's getting low though. Is he going to survive this? The Storm ult comes in, and here we go. Gio finally ults the Luna ult, sustaining the Storm ult, and Eddie is on your backline, finds Loki! Venom Boo goes down. Reels goes down to FLP's Meteor M. Eddie going in, still on their backline, still hasn't hulked out yet. It's unclear which way this is going, but
Takes 2 supports from Farmingdale's side.
yes, Farmingdale, no more healing. FLP and Fuse should fall here. Of course, Kuho the Storm in the air, still a lethal threat, but Binghamton's gonna clean it up.
Great fight from Binghamton. I think the Mag and Hulk comp is being really successful for Binghamton here. Able to have Eddie go in and teach him to support him.
Eddie is not lying. When he said he's going in, he is going in, just jumping on your Loki and punching him to death. Of course, getting huge value there, and he still has his ult. Of course, Flo with his Gamma Charge turrets. You know, not a whole lot of dive to counter. You'd think Namor's really good into dive, but, you know, still staying on the Namor as he's building up his whale, his ultimate. And here we go. Eddie, I'm going in, is going to Hulk out. Can his team follow up on any juggling he's doing? He might die for this. He gets pushed back into Bruce form.
And they find a trade regardless.
Yes, Reels is able to capitalize. Find Jimmers. As look at this. Who just copied Hulk? Was that intentional? He's hulking out. He's hulking out. He's going with it. Meteor M though comes. Just gonna go into the dome of Hulk. I've never seen a Meteor M used on a monster Hulk, but T-Champ I think made the right decision there. I mean that just completely negated any of his value he was about to get.
Yeah, tough ult for Venom Boo there. Perhaps a mistake, but regardless, it does seem Binghamton's gonna have to give up some space here as they back off to point.
Yep, here we go. Kuho engaging. Oh, T-Champ's gonna bubble his Namor, but he might still die. No, they have a Luna ult to counter the Storm ult. But it's still a good engage from Kuho. Baits an ult out safely. I think Fuse is thinking about it. He just flew into the air, but he's not gonna get a good enough angle.
Both teams maintaining 1 support ult each. And they both pop Luna ult to save their teams at the opportune time.
Oh, DeBito finds Reels out of the air. 6 shots to take him down as FLP secures 2. Both supports for Binghamton going down now. DeBito does not need to use this again. He'll save it for next fight, if there is one. Eddie going in is going out. He's the last one to die on point, and I don't think any sort of portal Binghamton makes will get there. TTM gonna switch to Strange regardless, even though he had some ult charge, but it doesn't get there. I wonder if they burnt portal there.
I am curious as well. I would think that they probably held it, because by the time that he got to spawn door, I think we were at 98%. So
yeah.
If he was paying attention, he should not have popped it.
And you still have to make that game time decision after you pick Strange to account for the time you have to walk out of spawn and actually set up portal.
It's absolutely true.
On some maps like Clintar defense first, Strange can't portal until he walks like 20 meters out of spawn because that room is so small. Of course, on King of the Hill, especially Burneth T'Challa, that's not as impactful, but T-Champ had to make a decision there. And let's see if Binghamton switches anything up here. Flo, toying with the Star-Lord, gonna start with 50% of a Galactic Legend, Star-Lord's ultimate, the legendary there, to switch things up. Of course, Star-Lord, a little hard to play into Loki Luna, so many defensive ults, you know, but pretty solid into heroes like Storm. And they're gonna roll out on it.
Interesting. Yeah, both teams having 1 DPS ult to start this off, so should be a pretty even first fight.
Yeah, and here we go. Real Storm ult comes out, initiates immediately. Oh, and they don't have a support ult to counter. They have Loki runes. Can they survive this? Real's getting a lot of value. Venom is gonna go down. Flo's gonna clean up, and this is gonna go by way of Binghamton first fight.
Fuse does find one on Reels. Not a bad pick. And both teams built some ult charge there, but seems like Binghamton came out on top there. They have 3 ults about to be up, and same on Farmingdale's end of things. But Binghamton is down both of their support ults for this fight.
Yes, and we see Farmingdale Storm ult. Kuho gonna engage this here. They have Hulk able to sustain a little bit, but Flo's already gonna take a big chunk of damage. Can he retreat and regroup to use his Galactic Legend? G-Man goes down. He might not think about it. DeBito gonna commit. Armed and dangerous. Gets the bubble of Reels out. He gets hooked and cooked. Yes, he goes down to DeBito, but Flo finds one. Can he put in work with his ultimate? No, DeBito shutting their plans down. And Venomu gonna dance it out on point. A successful fight from Farmingdale.
Yeah, it seems like the support ult advantage really got them through there. No way for Binghamton to counteract. the storm ult there just really left them hanging.
Yeah, really just some unfortunate ult economy from Binghamton, who's now going to think about using Loki ult as potentially an offensive tool here. Of course, we saw no skill Loki copying some Groot earlier in the match, and I believe a Storm earlier, so he's not afraid to try and use that Loki ult offensively. Oh, and here we go, Hulk smash, Eddie going in, collapse Kuho to death, Reels finds Venom Boo, Eddie going in, another one, he's hulking out in their backline. Agamotto from Fuse though, is this worth it? Is Farmingdale really thinking of turning this around? Jimmers is too, he's gonna invest Luna ult, it's not over.
Perhaps Farmingdale can turn this around if they can find a kill on, actually, no. Hulk did find his Hulk form before they could pick him off.
He did. Jimmers that Luna ult, 12 seconds. It was a long time to stall. I like the idea, but it's not enough. Wait, Kuho finds Klo here. Hold on, DeVito's coming in too, but
not over.
Denied by Reels with the turrets. Oh, what are you going in? Did he get the tackle? I don't know if he did, but either way, Kuho gets absolutely punched to death. FLP gonna take himself off the map and get a re-engage. Farmingdale has some things to think about here.
Yeah, tough fight for Farmingdale. They did stagger in there a little bit and use some of their key ult resources. So it's gonna be they're gonna have to think extremely carefully as they take this point back.
I don't know if Eddie going in was trying to get on the wall there or not, but he was just jumping into the wall a second. You know what? We'll let it pass. He did just get like a 4K with his ult, so we'll let it slide. FLP, Meteor M, tend to want to use this as defensive ult first and then look for a kill, negating some of perhaps Star-Lord ultimate or some other important cooldown, as Flo does have Galactic Legend online. We'll see how this plays out as Farmingdale's Storm ult comes out, but Flo flies out of the Luna ult trying to escape it on his own. He should have just stayed in it, but Geoman had the correct ultimate here, and Eddie going in loses his Hulk form. He's now Banner.
However, Binghamton using some ults to try to turn this fight around. Geoman finds FLP.
FLP gets downed by the whale of Reels, and Kuho gonna try and finish off no skill, and he does, but Reels finds DeVito at the same time. Gonna take out the clones here, try to lower the amount of healing that no skill does when he comes back. But Kuho poking away at Reels here, uses 1 HP, but Flo finds the kill on him. Going the way of Binghamton so far, it's unclear.
And they clean it up.
Yes.
Really nice fight by Binghamton there.
Yeah, very clutch.
Yeah.
They turned that whole round around, honestly. So it's 1-1 here.
Absolutely. Looks like the change of comp for Binghamton seems to be working out decently.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at the start I was skeptical about the Hulk Namor team up, given that Farmingdale hasn't shown much that's good into yet. You know, they're playing the Storm, they're playing the Bucky, they're playing the Luna, Loki. These heroes can kill turrets with relative ease here. Even Mag to some extent, strange, you know? So if they had a magic or something, you know, that we've seen early in the tournament, or if Cap was open, for example, you know, Namor can be a nuisance to Cap, then I would have seen the rationale behind it more. But Eddie is going in. I mean, we've seen him get insane value with his monster form as Hulk. And Reels Namor, you know, the whale has gotten some value. You know, he lost a duel to DeVito earlier, but Namor seems to be putting in work as well. So here we go, last round of this King of the Hill map.
Yeah, it does seem like Farmingdale has a little bit of an advantage going into this first fight in terms of ults, although Binghamton is about to get a few more of their own. So if Farmingdale is able to press their advantage early, they may be able to take this fight decisively.
Yeah, they need to use something fast. Fuse really has to think about Agamotto here, but Flo's going to be the first to engage Legendary. Meteor M to counter, but he gets out of it. Oh, he gets shot out of the air by Kuho before he can find the kill. Huge kill onto Flo. Venom Boo being harassed by Hulk in his backline. Gonna commit the runes here. Eddie going in. Is going in. He's hulking out again. Loki committed runes, but he has his ult to sustain. This should be good enough for Farmingdale to survive, but no! Reels finds DeVito. Venom Boo not able to heal his team behind the walls there. Jimmers and DeVito both falling, and Binghamton finding the advantage in this fight so far.
Ooh. Eddie finds Kuho. Oh, yeah, Binghamton just cleans up that fight very nicely after the support ult.
Wow. So did I see that right? Venom Boo, the Loki of Farmingdale, copied Luna and had a Luna ult.
That's right.
He was on healing, but the teammates taking damage were behind the wall. He couldn't get to them in time. So Eddie and Flo capitalized, I believe, just in time, right before he could get to them. Really clutch. I like the idea of copying the Luna ult, but the execution wasn't quite there on the side of Farmingdale.
Seems that way. Now, if I'm Farmingdale here, I think you really have to focus down Eddie and force him out. That way he can't get value in your backline.
They do, and here he goes. They do force him out, but he's able to just get a lick from Luna and go right back in, forcing Loki. Glows here, and he finds Venaboo! Oh my goodness, stays with him, and he just punches him to death. But FLP does trade out with Reels. Meteor M comes in, not finding enough. The mag bubble coming in clutch there, keeping the Luna alive. Nice defensive bubble from FLP.
And DeVito going up. Does he find any marks?
Flo gonna take out Kuho. Oh, nice exile onto the Luna. Eddie, I'm going in, is on Jimmers and punches him to death. He cannot catch a break. Eddie finishes off FLP.
Great protect.
Huge bubble and tried to stun the Stranger at the same time. Didn't quite get it as Fused will take down No Skill, but point is still owned by Binghamton. This is a great exchange for them so far.
Very well executed by Eddie here.
Wow. We've seen great stuff from Eddie. I mean, you know, from what I've seen, he doesn't have the chance to play ranked that much. I know his PC crashes a lot. He doesn't know if it's a RAM issue. He's tried factory resetting it, but I mean, for as little as he plays the game, man, he can Hulk out.
Yeah, it does look like DeVito is going to try something different here, going for the Hela as opposed to the Bucky. Maybe trying to pick off this Star-Lord out of the air.
Flo really getting aggressive here, just trying to farm that ult. You see Star-Lord's, he got a nerf in the last patch, but still farms a lot of his ult. Oh, Fuse gonna take out Eddie, who gets a bit too aggressive in his banner form, going down now. Reels gonna be forced back to point. Has his bubble up to get to safety, and Farmingdale missed the Luna ult. Binghamton's Luna goes down themselves. And there are 3 Lunas on point, Venom Boo, I believe. FLP still has Meteor in the back pocket. If they can't secure this, they might need it. Binghamton is staying alive, and this engages. Whale gets committed. Reels, I don't think he downed anyone there, and they can't find a pick anyway.
We do have... DeVito gets stunned out of his ult.
Oh!
But Fuse gets a stun.
Oh, dunk on Jimmers. ST Champ comes to Meteor M. Meteor M from FLP comes out.
Trades one.
Man. Reels finishes him off for his trouble, though.
Is it enough?
Farmingdale has to find a way to get back, and they cannot. Wow. What an insane map here. Domination, Brennan T'Challa goes the way of Binghamton, who will take a commanding 3-1 lead in the series against Farmingdale. Oh, wow. What an intense match. And you know, this is a best of 7. Farmingdale did take map 3. So we go to map 5 after this. Eddie going in, gonna get the MVP. I'd say it's well deserved. Let's take a look at his performance here. 17 final hits. The second highest was DeVito with 13. Wow. Absolutely insane value on Hulk. How do you explain how he performed that well?
I mean, I think just like we were talking about, that he's just in their backline, on their supports, constantly getting supported by T-Champ with the Magneto bubbles, and of course his supports. It's just extremely hard to deal with when you have a Hulk player like that being supported by the rest of his team. I think, I don't know, it's just a great performance overall.
I mean, we know Hulk did get buffed last patch. He has reduced cooldown on his bubble, but even still, you need more support to pop off this hard. Like 29 and 4, like, man, he was just in on Venom Boo Jimmers, often solo killing them a couple times, I think. Didn't really get much follow-up in terms of damage, but able to just punch them down. We saw some great exiles hitting those skill shots, those E's onto the likes of DeVito, who I believe he canceled an ult there. I think you caught that. Yeah. Absolutely crazy performance all around from Binghamton, but especially Eddie M going in on the Hulk, his signature.
Gotta give credit to DeVito here though on the Farmingdale side of things.
For sure.
I didn't see if they were the SVP, but had the most final blows, the most kills. Seems like the Bucky it was not working great, but was able to swap off to Hela and get some value at the end there.
It did feel like the Hela was getting more value, and in theory, I like it. Hela into Flyers is often, you know, a go-to pick if she's left open. I didn't think they saved Hela. I forget if they saved Hela this map, but they've been saving Hela a couple maps, and chose to use it here. Of course, not enough to take the map, but very close nonetheless.
Yeah.
Was that have been their save? Because Farmingdale forgot to save,
Perhaps.
Or they chose not to save. I believe it was a case of forgetting or not making up their mind in time. I believe they probably would have saved Hela. Of course, Binghamton banned Human Torch instead. It didn't actually come into play, but
we did see quite a lot of Farmingdale's Human Torch yesterday. They really great performance.
Yeah, Human Torch been utilized. We good to go this next map too? All right, I believe we will be remaining in the caster's booth for now. Just want to give a big shout out to ECAC Esports, SUNY League, and UAlbany for putting on this production. Shout out to all the prod here, all the casters, and all the players for coming and making this LAN a great experience. Shout out to everyone in chat. We see you on the stream. Thank you for supporting the LAN. I hope to have a great grand finals. All right, we're good? All right.
All right. Seems like we're gonna see the same bans and protects at the beginning of this round.
Yes.
I don't know if you touched on that. I got distracted. For
No, I didn't. But, you know, both teams, they have a 20-second time bank to make these bans and saves, and they have not been utilizing them. They could think ahead about the next ban or save they could make, but instead, they just take the first 4 seconds and get these characters out of the game. They want nothing to do with Psylocke, nothing to do with Captain America.
They know what they want.
They do. I gotta give them credit where it's due. I mean, but if you're Farmingdale, right? You're down 3-1. You're on the brink of loss in the series. You could bring it back. They haven't even seen Flo's Psylocke yet. Don't you think they should see how it is if they left it in?
That is fair. Perhaps they don't want to chance it. This is this map could be the deciding end of the series.
It could, and you see Binghamton, you know, hovering for Emma Frost for Aura. Of course, Emma Frost, the new hero that was added, not actually allowed in this tournament. That's why we haven't seen any of her. But nonetheless, looks like a similar pattern of bans and saves. Did we see a Magneto save last time? I believe maybe that's who they were debating saving, but ran out of time.
It's possible that the teams verbally agreed to protect a hero in that slot.
That might have been the case as well. Oftentimes, if one team runs out of time, you'll just type it in the chat in a scrim or match or tournament, what have you. Oh, a Wolf ban.
Interesting. They do not want to deal with Reels' Wolverine, which I think is fair after watching the Spider Islands map. I think at the end of that map, he was tearing up their Groot, and after Groot swapped off briefly their mag.
He was getting a lot of value in the relatively short time span he played Wolverine. Of course, Wolverine showing that he's still strong in this meta. And we see this interesting dynamic, right, where Binghamton goes for the Groot save, which is fairly standard, but in response, Farmingdale bans Wolverine. They said, okay, you want the Groot mirror? We'll take it, but do not let Wolverine be in this game. I don't think Farmingdale has a consistent Wolf player.
Not that I'm aware of, but I think Fused comfortable on the Groot, but not comfortable enough to deal with Groot Wolverine on the other team, while just Groot on my team. Like I think any Groot player in their right mind would not want to deal with that situation.
Exactly. Just having a Wolverine on the enemy team begets so much counterplay. I mean, you know, Mag can sort of live against Wolverine with his bubble and defensive potential. Of course, Thing is a great pick into Wolverine. I think we saw a little bit of Thing so far in this match, but I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more. Of course, teams have been leaving Groot open, which means Thing has no need to come in the game yet. But here we go. Reels on his signature Squirrel Girl on defense. We saw it get a lot of value, honestly, on, I believe, Spider Islands. Before, on the really long, thin choke points where teams are sort of forced to walk through if you're playing a comp like, you know, Groot Mag, which they are again. So Reels opting for the Squirrel Girl here.
Yeah, pretty standard comp from Farmingdale's end of things too. We saw some of Kuho's Storm on this map yesterday against UAlbany. It was absolutely detrimental to the enemy team.
Were they using the Johnny team up there too?
I don't believe so on this map. They did use some of Johnny and the Storm team up, but with it being banned so much, Kuho just tears it up on Storm regardless.
He does. Of course. Oh! Psionic burst from Geo, man! Finds the Vito at the perfect time, just barely couldn't get back up the map, and no shift in time available to the Bucky of Farmingdale. Great push from Geo. Binghamton takes first blood.
And T-Champ and Kuho trade their teammates, but with Farmingdale down 2 and including 1 support, they're gonna have to give some space.
And here we see the rationale behind the Squirrel Girl pick. He farms his ult really fast. You know, Farmingdale doesn't have any ults online yet, but T-Champ and Reels both have theirs. I'd love to see Binghamton use them sooner rather than later, capitalizing on the fact that they built these so fast. Of course, it's hard to know that when it's first fight.
Yeah, I mean, Farmingdale also building some ults of their own. With Reels doing so much damage on Squirrel Girl, we're seeing some early support ults on Farmingdale's end of things. So if they can press Binghamton here, they find a pick.
Yes, Flo goes down, but Eddie takes Kuho out of the air in response. Real's gonna commit the Squirrel Stampede there and baits out the Luna ult. T-Champ even finds Fuse, and the spam is too much for Farmingdale. Venom Boo falls as well.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
Binghamton now sitting comfortably.
Trying to find a pick on DeVito here. Forces the mag bubble.
And Squirrel Girl, you'll see how fast she farms her ult if you want. Pay attention to that ult try and see how fast it goes up. I know he's been farming it insanely fast. The spam here, especially good. We'll see what Binghamton chooses to engage with. As Farmingdale closes many ults of their own, they have the group mag combo available. Maybe they start with Storm ult, but Meteor M comes out first. Eddie going in, looks for it. Oh, and he dunks on Jimmers, and Flo finishes off Kuho at the same time. Meteor M absorbing projectiles and becoming a bigger projectile itself. Gets a nice fight win there from Binghamton for one ult.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely clean by Eddie there.
I agree. You know, you think of Meteor M as defensive utility because it absorbs projectiles, but really he just chose to start the fight with that, and it paid off, and then some.
Yeah, Binghamton choosing an interesting position here. They have a little bit of a split comp with their Squirrel Girl just spamming main, and they have the rest of their team sitting up on this broken roof, except their backline on the back roof, just spamming down heals.
Oh, and Flo goes down for his troubles, though. You see FLP countered with Meteor M to deal with the Star-Lord ult, but he still found Kuho. And Groot ult comes out, Fuse trying to wall his team in. Luna ult gonna keep them alive. He's gonna look for a Groot ult of his own here. Maybe a flank if he sees one. He's thinking about it, but Binghamton catches him. He really wants to get their supports if possible. I can see it. I can see the wheels turning in his head, waiting out the support ult. Oh, Wheels finds Jimmers first troubles, though, and Farmingdale melts. Wow, clean engages from Binghamton. Farmingdale has 30 seconds. Do you go Strange here? Yes, you do.
Yep. Looks like Farmingdale is going to go for a TP play, potentially. However, Binghamton seems to be predicting it with Geoman looking up at the high ground of...
Do they have time for this? That's far from point.
15 seconds. I think that they'll make it.
They have time, but it's a little precarious into a Groot. They're really boxing themselves in here. Look at all these walls. Oh, Fuse has... Or FLP, I'm sorry, has to back down.
5 seconds left. They have to drop to point.
But they find two. Kuho, Stormwall engages, and Binghamton cannot counter in time. Geoman goes down with the Suol. I don't know what happened there, but they had the defensive utility, just couldn't use it.
Seems like Farmingdale is gonna cap this first point. No strange swap from Binghamton, giving up that first point.
Yeah, I think they just died too late for anyone to realistically swap to Strange. Now certainly Geo wouldn't want to give up that Suol to just try and portal. A portal that might not get there, but we'll see. FLP walking back in spawn as Kuho falls. I think he's gonna swap back to Mag. Yes, he is here. Retains 50%. Ultimate charge, of course. But Binghamton stabilizing.
Eddie going in, all the way in, but on the wrong character. And
Eddie really is going in, man. But you're not Hulk this time. You're Magneto, of course. You can live for a while, but after that, you gotta go out. Of course, G-Man invests the Suol. It's not over yet.
Binghamton investing two ults into this fight, sorry. But returns the Luna ult from Farmingdale's end.
Nice hook on Groot. DeVito hooked in response to the Star-Lord getting on him, but finds T-Champ lacking main and secures the kill. Binghamton gonna be forced to retreat here. Now Flo holding on the Star-Lord ult. T-Champ with the Groot ult. Can't really combo those two. They'd rather have something like a Squirrel or a Meteor M to combo. I know Groot ult, Meteor M we saw a lot in the Marvel Rivals Invitational combo together. More the one-shot potential, but we'll see what Binghamton chooses to use first. Oh, Kuho takes Flo out of his Galactic Legend, but Binghamton says it's not over yet. Eddie M going in. Meteor M is committed. Doesn't find one, though. And they're forced to concede space here.
Yeah, Binghamton down a ton of resources and blocks off Fuse Groot ult.
Huge block. As Fuse finds no one, just a Loki clone. So, Farmingdale are down one of their biggest offensive resources. Binghamton could regroup, but Flo goes down again to DeVito. And Luna ult comes in. Binghamton saying we can still win this as T-Champ does find DeVito. Oh, Meteor M from FLP looking for the Luna. Maybe another one. Can he get Luna? Oh, I think the mag bubble came in. I heard a shattering noise.
I did hear as well.
T-Champ, Groot ult finds Luna. Gonna get bubbled, but Jimmers falls. FLP now falls to no skill. Geoman commits Suol, and this will go the way of Binghamton.
Not sure if Farmingdale has their portal cooldown again, but FLP does go strange to try to get it off.
Yep, 15 seconds. The portal does get there, but will it be a good one? We will see. Oh, Reels looking at spam on Venom, who's so low, can't barely get out. Reels not quite confirming the kill. FLP should be waiting the portal because his team can touch.
Yeah.
Yep. Low gets DeVito though. Maybe should have popped that portal a second earlier, but it's okay now. They just have to confirm kills as Kuho does on the T-Champ. Reels gonna look to farm this ult, gaining like 9% every time he lands a hit on someone.
Farmingdale has to play for their Groot ult here as it's the closest at 98%.
It's the only chance they have to keep fused up. He gets it. Can he find one? Just 2 is good enough as Lucky Reels get committed to keep him alive.
Oh, Fuse finds one, and he pops the Groot ult to
ult.
3 in.
It's 3!
Oh, it's absolutely huge!
Confirms the kills on No Skill and Reels. Looking like this map will last a little bit longer as Farmingdale should be able to confirm this push. T-Champ falls. What an insane ult.
Great fight by Farmingdale there. Gotta give it to Fuse for really stepping up.
And like you said, I think they recognize their win condition. We have one ult, it's Fused. We have to pocket the absolute hell out of him so he can farm this ult, enable him to get his primaries, get his right clicks into big pockets of people so he can farm this ult, because that's the only thing we have, and he did.
Absolutely. And seems like we have a swap to Magic from DeVito.
Ooh, DeVito's Magic was shown to be quite lethal earlier. Look at him, just waiting for the right time. Great discipline and patience as he does get focused out by T-Champ.
Forces the mag bubble.
Flo finds Kuho with his E, and Eddie finds Fused though.
With Farmingdale being down resources, they really have to just group up here.
And they have the time, 50 seconds. They get another solid fight and maybe portal after if someone dies. But DeVito, farming Darkchild, waiting for the right moment.
Binghamton pushed up quite a lot here.
Sitting at 5 ults, I'd love to see them just go early with Squirrel, Stampede, or something here. I know they're on defense, but they have to engage first.
See Magic coming in from the back, but is found by Geoman.
Oh, but trades out T-Champ for his troubles also DeVito, getting enough value there. Here we go, my friends are here, says Reels as it baits out Jimmer's Luna ult, but Venom Boo has his Loki ult up. Probably going to be used defensively here, I'd imagine. Low farming Galactic Legend, T-Champ, gonna look for Groot ult, probably bait out the next support out. Your M gets sent immediately, almost doesn't find anything.
Geoman countering Storm. Oh wow, Storm and Fuse find Geo to cancel the Invis Woman ult.
In his own ult, but Flo finds 2 as he exits. That's huge for Binghamton. That's gonna make this recontest a lot better, I think, unless they get back there in time. And DeVito in Darkchild confirms the kills of 3.
Binghamton gonna, with a closer spawn, gonna be up 2 if Farmingdale is forced to take this fight fast.
Wow, insane coordination from Farmingdale. Fuse and DeVito coordinated to kill Geo in his own ult, I believe, to end the Sue ult.
Great play by Farmingdale.
They have to touch soon. LP poking. No skill with Loki ult in the back pocket.
Again, Fused with the ult to save it all.
Yes.
Let's see if he can get it out.
If he waits out the Sue ult too long, they won't get healed. Here we go. Oh, he finds a lot of Binghamton people, but Binghamton is the one who's getting the kills. Fuse dies for his own ult. FLP on Car still trying to stay alive, but it's too much for them to handle. Farmingdale pushes far, but not all the way.
Wow. Nice hold by Binghamton at the end there. Oh, pretty good game so far.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. My heart is pounding. I mean, just watching Fuse POV, hoping he stays alive long enough to get a good ult, and he did a couple times, but of course at the end there, not enough follow-up from Farmingdale to really capitalize on it like we saw on that second point where it was successful.
Yeah, I feel for Fused here. He's being put in a a scenario where his team's relying on him at the overtime fight of each point.
He's been coming through, but yeah, if I'm Fused right now, my blood pressure is not at a healthy level for sure. Also, interesting duels between the Starlord of Flo and the Storm of Kuho. I've seen a lot of back and forth with them. Of course, Flo dying in Galactic Legend twice earlier in the round, but then finding a lot of value later on. We saw that second to last fight, he chose to invest Galactic Legend when he had his Geo's Sue ult up, which is pretty safe, but Geo fell, and that meant Flo couldn't get healed in his ult. It was a great idea, but he found 2 before he died.
Yeah.
Great idea, good execution. And that helped Binghamton honestly hold last the way they did, so well done there.
Be impertinent, it seems.
Seems like we'll be running back the same starting comp for Farmingdale's end of thing for both teams here actually.
I believe no changes yet, right? I mean, Reels was on Squirrel Girl the whole time.
Yeah, well, DeVito's back on Bucky at the beginning of this round, just as he was at the beginning of the previous. But so no more magic, but
yes.
There should be some standard gameplay from both teams. Looks like Fuse and Jimmer is poking at the Star-Lord on the high ground, trying to keep him from taking that space.
Flo testing his space, seeing how much value he can get on the Star-Lord. A wrapper on the flank, as Reels is as well. Interesting approach. Squirgor, typically known as a sort of spam down choke hero, but he's going to take the high ground to see what sort of value he can get as he gets poked out. Returns main. You see Loki clone so valuable in this map as Reels hitting the flank on the Bucky, gonna hit one shot in him. Kuho takes out Flo. It's not so clear though. Reels is still on the flank, putting an insane pressure on the back line of Farmingdale. He's gonna have to retreat though. They can absorb this and he gets hooked.
Does build an ult, and
he goes for it! FLP gets walled and squirreled for his trouble. Insane coordination from T-Champ and Reels there. Flo finds Kuho. This is going the way of Binghamton. They're still down one, but Flo's finishes off Jimmers, and this should be first fight.
Yep, seems like first fight for Binghamton.
Ooh,
FLP does swap off to the Strange, so I think we're going to see them challenging first point.
Flo getting some chip damage before they portal. They are committing to this. Kuho already started Storm ult before they even went through the portal, and Flo's going to fall back. They have Su ult to absorb a bit of this. That's a great portal. They get a long fight here, and this could go either way.
Yeah, 2-1 ults up on the point right now, but I think Binghamton's is going to end slightly earlier.
Oh, DeVito pushing the wall by Eddie going in, takes him out with the mag quickly, but it's not over. Fuse says take this Groodle, gets 2. Vishanti as well. Strange ult comes out. Are they even going to die though? No! Flo, Galactic Legend finds 2. T-Champ finishes off FLP. So many ults, so little gain as Binghamton gets this fight.
Interesting ult from Reels.
I don't think the squirrels are necessary, but you know what?
As he ults after the entire team of Farmingdale is dead.
He's aura farming. He builds it so fast, he said, you know what, take these squirrels.
Yeah, I mean, tough from Farmingdale's side there. Fuse does find a big Groot ult. Oh my
goodness, just rips Groot ult early? I mean, gets a lot of squishies in it, but they have Loki rinse to sustain. I don't know if Binghamton was really ready for that play from T-Champ. I like the idea, but didn't look they were in a spot to follow up as Flo actually goes down for that engage. Oh, Meteor M. Edium going in says this fight is not over, but I don't know if it got destroyed or if it misses. DeVito takes the chance to engage, but gets shot out of the air by T-Champ? Are you kidding me? Insane. Now Binghamton is raring to push here. FLP trying to absorb the damage, being pushed back as Jimmer's going to Luna ult to sustain. Reels already has another Squirrel Stampede almost, but is going to go down. Oh, FLP hits that butt. It's not enough to confirm. No, it is finally. Fuse follows up on his co-tank's pressure.
And Kuho going in with a Storm ult here.
Kuho successfully living that, baiting out many cooldowns, but not an ultimate, as Binghamton is able to get a solid regroup. Never mind. DeVito flanks up top right and takes out Geo-Man in the havoc caused by his team. Great off angle, great timing from him there, as we've seen throughout this whole match.
Binghamton did have an early capture of first point, but it does seem like they're staggering a little bit at this beginning of second.
They are.
If I'm them, gotta really like group up, start pushing as a team.
T-Champ's gonna see some squishies and want to rip it. Gets just the Bucky, gets the mag bubble out, but he gets hooked. It's not enough. Flo, Galactic Legend, Meteor M to counter from Farmingdale. Can he find any kills? No, G-Man goes down, Flo gets taken out by Kuho, but Reels is gonna set in the squirrels anyway. Maybe this is still winnable. FLP's low, they get Luna ult out, and Fuse's got as well. Kuho poking from the sky. I didn't go. Oh,
and he finds Jimmers.
On Jimmers. Goodbye, Binghamton.
As Venomboo's ult runs out, Farmingdale has to give up some space here, and they get picked off as they're backing off. Gonna be a huge time win for Binghamton, as Farmingdale is staggered and is backing off into spawn. They may even. Oh no, I don't think they'll lose their group here.
And look how far up Flo is pushed. Really wants to try and keep Farmingdale in spawn, prevent them from getting a touch if possible, but no. They've spawned in time to get a good solid stall here. And we'll get one more engage at this point.
He's extremely low on Groot as he gets focused down by Flo.
Oh my goodness, just absolutely dinked. Flo's aim went crazy there as Binghamton confirms 2 kills. Thanks to their DPS and tank. Kuho though, doesn't the storm ult, finds a Geo man whose ult had just ended, and it's not gonna be enough. T-Champ Groot ult keeps them at bay and they cannot touch Binghamton. Take second point.
Great capture by them. About 3 minutes for them to finish out this map.
Yes, 3 minutes left, potentially in the map, and if they cap this, they will win the match and the grand finals here at SUNY League LAN at UAlbany, Binghamton. The last 3 minutes, or the last 3 minutes until the next map. We will see.
Seems like Real's just spamming down main here, looking to build his ult yet again.
1
It lives
HP.
at literally 1 HP.
Oh my goodness, and hey, he farmed his ult. That's how bad he wants to farm his ult. He's willing to drop down to actual 1 hit point in order to get it. And he's looking at the high ground. He's thinking the flank will be a better option. He saw the Loki runes used. I bet he's going to want to send this. Sends it on the Loki clones. Here we go. Gets a little ult out. This flank is going to get forced, but Flo is going to fall to Kuho as Farmingdale is able to stabilize and push up with their Luna ult. Binghamton has 2 minutes still.
Seems like Binghamton's going to give up some space here as they wait for their teammates to return. Eddie going up with his mag ult, looking for supports in the backline.
Oh,
Venom
from way downtown. Oh my goodness, Eddie going in. Oh, DeVito finds Reels in the process though. Binghamton still getting a favorable engage. Eddie going in has used these mag ults so incredibly aggressively. It's not what I would do when I play mag. That's coming from a mag main, but man, has he taught me a thing or two watching him play.
Does poke down their supports yet again as Farmingdale's a little staggered, and T-Champ finds a big Groot ult.
Yes, Kuho goes down. That might be enough. Flo takes down Jimmers. DeVito's got to get through this Groot ult if he wants to contest with this again. He's got to get there so Farmingdale can have a chance to defend this potentially last point of the tournament.
Geoman does put down the invisible. Oh wait, maybe that was no skill. I don't.
It was maybe they stack him. I don't know. But Binghamton getting kills left and right. DeVito might be their last hope. He has to find an opening here. Loki runes gonna commit it. It's not enough. But Kuho finds one. He doesn't have enough support. Farmingdale has to find a way to touch. FLP on the Spidey now. Eddie going in confirms 2 though with the Magneto play. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And Binghamton does cap the final point, winning the map 4-1 and the tournament against Farmingdale. GG.
Congratulations to Binghamton A for finishing out this tournament.
Wow, yes, big congratulations to Binghamton A and Farmingdale putting up a great fight and a great match for us. I mean, this thing was never set in stone. 4-1, No Skill takes the MVP of the map. And great job to both teams, really putting on a show here.
Any last thoughts here on the scoreboard of the final game?
Oh man, I mean, the first thing that sticks out is shout out to No Skill for the insane Loki play. You know, those ults and clones at the right times. But man, T-Champ, I mean, 45 eliminations. Are you kidding me? He blocked 48,000 damages grew. But then look at Fused. Am I seeing this right? He blocked 75,000 damage?
Oh my god.
Are you kidding
Fused,
me?
what a monster. Just absolutely doing the most on Groot.
He had a mag, right?
Yeah, that's correct. FLP was
also
on
blocked
mag.
52,000. That just speaks to the dynamic of this match. I mean, oh my goodness, Farmingdale forced to absorb so much damage with these walls and just their bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, great play from the tank line of Farmingdale. Got to give it to him to absorb all the pressure coming from the way of Binghamton, who proved to be too much here.
Yeah, also, Kuho, just extremely consistent player on this Storm. Does not need to rely on a Johnny and gets a ton of value. We see with these 15 final hits, most on his team, and even matching or exceeding Binghamton's DPS.
Yeah, you know, we saw Flo putting in the work there. Did struggle at times to get the Star-Lord ultimates online, but Flo did have 13 deaths, many of which were to Kuho, who had 15 final blows. A great performance all around as he takes the SVP of this map. And great performance throughout the whole match and tournament.
I think that's about it from us. I've been Ryan Raccoonish, and I'm with...
I am Bear. Thank you for joining us, everyone in the chat. It's been a pleasure commentating and watching this match with you all. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Some random guys.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Initiating match.
And we're back. Looks like we're starting to get into things here. It looks like Binghamton versus Binghamton. I'm really thinking, you know, Binghamton has a good chance of taking this whole series here.
I have not forgotten your part in Blackwoods. What do you want? An apology? I no longer expect regret from you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Rolling out on this first fight here. Binghamton rolling out on that Sigma comp. The other side of Binghamton rolling out on the Monkey. Gonna be looking to engage on that back line. I'm just gonna call them blue side at this point. Couple early engages. Ryan Raccoon dropping low on the side of the red team here, but able to cap the point right off the bat. Link Dragon with the pick on the beater, and suddenly Ryan Raccoon not able to really get the space he wants. Trying to run in, gets a whole bunch of damage off, and Binghamton just stuck in a corner, not able to get to where they want. The red team will take the first fight really easily here. A little bit of poke going out right off the bat. The red side here, gonna be looking to get this setup, gonna look to get on the front foot here against the blue team, trying to get that Monkey in a position where he can meet up with that Genji. See if they can collapse here on the side of the blue team. Looking for the back line here. Baptiste falling low, almost down to 1 HP. Isn't going to die, but that boop coming through from player one off the map. Beater trading with the boop of his own. Red team having the advantage for now, especially with the ability of having a tank going in deep. Prayer with the long range elimination, and Binghamton Red just running it down, making sure that the blue team can't find any space, can't get that Sigma anywhere they can really set up to get anything working here. And I mean, from the blue side, you got to expect to see a couple changes, or at least, you know, trying to get themselves in positions they can really force Binghamton back. Dragon Blade coming through from McLaren, looking for what he can get, beat on top of it just to make sure they have the sustain to keep everyone up. But that means they don't have it for Smokey's Gravitic Flux. A whole bunch in the air, but it looks like the initial sustain might just be good enough for the red side here. Able to get a whole bunch of damage out. Mine looking to get the cleanup on point, and I mean, it looks like it might just be a clean round one for Binghamton Red on this first map. Yeah, I mean, just really dominant from Binghamton Red there, not giving the blue side any space to work with. I mean, the Sigma basically just a bystander throughout the whole time, kind of looking to get the value, but he's just so collapsed back into his backline, they're just falling over before they can really get set up to take any good fights there.
Blue Giant.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, if Binghamton Blue can get that positioning they want, if they can get an early cap here, it's going to be really hard for the red team to really break them down. But as long as they can get there, the red team can get there before the blue team and not allow the Sigma the amount of space he wants to work with, I think they've got a good chance of taking a 2-0 on this map. We see right off the bat, going in very deep, Ryan Raccoon jumping in as far as possible, but that Sigma able to just pick him off one by one. Both DPS players down on the side of the red team here, and without the damage, they're just forced all the way back into their spawn. I mean, Binghamton Blue immediately shutting down the engage before it could really even set up there. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so much open space for Binghamton Blue to work with here. They can just poke him and poke him before Red even really has a chance to engage. As you see, McLaren so low before he even has a chance to dash in. Ryan Raccoon will trade it out with another pick from Link Dragon onto that Juno, and suddenly, I mean, the health on the side of the blue team is so low, not with the sustain of the Juno anymore, and they'll just slowly get picked off and whittled away, and Binghamton Red should have their first fight here.
Under my protection. Let the Kitsune guide you.
Yeah, going super early here, trying to commit the ults early, but the Flux coming through from Smokey, able to catch the tank player maybe a little bit too far ahead, and with that tank falling, Binghamton Blue able to just run down the rest of the red team and just essentially steamrolls them all the way to the point. Yeah, that overclock, able to just put out so much damage. But speaking of damage, Link Dragon on the other side with the Blossom, able to just immediately execute the Junkrat. And Binghamton Red, again, same thing on first map, able to execute so quickly on top of Binghamton Blue, they just don't have the chance to react. Yeah. Yeah, and blue team here with a couple of really good ults. Here comes the Flux and the Juno ult at the same time, trying to stack as much damage as possible. But Ryan Raccoon with the Primal is going to live. Nobody's falling just yet for either side, and I think that's got to suit the red team here. Able to just knock everybody around. So much disruption that Juno at absolute health. Finally, no, they don't even get the kill. Bap able to trade it back, and blue might actually be able to win this. Yeah, two very expensive fights for both teams here. It's really only going to be the beats coming online in this fight here. Maybe a Blossom if Link Dragon's able to survive, but it doesn't seem like Red Team even really needs the ultimates. Already with 2 picks on the board, the Blossom will come out, finding that Junkrat, and it's just not enough people alive anymore for the side of blue team here. It's looking like a clean 2-0 from the red side on map 1. Ikazoid. Yeah, I think the red side just had a much cleaner engages on that one, really able to get on the blue side before they could really get set up, especially on that first map, you know, just really putting as much pressure on that Sigma as possible and not letting them get the space they wanted to really get that poke damage through.
Initiating match.
My kid's picking up. Like, I have it on, I'm like only hearing one voice, I think Philly's voice.
Speak. Speak. Oh, Louis talking.
Yeah, I mean, really clean engages, really good use of ultimates. I mean, you saw on that second point, they're able to use their rush really aggressively a couple times and really just stuff Binghamton Blue before they could even get out the gates.
Yeah, my
Now entering King's Row.
Alright, and we're starting to get back into it. Had a little bit of technical difficulties on the first map. Sounds like we weren't able to hear my beautiful co-caster's voice, Louis Lasagna, so we'll have him joining me for this map.
Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, unfortunately, just wasn't able to hear me all that much. I did have some problems with my mic on my end too, so it's no biggie. But either way, we're on map number 2. We're on King's Row. We're on Scrim's Row.
Yeah, and speaking of scrims, this feels a lot like a glorified scrim here. Both Binghamton teams, a nightmare for us casters, but you know, doing as best as we can with it.
I absolutely agree. We're just gonna have to go off our bases of red and blue. But in any case, I do like the hero selections that we have from both of our teams. You're seeing that long-range capability being fully utilized at King's Rosebring. You have Master Uguay on the Widow, and you have Lotus over on that Ashe. And, you know, they're taking full advantage. I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, a whole bunch of wholesale changes for both teams here. I think we had 3 subs for each, I think. Maybe 4 for one of them. But, I mean, the blue side here, rolling out on that Sigma and that Mei, gonna look to pressure and trap off that Ryan whenever they can, right? Try to put as much pressure as possible, but T-Champ already kind of forced to use it defensively.
Yeah, this pressure is insurmountable right now.
Yeah.
Ryan getting very involved, dashing in, trying to get some space for the rest of his team. Incurs quite a bit of damage and was able to keep up the majority of the defense right now. And it's entirely just a back and forth.
Yeah, the red side just getting all over the blue side here, pincering them from both directions. That Sojourn running all the way around them, just putting so much pressure on the side of Binghamton Blue, just not able to really get the poke they want to get out here.
Still holding on despite the tick rate almost being fully completed, but eventually they will get pushed back. Reese does fall, and now they're just going to have to opt in to stop the cart where it stands.
Yeah, and if Binghamton can keep on this front foot, able to get that Ryan into really aggressive positions, it's going to be crucial for them to avoid the Mei wall from T-Champ. If they're able to, you know, if this blue side is able to get that Ryan successfully walled off, or anyone walled off, and really drop them before they have any chance to react, they've got all the time in the world to just poke them away. And that's what they're going to be looking to do as their game plan here. But Baptiste with a great shot, already opening things up to get super aggressive here.
Yep, getting it back and forth right now. They've gotten good progress pushing that card. You're even going to see the ult economy being established rather soon. Map and Master Uguay's ult are all ready to go, but now we have counter ults coming from the side of Mine. It's going to get things really chilly, and that's a big 4K for Binghamton Blue.
A couple of huge ult investments coming out from Binghamton Blue, but I mean, very worthwhile ones. You see that Flux, that Blizzard, and the Rush all coming through just to counteract what Red was doing on that push, and I mean, a very clean team wipe for them to open up this and kind of give them the space they want to hold this defense a little bit better and really poke away at this red team.
Going to be a typical poke indeed. Bat still has the ulted pocket along with Mr. Man. You did see Master Uguay pop that blade. They're going big right now as Hank and all of Binghamton Red are honestly getting some really nice picks right now.
Yeah, maybe a little overzealous from the blue team. They're trying to take advantage of all the space they had. The red team able to just walk up and essentially outpace them to the cart and just run them over. Not enough spacing on the side of blue team to really defend themselves properly.
Now, with the ult economy slightly evened out now, I'm expecting at least one more push from Binghamton Blue here to maybe stop them before the last checkpoint. However, Bap has a really big answer utilizing that.
Great shot, and it's a couple times now. Babs opened up these fights with a couple big picks really early and really made the space for his team. Binghamton Red will respond with that beat, trying to push him back, but so many ults online, so much pressure. Just keeping that blue team at bay, not letting them out of their own spawns hardly.
Pressure be ever so surmounted by the combo of Bap and Lament. They're really holding him down. Mr. Man just keeping that card progress to its full capability And Binghamton Blue really need an answer, and they need it fast.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them even to leave spawn here, just so trapped in. They're going to use the rush to try to do just that. The pressure here from Bap on high ground, though, just taking pot shots on everyone he can get in his crosshair.
Now, a bit of a stalemate after a lot of aggression mounted by Binghamton Red. You're going to see the Genji Blade come out for Master Uguay. It's going to get two really big picks right here. You are seeing the ultimate of mine also come out to try and answer back, but either way, it's just going to go swimmingly for Binghamton Red as they get another team.
Yeah, just no real answer from blue side when that blade comes out. Able to just run through the entire team. Binghamton having to use so many resources just to get out of their own spawn, and by the time the ults came out from the red side, they just had no response.
It's a big 3-0 with plenty of time left on the board. 3.5 minutes. Can't forget that 1 second, though. With our new side switch, we're going to see how Binghamton Blue fare against their adversaries over on the attack side of things. And let's see how effective a Binghamton Red defense really is.
Yeah, I mean, a massive time bank for Binghamton Red, able to just stack it up. And I mean, Binghamton Blue really up against it now. If they want to match that same time bank, essentially having to win pretty much every fight. I mean, I don't know if Binghamton Blue want to fight on the defensive side at all. They stalled them out a little bit, but they're going to have to find some way to deal with the aggression that Binghamton Red's coming out with, just running on top of them with that Reinhardt.
Trying to bring the composition to try and counteract this damage right now, but mainly we have even more damage and poke capabilities. You're seeing Master Uguay swap over to that Tracer to just get in and out of combat as quickly and as smoothly as possible. Excuse me.
Yeah, and
just being able to hit and run with Tracer, it's going to be dangerous for Binghamton Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Binghamton to figure out how they want to look. You know, there's so many different angles that Binghamton Red can come with. They've got the Tracer on one angle, Soj holding it down from main, and the Ryan just running them down. It's going to be really awkward trying to get into, get any openings to open up these fights here.
Opening is absolutely what they're looking for. Good save for Hank on Master Uguay there to keep him still in the fight.
And you see just the amount of damage Red Team able to put out here. Just Baptiste basically unchecked, putting pot shots into everybody on this blue side. Anybody who is even remotely close to his LOS, just receiving, at the very least, all of his left clicks and, if they're unlucky enough, a railgun to the head.
So much of this damage just being able to surmount. Finally, we're going to see Reels try and answer with some sort of aggression, but it's just being counteracted. He's got to end up moving back. T-Champ, though, finally trying to ease the pressure ever so slightly. Does get a
great
really
rock
big
there.
Reels right there.
That window so aggressive, just able to push blue team back immediately. Not really able to capitalize off of the pick at all. But the Shatter coming through does gale through the shield. Maybe enough space here to work with, but the rush coming out immediately. Blue team finally will open up this first point. And if they can chase these staggers down, they should just be able to cap it off of that.
Really in a good position right now, but Mr. Man might be looking for an answer back to this blue aggression. He's trying to regroup with his team. I don't think they'll be able to make it back in time, however. And yes, blue will be able to secure the point. Now it's their turn to see how far they can get.
Yeah, not quite able to make it back in time to contest, but they do have the ability to hold this arch position, and with the comp they're running, they can just sit on this corner and force Binghamton Blue to come to them. Not really a good angle for them to really try to poke, but, a couple of good ults online, opening with this Flux here to try to open up the space. Immediately finds two, the beat hardly even mattering, as Lotus looking to pull the blade here just to clean up. Almost a solo blade onto Hank.
Solo opening Hank with the Genji blade. Definitely a decision for Binghamton Blue. They do get a team kill off of it.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a waste, but it does set them up in a pretty good position. I mean, should one more fight and they can just take the second point, and suddenly, you know, with one more fight, when they have a chance to get a pretty decent time bank of their own, they need to know that this Reinhardt's coming up to this high ground here. Lotus committing that dash really early. Ends up regretting it almost instantly. Can't find the dash reset he wants, and Lament able to get another one. Both DPS suddenly gone for the side of Binghamton Blue, and this red team immediately right back to where they left off, just holding their W keys down. An early charge from Lament, trying to force them all the way back to their spawn here.
Yeah, pushing them all the way back towards the choke. It's a tough spot to be in, especially since you don't originally have that much time anyway. So more time that you get delayed right now is going to be a detriment to your advance. You're going to see the Kitsune Rush and the Shatter, which goes wide, actually.
Yeah, good block there by the Sigma from Reels. Not really able to get as much as they want, but they still have that window online, able to force the blue team all the way back to defending their charge. Not quite able to connect, but there's so much damage, so much aggression from the side of this red team. As long as they can keep Lament alive here, I mean, Binghamton Blue just can hardly leave their own spawn.
Lament definitely an important part of this equation, not just because he's the tanks, not just because he's got the shield, but the amount of pressure that he's able to apply based off of the aggression supported by the healers. He's able to keep Binghamton Blue at bay for as long as Red need to. And you're going to see that right now. They still need a decision to get out of this choke point, and this Rhine is still in their way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough. It's going to take something or a couple of nice ultimates. Maybe they can open things up with the Flux here. But, again, Mr. Man with that beat ready, they're going to have to get a whole bunch of damage to get any kills through it. And there is the Flux and that beat. Blade also coming out from Master Oogway. Gonna see what he can find with it. Not a whole lot, but the health on the side of Binghamton Blue just so low. They're gonna really struggle. Baptiste able to get 2 before he eventually gives his own life for it. And just not really enough players alive anymore for Binghamton Blue. And again, it's back to square one.
Yeah, it's a really great hold so far, and that clock is only getting lower and lower. Blue might have been stalled out long enough. This unsurmountable aggression from Red, there's no answer for it quite yet. Finally, they're deciding to bring that Bastion of Lotus to try and pelt into the shield.
Yeah.
You're going to see Kitsune Rushes come out. Maybe
another block Shatter. Yeah, again, not able to find anything with that Shatter. Reels right there with the shield once again. Lament just kept swinging at bay, and maybe that's what it finally takes for Binghamton Blue to break open this second point here. T-Champ able to open up the recontest with a fairly easy pick onto his mirror part. And now just free range on this high ground, raining in damage, killing that immortality field, and finally the blue team able to get that space and that poke that they want to open up this second point.
Best they can hope for is to get to the end and try and hope for a big stop during the side switch. This is going to be a tough one if Binghamton Blue can make it all the way to the end. But first, that is what they have to do first. They need to get to the end with this final minute and a half in their bank. Very nice shot.
Yeah, T-Champ able to open things up, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Binghamton Blue fan here. And, I mean, now he's got all the control of this high ground. Reels with that Flux ready, probably going to look to use it just to trap them in their own spawn, and suddenly the roles are reversed. It's Binghamton Red who are struggling to push out at all.
Kiriko Red able to fall back. It's going to have to come down to this one final team fight. You are going to see the sound barrier pop. Lots of ultimates come from both sides right now.
And everything from blue team coming out. They stacked 4 ults on top of each other. Lotus not able to get his ult, but everything else is just so much damage, so much pressure onto this red team. And no cap, and with time. So we will be seeing an attack from both sides going into round 3 and 4.
Incredible comeback from Binghamton Blue to stay alive despite the challenge that they were just faced with. That choke, it was an obstacle for so long, but in the end, they were able to get past it. So now it's going to be absolutely tough. Only a minute to their name, while Binghamton Red have a solid 3:51, almost 4 full minutes.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of time here for Binghamton Red, but I mean, if Binghamton Blue can open that first point, as long as they keep someone on cart, they can hypothetically push it as far as the whole map with only that minute time bank. But that first fight's going to be really important for them here. Can they find, you know, the angles they need to really open things up and give themselves a chance to win this map? Hovering a few interesting characters here. Maybe they'll look for that Widow shot out of spawn. A ball from Reels is very interesting, but I have a feeling he might be swapping back to that Sigma in the end.
I'm interested. There is a possibility. Yep. No.
Yeah. Sometimes they like to trick us, but they might roll out on that Bastion. I mean, it works so well for the second half of that attack. Just so much damage into the shield of Lament, just putting pressure on that opposing tank player, and they'll look to do the exact same thing here. T-Champ falling low, Bap with a great shot onto Lotus, instantly dropped, and that, if you're blue team, that's exactly what you didn't want to happen. The wall onto Reels, just keeping him stuck there, and suddenly they either have to go now or everybody has to die so they have enough time to regroup for a second fight.
That's what it's going to look like now.
Prayer dying.
Initial stop.
Yeah, Prayer dying very late there. Hank finding another shot onto Lotus, and suddenly it's desperation time for the blue side here. Hardly enough time to regroup and get a real fight. Lament hiding up for that pin, trying to get somebody as they come across. The Bastion is going to spot him, so they'll get through that initial area, but they have to get onto the point. The Lucio will be able to get the touch, gives his life in the process for it. Master Uwe with a nice shot. And now everybody just scrambling on the side of blue team, trying to get things done, and they cannot get back to the point at all. No chance for them to win this map, and I mean, a huge time bank for them to defend just to try to get a draw here.
Well, Kiwi, their options are lose or stall them out for 4 full minutes at this first choke.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a long fight. They gotta, you know, make sure they batten down the hatches, get everything in order. And I mean, if you're the side of Binghamton Red here, really all you have to do is play to get one fight. They can save all their ultimates and just try to hit them on one go, or they can, you know, just knock the door wide open and win it on the first fight. Couple of interesting picks here. I wonder if they'll actually roll out on that Torb. Yeah, okay.
Pretty weak.
They always
Zarya,
do.
though, could potentially work.
Yeah,
I'm more of a basketball person.
be interesting. Trying to maybe open up some space with the bubbles here. Try to get Bap in as many advantageous and aggressive positions as possible. I mean, really, if they get one pick here, they should be in a position where they might be able to just take that, and they only need that 30% progress, so one pick. Binghamton Blue with no chance to stall it out. They just have to fight down a player. Yeah, they will walk out on this Zarya.
Good pressure being applied. We're
Yeah.
seeing that charge go up and up right now, almost completely charged.
Yeah, I mean, using bolt bubbles really aggressively off the bat, trying to get the space. I mean, Lament just able to beam down Lotus, not able to use his deflect to get to safety there, and the Zarya with just so much damage going into this team. The supports of Binghamton Blue just can't keep up with the pace at all. Lament just holding left click, walking at them fearlessly, and just like that, as effortlessly as Lament walked towards them on that last fight, Binghamton Red will walk towards a map victory.
Definitely one that they needed. They even out the map count now, 1-1, and despite the loss, Reels is going to be our play of the game holder. Very influential Graviton Flux to get that team kill that was needed to start and making their attack possible.
Yeah, definitely.
Good effort.
Definitely one of the play of the games there. Showing the end of all the kills and then getting pinned, but they can't all be winners.
But again, great job from Binghamton Red. Great effort for Binghamton Blue. And now, as we get ready for map number 3, we're going to toss it over to, I believe, a quick break. We should just be ready to go in a couple seconds.
Yeah.
But aside from that, we're going to get it ready. We'll throw it to a very, very short break, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
And it looks like we're back at it again. A quick break here. Coming back to Runasapi. No real swaps for either team. And, you know, tied up series. We got a real game in our hands here.
We definitely do. We definitely do, Kiwi. Runasapi is definitely a tough one to fight it on out. We've seen it in the past couple of play days as well. We even saw it earlier on the regulation ECAC stream as well. It's proved to be a fun map that allows for a bunch of different types of plays to be made. So, with a tied-up series, I'm wondering who's going to actually bring it home and take this advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it is a map full of possibilities. You know, a whole bunch of different comps that you could play. And though, of course, we're going to see the exact same two comps. Though they are going to bring the monkey out on the side of the red team here. So a little bit of variation here, but everything else pretty much the same. Be interesting to see, though, with that monkey, how they want to engage and how they're going to be able to, you know, press the advantages they had in the last fight, not allow this Binghamton Blue side to really set up the way they want.
Well, as you said, good hero picks. Definitely laments Winston should be a detriment in the side of Binghamton Blue, and you're already seeing it come into full fruition as multiple members of Binghamton Blue are falling very early on.
Yeah, you can see the impact of it immediately. Lament out the gates, super quick, jumping onto somebody, and Binghamton Blue not even really set up yet, immediately just falling one by one. just not able to deal with that pressure right out the gates. And, I mean, they'll have to make some adjustments coming into this next fight, but you almost wonder if they did not expect it.
Dodge this.
Low to the side. Definitely one that hurt quite a bit. So now approaching that rapid forward spawn position is Binghamton Red as they're still trying to pelt it out and keep this aggression alive. They're doing a good job of it so far as Lotus gets another pick on the Master Uruguay and it's just holding this position.
Yeah, you see that space that Binghamton Blue is afforded there at the beginning of that fight. Able to poke out, Lotus able to find an early pick, and the pressure onto Lament just too much, jumping in, can't find the space, and Reels now with the numbers advantage able to just walk down the rest of the red team one by one, and Bap able to get one on his way out, but really all he's going to be able to do, maybe Master Uruguay can get out here.
Uruguay able to survive, but just like that, momentum can shift at any time, and it'll shift in Binghamton Blue's favor as they try their hand to push themselves.
Yeah.
The show definitely going to be important, especially with the Winston of Lament. Just like that, he's down.
Yeah, just bullied with that solo ult there. As soon as he jumps in, immediately met with that flux and trapped in air jail. Nothing he can really do, and with no tank, I mean, Binghamton Blue is going to be looking to run down the rest of this team. Easy as you like it, just cleaning everything up. Lotus sitting back, hitting as many shots as he can. And, I mean, with only the one ult invested, a fairly cheap fight win for this side of Binghamton Blue.
Yeah, it all came to a lot of left and right clicks. Not too much cues necessary. So that's always a win in your playbook. And just like that, Binghamton have taken the lead and the forward spawn. They're going to continue to press this lead.
And of course, with as few Qs as there were on the previous fight, there's going to be a whole lot in this one. Opening it up is going to be Bap with that overclock, looking to find as much damage as possible, able to force out both support ults and the mirror overclock. So much invested right off the gates here from the blue side, and barely anything happening. Finally, T-Champ pulling that blade, able to get a kill. Lotus with a headshot, and I mean, with 4 ultimates invested, surely they're able to take this round fight, but they have to get the cleanups here. The Monkey's still alive, and both supports able to get trades back, and suddenly it's not quite as clear.
Still could swing in either way. It's still a pretty big fight. Reels is just trying to hold on for as much as possible.
Yeah,
he can regroup with his team.
And those closer respawns coming in from the red side, able to force him back for now. Of course, Reels is sitting on that ult. No real ultimates on the side of Binghamton Red, able to counter this. So if he can get a couple up in the air, or maybe solo ult the Monkey again, it's going to be really awkward for Binghamton Red to try to take this fight here.
Being thrown on the side, and here we go. Graviton Flux. I don't believe. Finally, it connects. Got a pretty big chunk of damage right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Man, definitely an important pick. And then what follows suit is Bap, who ends up losing their life. And just like that, Reels is going to take full advantage of the 2 picks. Just like that, bring it to Blue back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, just no real ability to respond on the side of Binghamton Red. Everybody trying to hide from that ult, but eventually Mr. Man will get caught out, and off the back of that, they just take another fairly simple fight win with only that Sigma ult. Ooh, Mr. Man just caught out really early. Bap able to catch out the other team support on their own though, so fairly even off the bat. That rush providing so much pressure though for Binghamton Red here, and off the back of it, T-Champ and Lotus will fall, and again, a cheap fight, able to push them back, and Binghamton Blue sent packing for the hills, ready to regroup for the next one.
It's a good hold. Now, should be able, they take away that forward spawn from Binghamton Blue. Hopefully they can get the robot back towards their original grasp. You're seeing this pressure being applied. The choke is so important, especially with that shield of Reels, and especially with the Kitsune rush being deployed by Mine.
Yeah, Kitsune out to try to counteract that jump from Lament, and then immediately after forcing that Monkey out, they're going to pop even more ults. Lotus trying to pull that overclock to try to pull things back, but the pressure from Binghamton Red just too much. interesting blade choice to try to clean everything up. Will eventually end up getting one as they capture the point at the same time. But a very expensive fight for the side of Binghamton Red. I mean, investing 4 ults. They are already halfway back to the Kiriko ult, but again, no real answers on the board for Reels' Flux, and T-Champ with the blade should be able to close it by the time he needs it to kind of clean up this fight.
And the fact that Blue have been able to get control of the robot once again without investing too much. And now you're going to see that overclock from BAP come into fruition. It's a good stop right there, allowing T-Champ out of the fight. And Reels denying more power to Binghamton Blue. And just like that, a big team kill to continue the aggression.
Yeah, great work from Overwatch Red there. I mean, to just really not allow the rest of Binghamton Blue to follow up on Reels' Flux. He ends up fluxing the backline, but nobody else really able to follow up. T-Champ tries, but is immediately gunned down by BAP, and really that's all they need to just take that fight win. Too much pressure under Reels, able to force him back and get themselves the space they need. Bunch of ults coming out. Kitsune met by that Dragon Blade. T-Champ left swinging, trying to find whatever he can, but everybody on the side of Red just too fast for the ninja.
Tough one indeed, especially that rate of fire bump for BAP. Oh, so powerful. Gives him more from charge at the end of the day. And is able to give him a lot more damage.
Just so much damage coming out. 3K with the meatball and a 4th to clean up.
One more on the board is taken out by Hankin. Back-to-back team kills for Binghamton Red should bring them ever so closer to that final point.
Yeah, there's so much bot progress here. Even if Binghamton Blue is able to take this back, they have so far to go. It's just a really uphill battle, and they do have a couple ults to do it, but Binghamton Red with a bunch of their own. I mean, you have to imagine Binghamton Red, they can fight wherever they want, whenever they want, and so they should be on the front foot to start this fight here. Just like that, though, Binghamton Blue, 2 ults right out the gate with that rush, with that overclock. BAP with a nice shot to shut it down, but maybe a little too late. They're going to try to invest here. That blade going in, traded out for that beat, but, you know, maybe all they really wanted was that beat out, and they're able to take a fight without Binghamton Blue really having much on the board to deal with it.
Yeah, honestly, it was an interesting blade for Master Oogway, but one that ended up finding value anyway, because the fact that Thrayer did pop that sound barrier, it was definitely questionable because they had already had man advantage. So now that's just one less ult for Binghamton Blue to work with. And now Binghamton Red, plenty of ults on the board and plenty control in this choke.
Immediately going wrong is Lotus falling to that first initial dive from Lament. Hank able to find a headshot onto T-Champ in his own backline, and everybody falling on the side of Binghamton Blue here. Only a minute left on the clock, and not a whole lot to work with as far as ultimates. They've used pretty much everything, maybe that Pulse Bomb online, but reaching fairly close to last fight territory. They've got a long way to push that bot if they want any chance to win this map.
40 seconds left. It's looking more and more grim for Binghamton Blue right now. Now you have the Binghamton Red Kitsune in full swing. Lots of pressure on the supports for Binghamton Blue, and it's just a tough battle. However, the man actually incurs quite a bit of damage here. He's at risk of falling.
Yeah, but he makes so much space. They're able to force all of Blue Team back, force them into awkward situations, and then everybody else on the side of Red Team, I mean, Mr. Man and Hank combining together to clean everybody else up with the rest of their team. Just so much pressure, and Binghamton Blue, it really is do or die now.
Swaps to try and keep the dream alive. You're seeing the Venture and you're seeing the Tracer try and just get back as quick as possible. Not bad picks in any way, but definitely in late fruition. You still have so much utility to work against. T-Champ though is trying to sway it into a direction, and Lotus is trying to do the same thing. However, more kills are just going to go into the side of Binghamton Red.
And that blade and that beat coming out, trying to sustain as much as they can. Reel's essentially unkillable for the time being, but he will eventually fall as everybody else falls around him. And Binghamton Red taking their second map in a row here. Gonna look to push on for the rest of the series off of what was a fairly dominant push map.
Masterful work by Binghamton Red. Great plays from Master Uguay as well. Was able to get some critical picks. Lots of damage being applied.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it led to the success of Binghamton Red.
Yeah, just really able to apply some of the finishing touches on some of those engages there. Just with that dash, able to reset back to back to back. And I think he did that on multiple occasions in this match. Just really able to help clean up the damage that red side had going out. And I think that was kind of the big thing. Sometimes the blue team were able to get people very low, but they weren't quite able to finish out those picks. Whereas when the red team got those picks, they finished them out and they took their advantages really well.
Great job indeed. Now, Binghamton in a good position now that they have the map count lead. They're looking hopeful in game number 4, which we'll have in just a couple moments when we come back.
Traveling to Sulawesi. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
And we're coming back into it here on Suravasa. Looking like much the same comp from Binghamton Red. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. As I say that, of course, they're going to swap over to Reinhardt. So,
yep, I'm curious to see how this one goes down as well. We're now moving on to Flashpoint. New mode for Overwatch 2. I say new, but it's been around for quite a bit now.
Yeah. It's been around for a little bit. Looks like Binghamton Blue going to try something a little bit different, rolling out on that Mauga here. Maybe looking to have a little bit more sustain with their tank, a little bit more independence. Maybe not having to hold their Sigma's hand quite as much with the Mauga. Able to just kind of let him do his thing going in there, and immediately maybe working out. Lotus able to find that pick early, gets traded out. And then T-Champ trying to slice his way through the team. Red team really split up, really low on health. They're going to have to regroup here to try to make a fight of things. Lament not going to be able to escape with his life, and now Binghamton Blue, with the only team being the tank alive, able to push everyone on the red side out immediately. And not a whole bunch of kills in that fight, but they're able to just force them back just off of better positioning alone.
Good start right now as Binghamton start off their game clock, rapidly approaching that 45 percentile. They're holding it down rather well as too. They've got some good poke game going on. They're keeping the pressure on Binghamton Red. They haven't found an answer just yet, but as I say that,
Lament
they're gonna get things to happen.
With a great pin to open things up, taking Reels out of the fight entirely, bringing him back into his own team and able to press that advantage, just swinging willy-nilly on the rest of the blue team. No real tank to protect them, and I mean, Master Uguay and Lament combining together to take down the entirety of the team, just slicing and dicing with no tank to do it. And a little bit of BM to boot. I mean, this Mauga comp, I'm not sure it's really working out quite yet so far. They did get that first fight, but they're going to really struggle to get their foot in the door going into the rest of this, especially if he keeps going in like that. The pin not quite able to connect yet, but he leaves his whole team to die. Mr. Man and Master Uguay combining to just use a pincer maneuver on the side of Binghamton Blue, and suddenly there's nothing left to support that tank.
Nothing at all. All the rest of Binghamton Blue falling behind the tank of Reels. Like that T-Champ was swiftly dealt with thanks to Lament. You're gonna see them regain control, as it should be a pretty good stop now for Binghamton Red.
Looks like they are going to try to contest here, using that rush just to get a touch, running right through that window. Reels immediately onto that back line. The beat maybe a little too late, but still using that window, able to drop Reels in the end. So many ults online. Somebody has to touch the point. Eventually the Lucio gets back. T-Champ able to drop 3, slicing and dicing. So little health on the side of Binghamton Red, and suddenly what looked like a desperation touch, Binghamton Blue are actually able to flip the point off the back of it.
And Lament can't even get away as he's swiftly dealt with by Lotus. And just like that, Binghamton Blue in a good position here. Not even sure if Binghamton Red are going to be able to make it back in time.
Yeah, they got to go quick. Either Master Uwe or Mr. Man is going to have to get here if they want to get a touch, but they might just be going for the next point. Binghamton Blue, a great use of their ultimates there, able to use that rush to get onto point, and, I mean, able to maybe pull off a bit of a miracle to get that point and just win it outright. Immediately Reels going very aggressive in this fight, looking for the cage. The Genji able to put out so much damage. Nobody quite falling yet, but everybody's so low on the side of the red team. Eventually one will come through, and after that, the rest of them starting to fall through. T-Champ slicing and dicing, getting all those dash resets, and just not really able to deal with that super aggressive early cage, and a very easy fight win for the side of Binghamton Blue.
Binghamton Red tried to cut their losses, and all they did was lose even more. As you see Binghamton Blue regain control of this flashpoint. They're starting the clock early once again, and they still have some good positioning to counteract the efforts of Binghamton Red.
Maybe a bit overzealous though, losing their Soj early. The blue team are going to try to scrap their losses, trying to pull the blade here, but mine's going to drop in the meantime. The blade eventually finds one, but it might be too little too late. T-Champ stuck in no man's land, eventually going to get traded out, and the blue team just not with enough reinforcements alive to really take this fight. Still that Sojourner left alive though, if he's able to make a hero play. Able to stall out this point, getting it all the way to 50%. Eventually will fall, and the red team should get the flip here.
Solid stoppage as this stopped at the 56th. Gonna have to be important hold right now as one team fight with the rapid pace that these flashpoints gain progress. You really just have to hope for a full-on stop if you want to regain the foot in the door on this map 4.
Lament almost stuck in no man's man, able to use that shatter to his advantage, but it's blue team who's coming up with the kills off the back of it. Lotus, so much damage going through, able to stack all those rails one on top of another, and red team immediately pushed back, losing their tank and losing their Soj at the same time. And I mean, like you said, that percentage so low, it's really just one fight territory for Binghamton Red coming into this.
They're entering back now as they're starting to utilize their ult econ. They're trying to get it back. They should be able to stop it towards the 90th. That's exactly what'll happen. Almost gets off and lets him get a couple more ticks, but it's ultimately the 92nd that will stop. Binghamton Red now need to hold on ever so closely as the ult economy for Binghamton Blue is looking very, very positive, especially with 4 ults on board.
Yeah, there comes that cage, really aggressive, almost just onto the side of Lament. There's so much damage coming through, it's almost breaking the game, but the blue team, I think, just able to scrap it out. They're gonna look to use this blade to clean it up, seeing if he can find that Lucio. He has to get back from the boop, gets it, but gets traded out in the end. Blue team will find the flip in the meantime, but not really the numbers advantage here. Reinforcements coming back through. Lucio comes through with the beat, able to keep his tank alive, and Reels able to find the Baptiste. Lotus coming back now, the numbers coming back slowly for blue team, and they might just be able to flip this.
It's a war at the 99th, and it's looking more and more positive for Binghamton Blue. They get all the picks that were required, and Binghamton Red are getting flushed back once again. Now a 2 flashpoint lead. All they need is 1 more, and they will tie the series up once again.
Yeah, Binghamton Red looking to make a swap here, looking to get that Zarya, trying to stop. Maybe trying to use those bubbles to try to stop themselves from dying individually. You know, a couple of weird individual deaths kind of harming them in a couple of these fights here. I mean, you see Reels playing super aggressive here, looking for it, forces that bubble out early, able to get the slam on the high ground, and they forced out Immortality and a bubble. And they are going to end up losing their Lucio and their Genji in the process, though. Maybe a little too aggressive there from Binghamton Blue, and Red Team able to deal with that aggression properly. Maybe the Zarya bubbles helping them out a little bit there.
Reels ultimately looking to gain space. It's just a retake it just so quickly. And Binghamton Red set up once again. They'll be the ones who will kick things off as we're approaching that 20th percentile. They're also set up in a more passive sort of position. They're not exactly on the point just yet, but they're in strong areas to try and keep this defense that much stronger.
Yeah, this Red Team trying to set themselves up in tough positions, but BAP is going to get caught out by that overclock, and that's the go sign for Reels to go here. Stomps in on the team. Lotus still just raining down completely unchecked, able to shoot whoever he wants, and it's just no real space for the Red Team here as T-Champ and Lotus combined to clean up pretty much the entire team.
Stopped at the 61st. Binghamton, not many ults on standby right now. However, you are going to see the cage from Reels come up online soon. The next in hand would have to be T-Champ and Prayer.
Yeah, Master Uwe going very early with that blade. Binghamton Red not going to wait around and wait for that cage to come out. They're going to open themselves, going super aggressive with both DPS ults, and Binghamton Blue just completely overwhelmed by it.
Great read from Binghamton Red right there to capitalize on the lack of support ults. Able to regain control very rapidly, and just like that, it's finally looking good for them. And just like that, the momentum might swap.
Perhaps most importantly, Mr. Man able to get that beat off. They are still trapped in the cage, but with the beat, they're able to sustain it all and even drop Reels in the process. They will lose BAP on point, but you gotta say the advantage is on Binghamton Red here. That Baptiste just sitting on high ground doing so much healing, so much sustain, and Red Team gonna be able to cap the point and maybe make their way back into this map.
It was a massive stall. Honestly, that cage kind of worked against Reels right there, as honestly it forced everybody off the flashpoint, and ultimately with that, the game clock just continued to tick, and nobody was really able to make their way to try and contest. So that's what ultimately gave that advantage to Binghamton Red.
Yeah.
But now, Binghamton Blue looking to get that aggression right back to the
Yeah. The early Kitsune Russian Blade just immediately running down Lament. So much damage coming out on him, and without their tank, they really don't have the space they need. Master Uwe will find one, but just nobody really left to keep this team together. T-Champ with a beautiful dash on the bat. Able to clean things up really nicely, and already some decent progress onto this point here. Just giving him a little bit of ult, or a little bit of Zarya charge just for fun. Sometimes you gotta play a little game of Genji volleyball.
Honestly, I think that should be our new ECAC comp. Just get pro Genji ball.
Yeah, I'm there for it. BAP not there for it. They're immediately shutting down this Lucio, trying to play a real game of Overwatch here. Binghamton Red going super aggressive with their blade. 2 picks from Master Uguay here, and nobody left to help T-Champ. Tries to stall as long as he can, but a very clean fight from Binghamton Red.
Massive team kill, stopped at the 80th percent. We now have to hold it very tightly here, as the ult from Mr. Man and BAP are slowly but surely coming online. We also have Lament nearing his ultimate.
Yeah, Mr. Man in a bit of a a situation here. Does he want to use that beat here to try to secure this fight, or does he want to save it for Reels' cage? We know that's been a problem this map. They are going to use it to try to counter that overclock, but not before Hank is going to get dropped, and down their main support, there's not a whole lot of sustain. They're going to try to throw that grab out. It's just Lament on an island, on his own, trying to use those bubbles to keep himself up, but Reels just so much damage going into the side, and I don't even know if Binghamton Red's going to be able to get a touch here.
No, that should be able to put it away, and just like that, the stall from Binghamton Blue claw it back to a 3-1 victory over on our Flashpoint matchup.
Yeah,
Series is tied once again, 2-2.
Yeah, we might be here all night if it goes at this rate, but wouldn't have it any other way. You know, a nice, good, competitive game of Overwatch. And a couple of great plays from both sides here. I mean, Reels doing so much work on this Mauga. Maybe that swap was the play, able to put out just so much damage. And, you know, Binghamton Red kind of struggling to deal with it.
Well, that does it for our Suravasa matchup. We still need an answer to which Binghamton side is going to be the true victors here. We're going to set up for Game 5, which will be our convoy match. And I'm very curious to see how this matchup continues. I hope everybody at home is too. We'll be back with that very shortly. Don't go away.
Welcome to initiating match.
And we're coming back from the break here. Tied up series going into Rialto. No real swaps from either team. Probably expect to see fairly similar things coming into this map here.
Yeah.
Rialto's definitely a fun one. These Lucios, we could see some boops on these bridge points right here. I'm hoping for it. Boop is always a good way to mix in a little bit of fun for your team, of course, never for the enemy.
Of course, yeah. I mean, nothing feels better than getting a boop off the map, and nothing feels worse than getting booped off the map.
But with that, you are going to see pretty standard lineups, as you had mentioned. You do see Lotus swapping off to that Cassidy, though. So I'm wondering if he's looking more for aggressive plays or looking for some high ground type action.
Yeah, maybe looking
seeing how that Peacekeeper works.
Maybe looking to use that concussive grenade to try to keep Master Ugwe and Lament at bay, you know, with a little bit of the CC that's able to provide. We'll see Lament jumping in very early, trying to push Binghamton Blue off this high ground, but Binghamton Blue able to concede a little bit of space and kind of keep themselves centered, trying to get as much poke as possible. And you can see Master Ugwe already dropping a little bit low, but a lot of resources invested, and Binghamton Red going around that low ground, trying to get as much cart progress as they can before taking a full engage. A nice rock coming out from Reels, but not quite able to pick anyone off, and still just kind of poking and prodding. Finally, they look to go on Lotus, kind of isolated off on his own, and the whole team just collapses on him. And here, they can go to just ring around the Rosie. Mine able to get out of trouble for now, but so much pressure coming through. T-Champ able to trade. Mine eventually will fall, but without that Kiriko, they don't really have that main source of healing, and it's going to be really awkward for Binghamton Blue to try to sustain this. Just kind of Reels and Lotus alone on point. Not a whole lot happening, and eventually they will fall.
So yeah, you saw in earlier rounds, Reels has been a real powerhouse. You see what I did there? He's been a real powerhouse utilizing these rocks, but ultimately he didn't land the ones that were most important, almost hitting Master Ugwe, but ultimately he allowed majority of Binghamton Red to just get behind, and that's what's leading to the downfall right now, as they should be able, with no real sort of stoppage, to take this first check.
Yeah, the real downside of that Sigma, just not really having the mobility to fully match what Binghamton Red is doing. Again, this fight, I mean, Lament just goes right under him, going for that backline, just almost circumventing Reels entirely, and trying to take out everybody else and, you know, knock the legs out under Reels' chair.
Well, it's good effort so far. They still have ultimates coming online rather soon. Mr. Man is in the pocket. You still have Lament and Master Ugwe getting very close to their ults, respectively. Binghamton Blue just need an answer, and an answer is not what they're getting. As Back is kicking things off once again, and this Binghamton Red aggression doesn't really have a stop to it.
Yeah, great opening shot just to give themselves that advantage, and Lament just able to stick in the backline of Binghamton Blue, forcing them back over and over again. Reels just not really able to get his footing, not able to get all that damage he wants to put out. Binghamton Red again on the front foot, using this beat to engage, trying to counter is that rush, but there's just so much damage, so much pick potential, able to drop the entire Binghamton Blue team. And again, Reels the last to fall, but everybody else just not really able to keep themselves alive.
These back-to-back team kills have been so crucial for Binghamton Red's attack. They've been applying so much pressure. They've created so much space in combination with both Master Ugwe and Lament. You can see it now as the Primal Rage is popped, just pushing back further and further. Finally, Reels looking for an answer as he gets 2-3 big kills right there. And finally, the pause button might have been hit, as Binghamton Blue is going to be the one to get a team kill this time around.
Yeah, finally Binghamton Blue able to find their footing a little bit, stop the bleeding, able to use that Gravitic Flux there to kind of stop the frontline advantage of Binghamton instead of letting them get bypassed entirely. And, you know, once they take that fight properly, Binghamton Red looking to change things up, going to that Rhine, trying to respond to this here. Lotus gets canceled out of his ult. Bap finding the shot. That ult not going to go off at all. T-Champ trying to stop the bleeding, pulling his blade here, but not going to find a lot of value, and he's going to give his own life for it. Everything going horribly wrong. 2 ults and 2 deaths on the side of Binghamton Blue.
That was very detrimental for Binghamton Blue. Lost 2 very influential ults to just, honestly, it looked like blunders mostly. You're going to see Binghamton Red, despite the side switch, they still are, hero switch, they're still surmounting this pressure with no real answer. You're trying to see the beat come out to try and get it back towards the point. You're seeing Real swap back to that Malga, but ultimately, the fight is still very much in Binghamton Red's favor.
Yeah, just so much damage coming out from Binghamton Red. Even losing their tanks, still able to just put so much pressure on. Finally, Lotus able to use that Kitsune Rush to hit a couple nice shots. Finally, put an end to Binghamton's push here. But so much time on the bank, you got to be looking into it. What Binghamton's got coming online, they've got that blade, they've got that beat, both support ults, and Binghamton not a whole lot online to really deal with it. So
yeah, 3 minutes to push 10 meters is definitely not the position you want to be in for Binghamton Blue. More ults are coming back online as Lotus does have the high noon ready to go. But you're going to see lots of ults. You're going to see the window. You're going to see the beat. You're going to see the blade come out from all of Binghamton Red. And even so, Binghamton Blue are trying to hold on.
yeah, so many ults coming through. That high noon to open things up. There's just so many ults on the side of Binghamton Red. They're going to be able to stall them out for now, but they need to make sure they get these picks before the respawns start coming back. I mean, there's the Kiriko coming out, able to keep herself alive with that Suzu for a little bit longer. Still, not everybody here on the side of Binghamton Red. If Binghamton Blue can get one more pick, they might be able to stall this point out properly, but a great pin from Lament. Slams Reels into that wall. A couple nice shots from Hank, and they should be able to clean everybody up and take this point with more than 2 minutes on the clock.
Final team kill to close it on out, and it's a great push from Binghamton Red. They had a solid first checkpoint. They pushed it on through the second checkpoint, and they did meet a tough stop for Binghamton Blue at the third, but ultimately it ends up swaying in their favor. So little over 2 minutes to work with, if we even get to that sort of scenario. Now we'll see how Binghamton Blue fare on their attack.
Yeah, Binghamton Blue finding a lot of trouble on those first couple points, trying to get the whole team kind of in sync with Reels. You almost noticed Binghamton Red pretty much bypassing him entirely on that first point, just going under him and going right on the back line, finding Lotus early on that pick on the Cassidy, and then on the second point, just going right over the top of him, looking for that back line, able to find one of them. And, you know, with the comp that Binghamton Red's running, really one pick is enough to snowball into a fight win as long as they can keep everyone alive.
They're trying to make that defense lineup work out for them. Seeing a Widow for the initial play so far, I can't imagine that it's going to stay very long. T-Champ, though, has been very accurate using the Genji, so I'm curious to see if this Widowmaker does actually stay and maybe get at least some sort of damage, if not picks.
Yeah, maybe trying to look for either the back line or for BAP on Binghamton Red here. I mean, even just one pick really opens up space for Binghamton Blue, especially to get past this opening first corner, because it is a bit awkward, especially with that Malga to force them off of the high ground here. Reels will come rotating through, trying to push him out. But that Monkey jumping in, looking to get as much cleave as possible. Mine already dropping a little bit low. Have to make sure they can keep Lament alive. Maybe taking a little bit too much damage. Reels will come in. Bap will fall in the meantime, and maybe a little bit too big for their britches there. Losing both the Monkey and the Sojourn.
Nice, great effort. Boop almost successful. Mr. Man still able to move. Ultimately, he does get caught trying to rotate back.
Yeah, it does end up.
Same goes for Master Oogway.
Bit of a
T-Champ actually swapping to an Echo is pretty huge.
Yeah, bit of a tripping hazard there for Mr. Man. Not quite able to make it over the river, but not sure it would matter all that much in the end. Red team will try to get a touch here with Lament, but there's a lot of damage coming through onto Lament. He will end up falling fairly quickly. That beam doing so much damage, of course, doing double damage at half health. Mr. Man able to trade it back, but kind of an uphill battle for Binghamton Red, kind of trying to stall it out. Master Uwe with a nice pick, but a bit of a consolation one at that.
So as rapid as Binghamton Red had shown off their skills on their attack, just like that, Binghamton Blue now have 5 minutes to play with to get to this next checkpoint.
Yeah, Binghamton Red gonna look to swap things up. Back to that Zarya once again. It's almost a game of cat and mouse. One tank swaps and then the other one swaps right back. Nobody really sticking to one all that long except, you know, real Sigma on those first couple of maps, but
Come here. I can heal you.
it's been a bit interesting on what they're going for. Everybody kind of stuffed up in this area. T-Champ in very aggressive for that duplicate, immediately loses it and loses his life in the process. Pretty much zero value from that ult whatsoever. Just so much damage from Lament. Might just force them right out of the fight in its entirety. They are going to pop that blade, really trying to force him back to spawn. Mine not quite able to escape Master Uguay. He comes slicing and dicing through, cleans up, gets reels, and Prayer eventually will fall, essentially getting everybody. T-Champ finally back into the fight, but far too late to really save any of his teammates here.
Yeah, man, name of the game is Counterwatch, as some like to call it. You've seen these back and forth tanks, as you had mentioned earlier, during that initial fray. But T-Champ looking for some sort of poke right now. You see the beat come out. It doesn't effectively hit everyone, but it's able to give Binghamton Red some sort of advantage to try and claw it back. And T-Champ just can't make it happen.
Yeah, Binghamton Red with so many ults invested here. I mean, Binghamton Blue also using a whole bunch of their ults, using that cage, using that overclock, but a great beat from Mr. Man keeps everybody alive just long enough to start investing some of their own, and they do just enough to really push Binghamton Blue off of that fight, push them back to their own spawn, and they're starting to really whittle at this clock.
Yeah, that 5 minutes has quickly turned into 3. Finally, we're seeing some ults be popped, try to equalize. We're seeing more and more support ults being dumped. You saw the beat and the Kitsune Rush be deployed. It's coming into fruition now as Lotus and Reels are getting the respective picks that are needed. And finally, the momentum is swaying back to Binghamton Blue's favor.
Yeah, finally able to open things up. A great beat from Prayer to keep everybody alive in that Graviton Surge. Give them the space they need to really open things up here, but they still have one more fight to win. T-Champ able to find a lot of pressure out early. That beam doing so much work onto Lament. And Red Team just kind of scrambling to keep everybody alive. Not going to be able to succeed. Hank with a nice pick at the end, but Blue Team finally will cap this second point, though they gave up a lot of time in the process.
A lot of time, but still have 3.5 to try and make it. Fortunately, they do only have 1.5 if they want to beat out Binghamton's time bank. It's still a good position to be in as Reels still applying pressure, try and not let Binghamton advance. Try to get as much card progress as Binghamton Blue can. Finally seeing a counter Kitsune Rush.
Binghamton Red looking to just flood out the gates here. Able to walk right on top of Lotus. The blade coming through from Master Uguay cleans up both support players extremely quickly. Everybody falling down. Reels trying to jump off the map. Will eventually succeed, taking Master Uguay with him somehow. Maybe they both thought it'd be a good time to go for a swim. But a very clean fight win and engage from Binghamton Red, and we're right back where we started, whittling down that time bank more and more.
I mean, arguably, Reels' Malka is dressed for the occasion. But yeah, you know, just the ability of Binghamton Red to call this back is so important. And just like that, it looks like Binghamton Blue don't want that to be the case. As this cage match is getting tougher and tougher. Lament does fall. That's a very big hit for Binghamton Red.
Yeah, just so much happening on screen. Everybody stuck in that cage. Binghamton Blue may be able to push this out in the end. T-Champ on that Reaper now, able to put out so much damage combined with Reels. They're just pumping lead into the side of Binghamton Red, and as long as they can get these staggers down, they should be able to cap with a fairly similar time bank, but they need to make sure they get everybody down. looking for that Lucio here to start. Mr. Man's living for way too long. Mine finally able to get that Tracer. The overclock coming through from BAP immediately gets shut down. And as long as they get Hank dead, they will cap, but not quite as much time. Binghamton Red still with the advantage going into round 3.
Half of a minute will separate our two teams right now. 135 against 206. Not too bad. Definitely a bit of a deficit. As you had mentioned, Binghamton Red still have a very nice advantage. However, that half a minute is honestly just one extra team fight. So if Binghamton can keep the cart in their favor, just like they did in that initial start on their attack, I feel like they could get some good work done.
Yeah, of course, these first fight, I think here's going to be really crucial to see, you know, who can get their ults online first, who can get their first opening engaged to work the way they want. Lament maybe looking to go on this Sigma here. Everybody playing pretty much every tank they have in their pool. Kind of counter-swapping and counter-swapping each other, trying to figure out which tank the other person's going to be running out on and trying to play around that.
Good, but superior brain power's better.
We're yet to see Diva though. I wouldn't be opposed to some Diva boobs as well. Just more boobs, I think, is what these two teams.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of that. Be nice to see somebody fall into the water without bonking their head on a ledge first. Binghamton Blue, very quick out the gates here. That Mauga immediately trying to take that high ground. Lament starting on low ground, just kind of conceding it right off the bat, trying to poke away at the cart. He's getting chipped down a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how Binghamton Blue wants to engage to open this first fight.
Big fight indeed. Rock does go wide. Still, great damage being applied from Binghamton Blue right now. It's forcing Lament to work overtime with the shield economy that he currently has. It's dropping further and further. Lotus is finally able to kick things off in Binghamton Blue's favor.
Yeah, and you see off that first pick, immediately Reels accelerates into the team, able to stomp out Lament, and all it takes really is that one pick. Binghamton Blue hits the accelerator, and everybody on the side of Binghamton Red falls within a matter of seconds here.
Great, nice push being established. One more team fight, I predict, before this checkpoint is captured.
Yeah, Lament will get there to touch, using that Kitsune Rush to kind of get the advantage. Master Upe in, super aggressive. Might end up falling to this beam, but the space already created. T-Champ will end up falling. That Flux coming through from Lament, trying to just keep everybody off this point. Really just Reels and the Lucio to deal with at this point. Or rather, both supports there. Reels eventually will die to that overclock, and lone Kiriko on point, not going to be able to keep herself up. Stop just shy of that 4th point. So, fairly clear where they need to get that cart to.
It is a extremely solid attempt for Binghamton Blue. Not able to get that checkpoint that they wanted, but they basically got the distance that they were looking for either way. So now, Binghamton Red with that extra 30 seconds to work with, giving them more, an additional team fight potentially. I'm curious to see if this attack goes the same way as it did on round number 1, because Binghamton Blue might be in that deficit, but they're proving that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you've definitely seen after Binghamton made the swap to this Mauga, I think Binghamton Red had a little bit harder time trying to deal with it, trying to figure out where to attack. Now that Reels is really able to rotate around and get back to help his backline more, we'll see if that continues to be this case, or if Lament can really find the space he needs to open things up with an early pick.
What's up? Listened to your album the other day.
Oh, did you like it?
Not sure there was enough bass. I could almost hear the other
Looks like
sounds.
we might see a Widow Mirror coming out here if T-Chan... never mind.
Hi. What's up?
Would have been fun though.
It would have. One can dream.
Dream indeed. Dream I will. Was the dream for Binghamton Blue wants to stay alive. Now, their composition still similar. Want to get this stop as close as they can, but they need to be careful of Lament's Winston, who has proved to be such a thorn in the side of any team.
Yeah. Binghamton Red not really able to flush out this high ground. Mine and Lotus combining to push them back right at the spawn there. And I mean, just not able to really flush them out, and there's so much damage coming through. Binghamton Blue able to convert that into a couple kills and just win the fight out right off of that.
So far, need to keep up this high ground and the aggression. At this rate, Binghamton Blue are going to be hopeful to get their ultimates online first, but they need to play very carefully. They need to play perfect.
Yeah, Binghamton Red rotating all the way around, trying to get this backline under pressure. Does end up finding both Reels and T-Champ, maybe a little overextended, trying to find the pick onto that Sojourn, and suddenly Binghamton Blue falling one by one. The Genji just moving his way through the team. Master Oogway with another, if he can stay alive here. Lament and Master Oogway just running it down, getting on top of Binghamton Blue, and really finding it fairly easy to just walk through them.
As I said, that 30 seconds is the extra team fight that Binghamton Red going to need if they want to equalize here. It's one good, clean fight that separates these teams from a map 5 victory.
Yeah, and you can see Hank with the first ult here, getting that Kitsune rush online. Gonna give his team a bit of an early advantage coming into this, but the ult's starting to come online for Binghamton Blue. Able to find a rush of their own. So many ults going through. The cage, the beat, the blade, so much damage. Eventually, Reels will fall trapped in his own cage. The copied monkey trying to use Primal to keep as much pressure on as possible. Mr. Man finds the better of his mirror matchup, but there's only so many bodies Binghamton Blue has. Eventually, the Soj will fall, the Kiriko will fall, and Binghamton Red will take the 5th map.
My God, what a war we have just witnessed. That extra 30 seconds is exactly what Binghamton Red had needed. And again, despite the win, Reels just shows how much of a powerhouse he truly is.
Yeah, just how he's able to get these fluxes up, get as many players in the air as possible, and I mean, there's only so much you can do if you don't have that support online, so just so much damage, especially if he's able to get his team involved in cleaning things up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after map 5, Binghamton do retake the lead and put us on a series point. We are going to head to Game 6, might even go to Game 7 if we're crazy enough. But I'm excited. We might have the conclusion on our next map. We might have a continuation and push us to map 7. Either way, the answer will provide soon. So stick around to find out what it is. And we are back on our map number 6. What a crazy way to continue out this series. Binghamton Red looking to close it out. Binghamton Blue looking to hold on for dear life.
Yeah,
head back.
Just a grueling series here. Every map going the distance. And wouldn't want it any other way. I mean, both teams trying to figure out each other, trying to figure out what works, trying lots of different tanks at the very least. Not so much different compositions, but lots of different tanks. So we look at a couple new things coming out here going into the first map of Eco Point Antarctica.
It's been a wonderful showing so far, and it can only get more and more intense as Master Uguay has opted in for a Bastion to combat the ever so growing Malga.
Yeah, that
does go well.
Bastion combining with the early pin from Lament, able to drop a couple picks very early, give them the advantage they need. Sombra from T trying to hassle Hank as much as he can in the back line, but the help comes through from Binghamton Red, and they get a very early take on first point and start getting progress towards that point.
Lament even looking for some early aggression right now. Dancing around with Reels over on this high ground. Wants to keep this pressure and just give his team more and more time. They're very, very quickly getting to that 25th percentile, but Reels finds a way to break through.
Yeah, Lotus looking to swap to that Bastion of his own, trying to get the space, but goes a little bit too far awry. Ends up dying, and T-Champ dropped again. No DPS alive on the side of Binghamton Blue. Kind of lacking the real damage. Lament able to just swing as freely as he likes into the side of Reels there, and again, another fairly simple fight win for Binghamton Red. A little bit of early poke damage coming through here. A couple of ults coming online for Binghamton Red. The Shatter very early out. Suzu not quite able to negate all the damage. Lotus will end up falling. A very aggressive window. Reels is going to try to push through it, but gives his own life in the progress. And now only a couple players left alive. Another extremely clean fight win from Binghamton Red. Only the 2 ults committed, and Binghamton Blue really struggling to get any sort of momentum going on this first round here.
75th percentile now. It's looking grim for Binghamton Blue, especially with all these ults that are on standby for Binghamton Red. They have the artillery strikes from Master Uguay. They have the ice coming in for BAP. That's a really nice May wall right there to block off the rest of Binghamton Blue.
Yeah, just really able to stagger the approach out from Binghamton Blue. The Blizzard almost just zoning them off of the point entirely. Lotus able to find a couple in the meantime, though. The Bastion coming on a bit of a different angle. Binghamton's Bastion of their own will try to get that ult and try to get as much damage as possible, but it might be a little too late. T-Champ and Lotus able to combine, clean up the rest of everybody else, and Binghamton Blue, just off a couple of great individual picks from Lotus, able to win that fight fairly cheaply.
Wins the fight cheaply, stops him on the 99th. That's the best that you can hope for. And now it's going to have to be a perfect defense from Binghamton Blue. They've got the ults to do it. They've got the characters to do it. They just need to hold on for as long as they can, and you're going to see this artillery kick things off further.
Yeah, both DPS ults coming in very early to start this off. T-Champ able to find the Bastion, but, I mean, they lose their tank in the process. Reels maybe going a little bit too deep, trying to keep everybody alive with no tank anymore. They need to find this Bastion, try to open things up. Binghamton Red finally, eventually will get it. It's only really that Lucio left. Prayer does have to try to stall. T-Champ finally coming back to help his teammate out. A couple of respawns coming through from Binghamton Red as well. Everybody coming through. The Maywall blocks his own Shatter. A bit of a miscommunication there. And suddenly, they use the advantage. T-Champ going through, able to take 2 out. Real somehow still able to live for as long as he is. Eventually, he will fall, but the damage pretty significant. The window finally, though, coming through. Master Uguay able to shoot through it, get a bunch of pot shots down, and suddenly it's just mine, not able to get to the point, and a really scrappy last fight, but Binghamton Red will secure this first round here.
That misplay definitely hurt a little bit, but it's all good since they got that initial round win. And that's just what Binghamton Red need to begin and close this out. If I'm Binghamton Blue, I'm definitely shaking a little. I'm getting a little nervous. And I need an answer right now to try and equalize and keep me alive in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them try to bring out that bastion of their own. They're trying to kind of copy a little bit of what Binghamton Red was doing, but with the Mauga instead of the Reinhardt, they almost lacked the real ability to kind of pick apart Binghamton Red. And, you know, as grouped up as they were, Binghamton Red able to take some really good fights and really limit what Binghamton Blue was able to do. Both teams rolling out onto this high ground here. Lament going really aggressive, trying to force everybody off, and they will successfully. Binghamton Blue dropping down, trying to take that point angle, but giving Binghamton Red so much space to work with. And they really can rotate anywhere they want from here.
Oh yeah, and the fact that they're stacked up against Binghamton Blue's side right now is going to put even more aggression. It's going to be an even bigger thorn in the side of Binghamton Blue. T-Champ trying to stay alive, but receives a fist from Hank. Definitely rubbing salt into the wound of that one. Little bit of BM, and it's Binghamton Red who are going to kick off our initial capture.
Yeah, you can see just the amount of space Binghamton Red were afforded there. They're able to essentially take whatever fight they want. And you see T-Champ trying to dash to what he thinks is safety, but there's just nowhere to hide. Binghamton Red all over that high ground, and Binghamton Blue again taking the low ground here, trying to push up into this. They have to take this space, but Binghamton Red just not really able to be deterred. They'll try to capture the point. Eventually, Lament will drop onto point, try to go onto reels here. Won't find the connection to the rock and the window, the wall, everything. So many resources dumped into reels. It's just no way on earth he can survive, and the rest of his team gonna get cleaned up around him. Mine does find one on the way out, but don't think it's gonna be all that important.
The chase from Mr. Man too, to finally put an end to mine. 50th percentile now from Binghamton Red.
Oh, you want to hear this?
And look at this cooperation right now. Mr. Man heading all the way back to bring his other support back into the fight. Just like that, the ultimate for Master Uguay also delaying the time.
Ooh, T-Champ.
T-Champ falls immediately.
Will end up falling to that ult, not able to dash out in time. I don't know if miscommunication or the boop from Mr. Man threw him off just enough. They'll find the other DPS off the back of it, and suddenly it's all gone awry. I mean, almost a desperation flux from Reels. Will end up getting a couple, but there's only so many players left alive. He's gonna fall eventually to the back. The respawns do come through, but at this point, even with that fight win, they're in one fight territory and dealing with the respawns of Binghamton Red that should be coming out fairly quickly here.
Stoppage at the 91st. It's a lot of ults in the pocket of Binghamton Red. It's a couple of ults in the pocket for Binghamton Blue. It's going to have to be a very tight showdown, and these picks are going to be more and more crucial. You're seeing it come in now.
Baptiste so low at the beginning of that fight. That Shatter not going to find anything. Lotus pops ult and immediately dies. The Blizzard just zoning everybody off of that point. Binghamton Red will get the flip. In the meantime, Lament pins Prayer, nowhere to go. T-Champ trying his best with the blade, but with the Mei in his face, slowing him down. There's only so many places he can escape to, and Binghamton, they'll take it with a clean 2-0 on the last map, and they'll win the series 4-2.
So much heart, so much retaliation from Binghamton Blue. Where it went, it just went into the pockets of Binghamton Red. As they close it out, Master Uguay, huge plays on that round number 1 to keep the point in the pocket of Binghamton Red.
Yeah.
As you say, that'll do it. Binghamton Red with a decisive 4-2 victory over their companions. They proved to be the stronger side of Binghamton, and it was just a series to withhold. Kiwi, anything you want to comment on before we wrap it up over here?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I think a lot of the gameplay speaks for itself. I think, you know, had a great time with all the games today, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you. It was an absolute pleasure to be into the action despite me having to work from home, quote unquote. But I enjoyed myself. I had an absolute blast over on our SUNY Showdown. I believe that'll wrap it up for us tonight. As we said, Red Binghamton will be your winners for this Overwatch matchup. And that'll do it for us over on the production side of things. I will see you all next time for some more ECAC action. Have a great night.